And there we are, another day with more gun turrets right in our ears, so as always, let's just jump right in before I try and talk about what we're gonna do today. Okay, that's a little better. So now that we're all safe and loaded in, let's start looking around and seeing what we can get to today. So of course, the project to continue working on all of the ore sorting and smelting will be continuing. We are missing mostly roboports. Mostly just roboports for this. Of course, I will still have to craft the buildings and all. So what I was thinking is maybe for this first part of the day, I will... Hold on, let me see what this red thing is. Oh, random train that has to be deconstructed. Okay, or random rails. Anyway, hey there, man. Welcome back. I'm just about to try and figure out what I want to start with today. And I think the best thing to do is to focus on green circuits, because I really feel like green circuits are what's holding me back at the moment. They are working now, at least, which is better than they have been. Like if I come up here, you can see it's just a trickle, the tiniest little trickle of green circuits. And that's kind of painful. Yeah. So let me see how I can go and improve that. And the whole time I'm probably going to be handcrafting some things, though I think I have come around to the idea of some of these buildings I do want to just throw on the mall. Because there's just... Why is this guy here? I couldn't tell you. Okay. Well, some of these things I think I will try and find a place on the mall for, just because they are so time-consuming to handcraft. Even if I don't make the buildings themselves, I will at least try and make some of the intermediates. Like I'm going to come up here and try and make some of the steel pipes, and maybe try and get brass up here to make some of the brass pipes, just as one example. I'm running down here to see how bad it would be to get brass up here. And boy, it sure wouldn't be good. I'm kinda tempted. Like, I have fully committed at this point to saying that this base is on its last legs, and it can't sustain us forever. So, I've been kind of getting looser and looser with what I allow within it. So for example, these steel gears right here, I think this is a wonderful time to just throw a chest here, and then I can just request steel gears. Like that many. And let's see if I can't just keep some steel gears on me. 100's fine. I don't often need many, just some. And I'm going to do the same with the pipes, most likely, though. Yeah, that's gonna be kind of rough if I try and do that. Like, looking at my inventory, I'm almost trying to figure out, like, what would I get rid of in order to facilitate that, you know? I can probably reduce the amount of ammo I carry. That's not a big deal at all. But like pipes, I do still need pipes. I have to have power poles and inserters and things like that, of course. Circuits are still plenty necessary. Maybe not 300 green circuits. Maybe 200 is plenty. Rails I only really need while I'm growing out the rail network. The blueprints could go? Yes, the blueprints could go. Yeah, just, you know, I guess while I'm talking about it, I could go ahead and shove these in here, just get them out of the way. I do use the the deconstructor fairly often, so I'll let him stay for now. But anyway, yeah, I am mostly waiting for the roboports, so probably anything I work on right now is going to be for the end goal of getting roboports faster. So I do want to do the pipes like I just said, and then I'm going to be focused on throughput for maybe the first time in this entire playthrough, actually. Yeah, I think I'm probably going to just stick steel pipes, like, literally here. Oh, that's fair. I suppose I could just do that. Since it will still be there regardless, I guess there's no reason I have to actually keep it on me. What was I making? Pipes. So, let's see. These are going to be steel pipes, which I do need for some things, but let me check and see, just make sure I'm not losing my mind. Okay, I do need them for blast furnace 2s, for example, and like casting machines and all, so yeah, so that's a good one to keep on hand. There we are. And again, kind of same deal. I'm just going to keep like 100 of these guys, because I don't need them often. And it's not like I'm using them as pipes. These are just intermediates. I don't even have iron pipes, actually. Let me do a thing for iron pipes as well. Well, I can probably steal iron pipes from down here. So let me go ahead and just set that up, because that's just easier. And iron pipe, there we are. Okay. I know some things take bronze pipe. What takes bronze pipe again, though? Okay, flotation cells, that guy does. Strand casting, electric boiler, so there are some things. Liquefiers do, and I have been making a fair few liquefiers. Yeah, that one's a little harder to justify, I think. What I might do in that case, and I really hate to do this, but I think just as a temporary measure, it's going to go here, and I'm just going to use Bob's inserters so I don't have to move the power pole. There we are. And bronze pipe. I guess I have to bring power down to you anyway, whatever. In that case, I won't use a wacky inserter. One more of those. And one more pipe request. There we go. Also nice to see you again, Claire. I didn't acknowledge that. I've been oddly locked in on pipes for some reason. I said right at the beginning that kind of the goal for right now is green circuits. I want to expand green circuits. I'm not sure if you were here for that part, but while I am a little cramped, I think I can probably get just a smidge more production out of this. As long as my my solder production keeps up, and I can keep chewing through my backlog of wood for all the necessary inputs for the wooden boards. Okay, I don't know why the name was escaping me there. But I think I should be able to handle just a little more green circuit throughput. It is going to be right in the way of these storage chests, however, but even then I have left room right here so that I could expand with one more machine if necessary. That pipe is in the way. Oh, and that's plastic too, so I don't want to be in the way about plastic. It did have one more corner power, yeah. I thought about it, I did consider it, but I just brought the pole down. About halfway through building Tier 2 ore smelting for the second seablock base to make blue science at 12-ish SPM. Godspeed, man. That's a pretty intense challenge. The boards are made of wood. What could they be? Yeah. Well, it was more that I knew green circuits needed wood from somewhere, but usually I have all my inputs on the left, and I was looking around, and I'm like, no, I know electronics don't need wood. Am I thinking of the charcoal, or like, what's going on here? But then it's like, ah, there you are. So, I think rather than trying to copy and paste this, I'll have to do this one little bit at a time, so I can see where things are going to have to wind up with the pipe here, because I want to be careful not to displace the pipe. These inserters, let me see, where do they go? That goes there, and then I have 2 inserters above that, and then 2 more above that, and then another power pole. So kind of like that setup. That does make it pretty dense. Yeah, there's not really any space left in here. But what if I used real power poles instead? That doesn't really help things. Bob's Angel's Blue Science is nearly filtered yet. Oh, you got this. It's a big one, but 2 of these products you get for free. The sulfur and the sodium hydroxide you will just get as you produce other things that you need. The engines are pretty much just vanilla engines. Really, what's bad is red circuits. And transistors, you do need plastic. Plastic is difficult. I'm not gonna lie, I'm still struggling with plastic myself. Like, my plastic production isn't good by any stretch. And the phenolic boards also are a bit difficult. But, like, I'm still having difficult with resin myself. Paper is not a big deal. Paper you can knock out in like half an hour. But resin... resin was kind of a beast. But that really just means that the difficulty in Blue Science is in 2 chemical recipes. Finding enough plastic is a normal problem. That it is. You know what? Plastic and red circuits. Always a problem. Just how Factorio goes. Can I move this plastic? Because as much as I'm trying to mess with this, I don't think there's any way I'm getting around this. I could definitely move that pretty easily. Let's just move that a couple tiles to the right. I don't know why I've done this so arbitrarily. I should have probably actually picked a location to put this at. But I will go ahead and pick up all these pipes in the meantime. Okay, and then try and pick a destination through here, because right through here is probably my best shot. There is the, this is a little rough. Can I get through here? I can perfectly make it through there. Okay. Awesome. A little wasteful, but you never want to make it so you can't walk through your main bus, so there we are. And then just carry it on. And where does that leave me? I can do like that. And there we are. Okay, home free. I guess I should actually put the pipe down. There we are. Let's see. The issue is how the red circuits overlap with other parts. I don't know where normal came from. Oh, well. I have an expandable mineral sludge blueprint from water to keep up with the demand for it. Never want to make it so you can't walk through main bus. You can't tell me what to do. You know, each their own. Maybe you have a different path to follow, you know? That sounded so philosophical. I did mean a literal path through the base. But I do find myself most of the time walking along this little empty path down through here, so that's the best I got in here. Alright, Let me think. Let me regather my thoughts. I was just moving plastic. Why was I moving plastic? For more green circuits. And now that this is here, I need an inserter. So let's copy the inserters. That's here, yes, I believe. Then this comes up this way. We'll just move you down a tile. There we are. Oh, you do need inputs, of course. So let's just copy these down here. Close enough. Oh, I hate that. Hold on, where's my wire tool? Please stop. Thank you. I appreciate the path. Yeah, it's I mean, it's not much of a path at this point, but at the very least it gives me somewhere to walk that isn't on top of all my belts. It's not exactly a full-on sacred path or anything like Nilhouse style, but I try to keep something going. The water recipes in this version are less friendly. Just a smidge. Like, seablock makes... Yeah, like, seablock is tweaked to be possible, but not necessarily friendly in all cases. Yeah, you definitely need a lot of landfill in seablock. That's kind of the name of the game, though. Anyway, where even am I? I already had steel pipe being made, I just saw. I guess I could have stolen from that instead. So let me see how this handles. I want this to run for just a minute so I can make sure this is all cool. You need one more belt. Because I swapped you. Okay. So I'm curious to see if this is going to starve anything. Like, these each take 3 components a second, so that's 12. How many am I making over here? That's 5, 10, 15. Okay, so I can handle that much easily enough, as long as these are fully supplied. Let me actually check on this. These make 3 a second. You take 0.5, so 1, 2, 3. Okay, we are perfect. Perfect ratio on the carbon now. Or at least we were from the beginning, but now we're actually going to be relying on that. I have 1 sacred path under my builds and have had to violate it more than a few times. I like that landfill is just water and power with a flushable byproduct. True, true. I also need to automate some building and belt production. Yeah, I'm kind of needing to automate some buildings myself. I don't know, I almost can't be bothered, but I really should get, at the very least, crushers or something automated. It's just crushers are actually really terrible to automate on this belt up here because they still need things that I don't make, and they need things from both sides of it, which is just terrible. How's Blue Science? I haven't looked at Blue Science in, like, forever. You can't run because there's no red chips. Surprise, surprise, because there's no transistors. Is that going to be plastic? That's plastic limited. Okay. Well, that's just one more problem to work towards at some point. Plastic is... There you are. Okay, we are steadily making you. It's just our throughput of plastic is not high enough. Also automated everything. It was a giant resource drain filling up, and probably the reason my Evo is so high, but it's all automated. See, I would typically take that approach. There's just so many buildings you need so few of. I just haven't really bothered, but for the reason I mentioned crushers is because I do actually need a lot of crushers. Flotation tanks as well. Like, you just look at the number of crushers and flotation tanks down here, that's actually quite a few, if you consider that I need this much for each type of ore. How bad is a flotation tank, actually? Can I at least start making those? Bronze pipe... Yeah, like, there's no way... There's no possible way I'm getting clay bricks up here. My clay bricks aren't even made in the main factory. They're down here, in this little sub-factory. There's no way they're gonna make the journey from here to here. That's just not happening. Speaking of which, I should probably go ahead and get some of these making. And some of these making. Since they do take so long, I'd like to not waste my precious handcrafting time while I'm working on other things. Speaking of other things, how is this going? So of course it is still green circuits. Sometimes it's steel, so I do like to come check. But is the green circuit build still running? So it does seem to be mostly holding up. We are still short on wood. So even with the added wood production and the wood coming out of the buffers, that's still not enough wood. I don't know why I haven't just checked ratios. This is 1.5 wood per second. And there's more over here. Since it's 1 to 1, I'm just going to say another 1.5 per second of consumption here at least. Even though you can only do 1 per second, we'll just say another. So that's 3 wood per second. And the arboretums make 0.06 trees, which can be turned into... Okay, it says 2.6 wood per second, but I have to divide that by 6 because of the rate here. So yeah, that's far less than half a wood per second, so I just don't have even close to enough arboretums is the problem. You need so few of. I have things wrong with my brain that make me need 10 per second of everything at a time. Very fair. I like my 5 silver per second build, 10 copper, 10 iron, 5 tin. Yeah, that is fair. I am talking about specifically my build, though at the same time, I have made these builds over here to be 1 yellow belt, so that they can saturate 1 yellow belt, so I can finally have some amount of throughput. At least that's the goal, because my entire base up until this point has looked like this, and that's just not sustainable at this point in the game when you're like making blue science. But that's part of the reason why it's been so painful to expand, is I just can't produce anything. I kind of out-teched my production level. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm noticing, is wood is very space hungry. And if I want to be able to expand, it might make sense to build more of the stuff that I'm eventually going to have to tear down, just to make it faster so I can get to the point where I can tear it down. I keep popping up into here for some reason. I guess I should probably just stay in map view and see if I can sketch out a new arboretum facility. Like, I think this production down here is more than capable of keeping up with my mud production, because even though the belts aren't full, that's only because these buildings further down the chain require this building to run. So if anything, the belts are kind of backwards for the priority system here. Let me think exactly what I want to do here. Because I do want to just revamp this, like, pretty hardcore. Strand casted wires at least 3-4 times better than assemblers by recipe. Yes, I have these guys up here making my wire, yeah. So I have this room right here that I'm kind of eyeballing, that I could expand into. I don't really see very many open spots that would be better than that. I could landfill in part of this lake, but then I run the risk of running down here into paper. Even just like this open square right here, like there's still pipes and necessary roboports and stuff like that, and it's just kind of a mess. Down here I might want solar panels eventually. because I can only expand so far to the right. So they're just boxed in kind of from every angle here. Unless I drop like way down and start building down here. That doesn't seem particularly practical, especially if I want more train stations in this area. So, at the very least, maybe I'm not going to be able to match consumption, but I can at least make it better. Like, if I just started stamping them down, you know? I'm not going to move these, I don't think. I'm just going to also have some over on this side. I'm going to start from the right, and try and keep it all lined up and neat. So let's say I just start from, like, right here. And keep a space in the middle on those so I can get a pipe in. And then kind of same deal there. And let's just see where that gets me. Like, what do I need to handle just double my wood production? So I need 0.08 of those, 0.03 of those. Okay, so I do need another seed generator. And these each make 0.18. But you also take 16. So just one of these supplies you. And then that's 36 for all of these. Which is pretty much perfect. So, yeah, I just kind of straight up need to double everything I've got, aside from maybe the composters. I think the composters are good, I just need exactly this setup again over here. So, let's just get to work on doing exactly that. So, I'll have the output in place first, and then down here can be the input. Exactly, that's one of the few kindnesses of seablock, is anytime you need space, well, space is always just right there, you just have to be able to afford it. Probably gonna copy this same design here, this little, like, loop back. So, this right here, and then that way I can feed it from this bottom belt. Those are gray belts for some reason. I guess I must have used the picker tool on a gray belt somewhere. These guys can go down in this area. And then this guy can just go, like, right here, so he's maybe even one further away. Let's say there, so he's easy enough to feed. So they, of course, need their own input line of compost. What else do you need? You need compost and mud. So I do... I might just try and run this line right here over and see if this production is enough. Let me see how much mud that is. Okay, it's 1 to 1. That's going to be 6 times, let's say 0.2. That's 1.2 mud. These are all probability outputs, unfortunately. There's only a 50% chance. But even then, I don't think that's enough. We've got 5 buildings, so even if they were all running constantly, that's still only 1.1. So I'm gonna need a little more mud, it looks like. Which is honestly kind of disappointing. I didn't want to have to do that. Oh, these are electrolyzer ones. Or, not electrolyzers, washing plants. I can just upgrade these. And that should solve the problem right there. In fact, let me just pop in here. Washing plant 2s. I'd love to be able to pick up the existing ones and just upgrade them, but whatever. So that should solve the mud issue, at least I hope so. So then I can just bring this belt across. Of course, that's right in the way. So let's drop you down here. That. And then just however far I can get, I will. Like so. There we are. Okay, so that should be input for both the... Hold on, how do you get soil? Where's your soil coming from? Oh, you just pick off the tree line. Okay, okay. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. I had to think about that for a second. So, in that case, I'll want an inserter that can feed from up there, and then I can deposit down here, and I'll probably have you deposit on the inside. Might as well go ahead and put one of these... Oh god. Come back. One of these inserters to go on the inside as well. I should set recipes on here, just so I don't get confused later on. These are making soil. And then this is going to be seed trees. Let's get some water pipes figured out. So, let's just say you can connect from down here. And then this guy is also going to want to connect somewhere, so maybe I'll connect over here to the right. Just like that. And then just an offshore pump like right there is cool. All good. Go ahead and figure out power pole placement, I guess. Of course, you're a problem. You know what? You get to just move over here where there's power. These power poles go here, and then I can just barely get another one in there. That way I can have outputs on these guys. Oh, and inputs, of course. That should be everything taken care of. Should be. Don't need this belt up through here. Oh, I do actually need that one. No, there. So, yeah, you get your input from up there. I'll put into here. You should have your inputs here. And yeah, that should be that whole merry-go-round functional. All we need are the actual arboretums themselves, so let's make that. Oh, and of course, a seed generator. I believe it was a temperate. I could... I thought this would be a little easier, honestly. Okay. Maybe I'll just go look. Which one did I place down? It is a desert. Okay. So let's just request the desert tree, because I know I have one, I just have no idea where it is. Just one, thank you. All hail the adjustable inserter. Saver of runs. Corrupter of builds. Bob's inserters really are great, though. They're... like... I don't know if you've ever seen, but one of my favorite ways to use Bob's inserters is... I'm just waiting for them to bring me that desert tree so I can put it down. But let's say you have a building here, and a belt here. And that's just the best you can do. You have some sort of space confines. Well, how do you get this input into that building? Well, you see, you put the inserter here. You just have pick up here and drop there. I call it the wiggle inserter. And if you want to know why, I actually have one in my base somewhere. Let me pick up that logistics drone. There you are, buddy. Down here in algae. This guy right here. Let me find one that's actually running. There we go. And he just wiggles back and forth, and it's the greatest thing ever. I love the wiggle inserter. Anyway, Let me see if I can finally make that thing. I can't. Well, it's gotta be coming from somewhere. I requested that quite a while ago. There it is. Not sure why it took quite so long to get here. And there we are. One desert tree seed generator. And you guys go get built. So yeah, that should be everything that we need. Everything else is all hooked up. We hilariously don't have power somehow. Can I connect? I can't even connect to you. Okay. Let's just connect up here, whatever. I hate that this requires that much effort to connect, but whatever. You're one too low. Let's move you up there. And then this just comes back over this way somewhere. Yeah, let's say I underground, like, right around here. Then the roboport's in the way. So, instead, I'll do like that. Okay, not exactly, artistic beauty, but it works. I'm also gonna put all these on the inside since the other trees are all on the outside. I don't really think that's gonna matter at all, but at the very least I tried. Oh, and this feeds onto the side of the belt anyway, so I actually want you on the outside of the belt. There we are. My favorite is that the tightest corner fast bulk inserter can apparently move items chest to chest at a rate of 30 per second. My train loading and unloading is probably evidence of insanity. Yeah, I know that you can do some really crazy things. If you have an inserter, let me see, it's been a minute since I did this. I believe it's if you have something like this, so that it picks up from here and drops right here, and I know that's just ludicrously fast. Not something I generally mess with, but it is somewhere in the old brain. Okay, let's see if this is actually going to produce or not. I did not set these recipes. That's probably a good idea. You're running... okay. Oh, cool. And I also do want to keep an eye on some of this stuff and make sure I don't bleed it dry. Oh, did I not throw the washing machines in the system to have them built? I did not. Okay. There you go, guys. Go get that done. At any rate, I did want to just make sure this all works properly. Even though it's gonna take a second because this guy is very slow. Okay, there's our first batch coming around. And like, there's no way this doesn't work, of course, it's just I always watch my builds. Always gotta make sure. And there they go. Okay, so they're gonna output. Going to come on this belt, travel up here. Everything's fine and dandy and awesome. And into the saws they should go. So how much wood does this produce now? So I've got 8 of these. So that's going to be 0.48 a second, which, funny enough, is actually faster than your capacity to handle it. So I am going to actually need another guy down here making wood. Like, that's a good problem to have. That's also extremely inconvenient, because this build was not made to be expandable. The item rail cannon made of cargo wagons for FTL item movement. Exactly. You just place them end to end, and across the whole bus they go in like a second. This is quite the conundrum, honestly. Like, how do I do this without being absolutely awful? I don't think you do. I think it just gets to be awful. That's the solution coming to mind at the moment. So I can get one more square of power, and that's going to be important, and you'll see why in a second. So I don't believe I've got a Knight's Move, do I? I don't have a Knight's Move inserter. Not yet, at least. But... I'm limited to 2 tiles at a time. Yeah, even with, like, Bob shenanigans, this is actually going to be quite difficult. So... here's the idea. All this stuff I was just talking about, putting trees on both sides of the belt, let's trash that idea, and these guys do go on the inside. So now all the trees should be on the bottom half of the belt, and that's going to allow me to put an inserter here that will output saws onto the back side of the belt. Maybe the near side. Hold on, let me check that. So when you come in, I want the near side of the belt. And I want to pick up from I want to pick up from diagonal and drop 2 away. There we are. Yes, so that's all fine. So I should wind up with saws on this side of the belt, and I'm not that worried about wasting saws. They're a single iron plate. The real issue is I'm worried about backups here. You're going to be logs. Solution spaghetti. Yeah. Like I've said a couple times, I'm nearly to the point where I just can't be bothered making real builds anymore. I just need it to work. That's backwards. So you're going to drop here, pick up from here. And now I'm going to basically just copy exactly the same thing up here. The only difference is I'll also need this inserter in on the fun. I have no power up here, so... You know what? Full Bob's mode. Let's have fun. So... but I don't want to... I can't disable picking up trees, though. Okay. So you will pick up from here and drop here. So that's going to be filtered to trees. Just normal trees, I'm pretty sure. I hope. Let me look. Yeah, so just normal trees. You're going to be filtered first, drop down, and pick up from diagonal. Sure, why not? You're going to be filtered to saw blades. And you... Did I just pass a saw blade down? Never mind! I don't need any of this. See, the thought had even crossed my mind that I might be able to, like, science pack that in, but I was like, no, I don't think you can do that with assemblers. Never mind, that just works. Oh, I got your output saw blade. That's what happened. Huh. Huh. And I still need to handle your output anyway. So let's not get too excited. Okay. Pick up from below, drop to the right, filtered to saw blades. Okay. I got too excited for a second. Okay. All good. Okay, so... Then I want you to pick up from the left and drop down. Yes. Okay. And I do just need power over here. Just give me more power. And then you will pick up from above, drop bottom left, but only if there's no saw blades in the wooden chest. Yes. And filter you. Filter to saw blade. Okay. That should work. Probably. So you will pick up the old saw blades, put them in the machine. You'll take the reusable saw blades out, put them in the box. You take from the belt only if there's none in the box. Okay. And then you can load us with trees. That should work. Should. Left for 5 minutes and this appeared. It's an eldritch abomination. I make no excuses. It is what it is. I just needed to get the saw blades down here, and this is the only way that's happening. This was not exactly an expandable build when it was made, so it is what it is. While I wait for them, for whatever reason, to take 10 years to come and place this last belt, I'm going to take a drink. Okay, seriously, construction bots, what's the deal? You guys just like on break, or? Oh, I don't have any. Why don't I have any? Aha! There seems to be an issue. I guess at some point I was relying on there only being wood on one part of the belt. And I've made an improper merge. I'm just gonna go deal with that in person. I'm not gonna mess around with bots for that. Okay, I wonder how long that's been going on. Walked right past it. There we are. Okay. Clean you up first. Just use yellow belts for this, whatever. That has to move for now. And down you go. Everyone cool? Everyone cool, okay. Well, alright. That's, that wasn't a problem I expected to crop up. Let me follow the wood line, wherever that is, and make sure that's not a problem cropping up elsewhere. Where does wood come in? Wood's down here. Okay, so it's this line down here. Let me just see where else wood splits, and make sure I haven't made a similar assumption anywhere else. No, you're fine. And I doubt anywhere else even uses wood. Probably just on here because it's been on here. I think that's probably it. Yeah, okay, so that's all the places where wood's used. It was just that one place that was a problem. Good to know. Well, I guess that is one problem solved. Ooh, okay, that's a problem. I keep thinking I'm being clever, and it turns out I'm actually dumb. Okay, so you're on the inside, you're all on the outside. Okay. Just because, these are actually going to jam. Yes, you're already jammed. Okay. I guess all this can just, go in the system somewhere. There we go. Not super worried about it, whatever. Just, clean it up and it'll work correctly this time. That said, how's this going? You are operating correctly, yes? All good? Oh, you're gonna get blocked by the, by the gate. Okay. Let me actually properly connect these inserters, I guess. There we are. There we go. Can I just copy the condition onto you? I can copy onto you. Very nice. Go away. Okay, can I just... Where are you even connected? There we go. Okay. And then from you onto you. Okay, that's a little better. Very cool. Alright. Oh, it's because I'm stupid? The answer to most of my Factorio problems. It always is. Like, the game is, if anything, fair. Like, it's kind of like programming in that way. I think that's why Factorio speaks to so many programmers. It's not going to do something you didn't ask it to do. The problem's always going to be user error. Okay, so this is back to life again. Very good. And you all work, correct? Can't imagine why you wouldn't, but... Running, running, running. Good, okay. So that should be double wood production, pretty much. And wood was the holdup on grain circuits at the moment, so... That just means something else is going to become the new problem, but hey, that's just how the game goes, you know? Like, I would happily expand production if it looked like I was even close to capable of handling it, but at the moment I'm only just barely holding up still, so... We'll revisit the issue. My seablock is total overkill. I mean, that's just the name of the game, man. That's seablock for you in a nutshell. A lot of these alerts are lamps. Can I automate lamps? I know lamps are terrible. They're not that bad anymore, actually. The last time I looked at this would have been terrible to put on the bus, but they're not that bad anymore. I think I will go get lamp production going. As funny as that is, I just don't want the build alerts. There's over 100 lamps missing, so let's just find somewhere to snake that in. Yeah, you can just go, like, here, I guess. I really wish this roboport wasn't in the way. Yeah, whatever, you can go, like, here. And I do need copper coil, so we'll also have to put a copper coil machine up here. Let me think. I do need circuits, but you do also need iron. Yeah, okay. Just trying to make sure there wasn't some better way of doing this. And, okay, I'm sure there's a better way of doing this, but not an easier way of doing this. So let's say circuit input here, and then output there. Funny enough, that was meant for iron. Iron doesn't even start until there, so let's get you up there. There we are. And just long inserter for you. There we go. Yep, all you need now are basic circuits. So let's get those up here. And in you go. Then of course I do need a chest. Go ahead and make a couple more of those. You should probably be a yellow chest, honestly. And then you'll be logistics limited. I don't really care how many lamps I keep. Let's just say like 200 or something. Maybe that's overkill, but whatever. They're lamps. Who cares? That way they're always ready to go when it's time to expand. I might even... Oh, I don't want to continue requesting desert trees. That's not quite what I wanted to do. Literally just had you. There you are. I might even just keep a couple lamps on me. That just seems reasonable. How are solar panels going? Okay, I'm still actively building them, I kind of forgot. That solar field is coming together very nicely, though. That's, better progress than I expected, to be honest with you. Wonder what our power situation's like. Oh, actually, those solar panels are carrying hard. That's a lot more solar power than I was expecting from that little field. Yeah, we're hardly even tapping the steam engines anymore. Okay, as night's approaching, they're kicking back on again, of course, but that's nice to see. That's also going to help with charcoal consumption, and charcoal goes into circuits, so that's also very nice. We were low on charcoal for the longest time, so I'm happy to see that. Yeah, that wooden board is somehow like miraculously hitting at exactly the right time. You can't even see it in the machine. That's pretty funny, actually. Actually, I love watching this. That's really cool, somehow. It's like magic. Okay. Production seems to be holding on, believe it or not. Yeah, these guys are pretty much exactly matched to these guys. Wood's kind of almost backing up. Solder... Solder might be a problem. We're technically capable of producing 4.5 solder a second. How much solder are we consuming now? That's 1.5, so that's 3. I literally already forget the number I just said. Okay, 3 is not bad. We can definitely support that as long as these get their input. Solder is tin and lead. So as long as I'm getting the lead, that should be fine. I'm going to upgrade this to a blast furnace 2. And I'm probably going to upgrade the belts leading up to him. And give him a new inserter. There we go. And all that's yellow, it looks like already. Yes, okay. Go ahead and, while I'm doing a little upgrade burst, just upgrade some of the slag belt. Why not? Wonder if there's a blast furnace 2. No, there's not a blast furnace 2 in the system, but I do just literally have one on me. So, I can do that. And, speaking of which, I should probably come in here and start handcrafting more things. Because I'm going to need them. Just looking around at what new options I've got. Like, I've got an induction furnace 3 and a casting machine 3 now. That's nice. We've got a blast furnace 3, chemical furnace 2. Not things I'm, like, super worried about making or anything right at this moment, but good to keep track of the research, at least. So, anything else I can do to support the roboport build? Because you are still... You're, like, kind of running now. Like, certainly better than you were. Green circuits are still the limiting factor, but... yeah, more green circuit throughput would actually be pretty difficult, because at this point to make more green circuits, I'd need more electrical components. Like, basically that's just the entire green circuit build again at that point. It's the first thing I told my brother when he was learning programming. It's always your fault, you can never assume otherwise. Okay. That was probably said a minute ago. I've been a little locked in for a minute, but... excuse me. Yeah, it's, that's just the way the game works, you know? Time for, another drink, I think, while I wait for bots to bring me stuff. Oh, okay. I was wondering why there were so many bots down here, like what the big conga line was, but just bricks. Just bringing me bricks. Okay, all looking good. All looking good. One last little glance over at everything. Oh, lots of regular bricks too. Okay, so let's come over this way and probably copy and paste the this build. Let me get a radar down in here. Not that bots are gonna be able to do that faster than I could, I guess, but well, bots are bringing me stuff and probably will be for a minute, so maybe I will just throw it in the system and let a construction bot handle it. Let's say I get a radar, like, here. I'm looking on the mini-map, trying to find the best position. Actually, this looks like a pretty good radar spot right there. Yeah, that clears everything up pretty well. Do I have a radar on me? I kind of thought I did. I do. And then I'll just make a couple more of those, just so I can have them on me. What do these lasers take? You're just batteries. You take a polished sapphire. Okay. I kind of thought even the lowest tier laser turret might take gems. I'm happy to see that is not the case. Okay, just looking at some of this new military stuff that I've researched but not really looked at yet. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to figure out how I'm going to handle the byproducts of this. And most likely I'm just going to bring them up above this fluid station here, even though that's quite a trek, but it has several stations worth of byproducts that can join along the way. And so I'll have a big processing area up here, deal with them all, and then ship the products and unnecessary bits around. I don't think I want to do that from map view, but I do want to wait until the bots have finished bringing me all the stuff so that they don't have to fly around 600 miles. Since all of that is in logistics range now, it would result in basically thousands maybe of bots getting stranded in the middle of nowhere. Like right now there's even still 400 bots in the air, so I'm gonna wait for them to just bring me all the stuff, and then I will head out. Yeah, that's that's quite a few. Wonder if there's anything I should make before I head out? Like, I could go ahead and make the train, I suppose. I actually have 2 locomotives on me. Plenty of rails. Could make, like, the station, I guess, but who cares? It's iron, like 3 steel, whatever. Do I have tanks? I do have some. Don't think I'll make any more right now. That should be enough for the time being. And not really anything else I want to get too involved in. Let's see, there's still 20 logistics bots in the air, so I'm gonna wait for those to come home and then I will set out. In fact, I can just go ahead and start walking down since they're all gonna be down in this area somewhere, I'm sure, except for these, like, 2 stragglers. Oh, don't walk into the dead zone. Let me see how power does overnight since I'm just waiting anyway. So the solar panels are already cranking back to life. Yeah, we don't even dip like 20% of the way down, it doesn't look like. Very nice to see. Just waiting on bricks, it looks like. Okay, those are done. I have no basic circuits, really? Why are you dead? Because copper's dead. I don't like to see that. Yeah, just straight copper ore shortage. Nothing I can really do about that. Though it does seem like copper is struggling because iron's full. So that's a first. Where's silicon? Let me see if I can turn off one of these, iron recipes. Here's silicon. Okay, silicon used for actual silicon, completely backed up. Completely stopped. We are occasionally using some silicon to powderize, but that's very, very little. So yeah, all of the silicon at the moment is... Where are you, Grey Belt? I just noticed. All of the silicon at the moment is being turned into steel or iron, so if I removed either the steel or iron recipe, then silicon would back up and the entire base would stop. That's no bueno. What's your full plan for metals? Chunks? I'm going to do the full processing line for metals. So once you run them through the leaching plant, then you throw them into the ore refinery and you get the crystals. And then crystals you can still sort, like always, or you will eventually need them for special metals, like platinum. Because that's the only way you can get platinum, is if you actually have the purified ores. But, I do know that I'm going to need, like, some of these metals would back up if I did that, so I am also going to have to set up some of the other processes. I'm just not entirely sure where I'm going to draw the line. Like, I am probably going to wash all of my chunks, but I don't know if I'm going to put all of them in the leaching plants, for example. I have the throughput to do it if I choose to. I'm just not 100% sure I'll do that, like, forever. I also probably will make some use of, like, the ferrous mixture at some point. I just, again, like, that's quite a ways away if I were to commit to doing that. I never upgraded you, and I'm not going to get sidetracked worrying about it. Okay, let's just run down here and get some of this stuff figured out. Might go ahead for the moment and turn personal logistics off. And right around this top train station up here, I want to start working on byproduct processing. Oh, I guess my personal bots are going to take my own roboports and just throw them around, but I can't be too upset about that. So here's the first train station. Oh, I just remembered something I have to go do. Come on home, little guy. So I always watch the stream back when I'm done. I don't know if anyone watching live has ever watched any of the VODs or not, but I add timestamps or chapter marks and all to the VODs just so people can skip around and look for parts that they might be interested in. And one of the things I noticed in watching it back is I've made a, just a silly error. Like, just a completely careless mistake down in, the flotation facility. So that's going to solve a mystery I had last time of why I wound up having pure water in the tank that was supposed to have sulfuric wastewater in it. And that is because these pipes up here are just completely wrong. What's that look like to you? So let's go ahead and clean this up. Clean that pipe out. Pick this up. And clean this out. Okay, there we are. So let's actually set this up properly before I just completely forget to do that. So I believe the way I had this set up is purified water... Okay, nope, I was wrong. So pure water is on top and wastewater is on the bottom. So let's go and make sure that's correct everywhere. So 1, so you're 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2. There we are. 1 and 2. Okay. Now I can go and connect all these up. That doesn't reach, huh? Why'd you reach over here? Oh, these all face the same way. You're the only one that's flipped somehow. You know what? We'll just flip you around, whatever. I don't know how I wound up doing that, because I kind of thought I'd flipped all of the machines. Oh wait, some of you are flipped. Okay, that's fine. That's cool. Okay. And then let's, so that's all of the pure water. So let's get the wastewater connected. Wait, did that connect? I did not connect you. There you are. So then let's get the wastewater connected. Very good. And then the actual pipes need to come in and get connected as well. So here's the pure water. It can connect here, I guess. And then wastewater can just connect straight down. Let me make sure everyone's all good with that. Yes. Yes, okay. So these should actually be working this time. Let me make sure there's no pure water in here. Nope, you are sulfuric wastewater. All good. All good. Okay. I suppose I'll start from down here then. So I've got to run the crushed stone and the geodes up top. Yeah, so here's the crushed stone. I'm trying to think how I want to handle this. I think I'll probably bring all the byproducts in front of where the train station should be. So the geodes, for example, can come up, but also the crushed stone is going to have to come over here. But I did leave quite a bit of room down here for that inevitability. So I think right here is safe. Yeah, this line right here is safe. Bring you in. And underground a bit there. And then the geodes should actually probably split the other direction. Let me think how I want to do that. I could just bring all of this up one, and that's not a big deal. I'm going to fill my inventory with so much junk doing this. Do I really care that much? Why bother asking questions you already know the answers to? Alright, let's get all this sorted out. I guess I can help by picking items up off the belt. Can I very carefully pick that up? Okay. There. Why was this a splitter? I don't actually know. Okay, this design is going to be just totally messed up. Let's just remake this. I don't know why I'm trying to be too precious with it. Let's just pick up the little bits and move things along. So you're coming down, you're going to come over here. We're going to split you into one line. You're going to continue that way. You're going to come down here. We're going to combine you into one line. But then we're also going to filter the geodes out onto the left side. There we are. And there we go. Please, thank you. Okay, so now those can go up that way, and this can go up that way. And now we've got almost like a byproduct bus going on. And that's kind of the ideal. And then this belt down here could easily be raised a couple tiles. But who cares that much? There you go. And then there's still plenty of room, hopefully, for the other byproducts to join us here. So I might not like just how careless I'm being with space here. Let me actually see if I can make this better. Yeah, I don't like that. Because we are a little tight on space. Like, I did plan for a little wiggle room through here, but not that much. So let's not be wasteful. There we are. So then you come up that way, and then that just works better, honestly. That's even neater. Okay. So all the geodes flow up that way. Crushed stone will flow up that way. The actual ore resumes travel that way. Okay, all good. Let's get these trees out of the way. And there we go, okay. And then we'll just keep dragging these up. And we've got a long way to go. So I might just copy a big stretch. Because I know we're going to have to probably go through cliffs or lakes and whatever. And let's just start getting that going. Oh, nope. Okay. We're just gonna keep running it up until we're over the fluid train. Up and up it goes. Right there. And let's keep going up that way, wherever that winds up. Wonder where my construction pots wound up. Come on, guys. Oh, you're gonna go way down there. Okay. Well, you have fun. I guess I'll start laying some of this by hand. Let's grab some landfill and just start running up this way. There we are. And a little more, it looks like. And I don't know exactly how far I need to take this, so I'll just say that's good enough for now. I am mostly just kind of planning and sketching out at this phase. So, have this train coming in here. This is supplying the flotation machines. I'm going to need another train station for the other wastewaters. Let me go throw my junk in machines. I should have done that a minute ago when I was still down there. It just didn't occur to me for whatever reason. I'll be nice and let the bots charge up, I guess. There we go. Go deal with that. Man, this is quite a trek down here. There we go. There we go. And there we go. Okay. All good. Why do you have wastewater building up in you? I'm sure we don't have a full tank of wastewater. We definitely do not. So, what's the deal? The pump is going. Oh, you're backwards still? These are backwards from you. What? Hold on, what? Okay, I hadn't noticed that. Okay. I guess that's why I got confused before. I guess I was just looking at the top ones, but the top ones don't match the ones below it. Wonder how many people noticed that one, because I certainly didn't. Okay. Well, that's fixed for the second time. Okay. I have roboport I can put there myself. Oh, there's the radar I made but never decided to place, I guess. So that's going to get all this part constructed. So all the way back up again, and then we'll start planning out more train stations. So one of the things that I talked about before is that these fluid train stations up here at the top are going to... I have this one bringing in the purified water, and then this one's carrying out the sulfuric wastewater. But then there's another 3 types of wastewater. So that's going to be a whole nother fluid station all by itself. So if I go ahead and grab the train blueprints, there we are. And where's the stacker? There you are. And then I don't actually have a fluid train station. I really should, but I don't. But my train stations don't snap to grid anyway. So I guess I'll just copy this one down here. It's gonna copy... Well, no, there's no recipes down here, so actually that works just fine. I'll just copy that and move it up here. Saw that you'd mixed up hooking up output and input, but thought you caught the whole thing and stopped paying close attention. Well... You see, I thought I'd caught it too, but apparently not. Clear out really all this area just so I can see. Do need to get power in here. So let's say right there. And just keep carrying it forward until I can connect to something. There we go. And there we go. That is going to copy the train station name, which I don't want it to do. Let's just clear that for now. Can't be empty. Okay. So, let me remember what all needs to go in here. So we already have sulfuric, so fluoric fluoric and nitric. Fluoric. Oh, I have to research each time. Fluoric. Fluoric. Nope, there you are. And... okay. Nitric. So, and then you're just gonna be... wastewater. Yeah, good enough. I have no idea what color to make you. Can't really see on the preview here, so... just on pure intuition, you're gonna be 175, 125, and 75. That should be a suitably ugly color, probably, maybe? Oh, I can see right there, it's kind of brown. Would like something a little more grayish, I think. Maybe a little less blue. Yeah, that's about all I feel like messing with it. Let's say that's a good enough wastewater color. Thanks, guys. Where are roboports on these other stations? Just kind of a knight's move down from the stop. I am going to just replicate that on these guys. Just because they are going to need them eventually. And that does mean you also need roboports just kind of somewhere in here also. Like so. And then I'll deal with those as needed. There you are. And you have a radar in the way. Awesome. Oh, well, you don't connect anyway. Well, okay, I probably wouldn't get connections for that. Do you go right up to the power pole, right up to the edge? I think that perfectly works. I'm just going to assume that perfectly works. No, artisanal reskins. I don't have it. Not that I have anything against it for some reason. I just don't have it, no. Typically, when it comes to reskin mods and things like that, like, I might use them if it were, just a personal play, but especially on a community map or something, I figure most people probably don't have reskins, and I just go for consistency. And come on, guys, you can do it. There we go. Okay, so all this time, and I still haven't even actually started working on the area that will process the byproducts. I've just gotten the second train station in place. So let's actually start looking at how I'm going to handle that. I know I'm going to need crushers, that's why I've been making so many crushers. The flotations are just useful for later, but the crushers in particular I know I'm going to need now. I don't have any melters or liquefiers, so let me go ahead and do that. I do have liquefier 3s. I don't think I need that though. I think I'll stick with 2s, and if I need the throughput, then I can do something about it. That was what confused me. I thought you had, and I lacked it because the reskins made iron, copper, steel look more vanilla. Ah. Oh, I remember. You had some interesting issues with some of your ore textures, and I think that was about 2 weeks ago? I'm not exactly sure. Let me just bring this up like one more length here. That's probably overkill, but I just want it done, you know? Some of my personals are probably going to get stuck waiting for base bots to come out here with landfill, if I had to guess. But I'll just stand here and be like the best emotional support I can be while they work. So the crushed stone is really the one that I'm the most worried about, because I don't know a good way to handle crushed stone, but I certainly don't want to put crushed stone on a train. So I think for the moment I will prioritize turning crushed stone into mineral water, and then when mineral water is full, I will turn it into stone. But that does mean then when stone is full, I will then have to have a third path that converts it into more mineral water that is then just voided. But I think that's the best plan. I could also just have the stone turned into landfill. That's more or less what I do now, even though I do void some of it in the form of mineral water. Going forward, I am going to need more and more landfill, I feel, so maybe I'll leave room for additional voiding if necessary, but I won't worry about it for right now. Let me see if I want to add one more train stop worth of space here, because I'm, you know, that's always the motto that I live by, is leaving yourself room is a favor to yourself. So if I did have just one more train stop right here with a stacker, and then that same... Oh, nope. Please go away. That same train station from before. There we are. Just one more fluid train station. I feel like is going to be necessary. Okay, I know it's necessary, actually. The chemical refineries do need fluids. So I know I'm going to need at least one more fluid train stop. So that can all go in here, and we'll just figure out exactly what I want to do with that later. There we go. I should probably go ahead and just grab this here, get all the power lined up for it. Yeah, there we go. And then we can finally actually start on working on the thing I've been trying to work on. This is just unset. It's nothing. Alright. If anything, that's probably a little too much already. So let's do like that. And then we'll have the processing area kind of up in here, though that's going to be a lot of landfill. But yeah, I'm just going to fill in basically this whole lake right in here. Let's get the bots on that. Oh, actually I missed this part down here. Oh, I thought I did. Maybe I didn't. Maybe that's in construction range of the base? Oh, it is. Look at that. Okay. Why do you have no power? Oh, there you go. You're just missing a power pole. Okay. Some of my personal bots are a little stuck. Ah, they're waiting on landfill. Let me see if I can help you out, guys. Doesn't really look like it. Yeah, that one's a little stuck, but that's the best I can do. Okay, being that I'm kind of just right on the edge of the bus at this point, I think I'm going to run a robot connection this way. I don't see any reason not to. Let's just do something kind of like that. And then I'll just get power over however I can. Hmm. Where do you connect? Okay, you connect here. And then I'll run a big pole this way to connect to the base as well. From somewhere, please. Okay, that'll have to move eventually, but for right now it can stay. Yeah, you can go like right there. And just give me a normal power pole there. And that should at least make it a lot nicer for the bots to come over and build this stuff over here, since that's so much landfill. This gives them a lot more opportunities to be able to charge up. Speaking of which, I'm going to turn personals back on and kind of charge up myself again. So we do have most of this within construction range. There's a little bit that peeks out up the top, but I'm not really concerned about that. Has anything randomly died while I've been out working? No, this all seems to be pretty much hanging on. Hin is showing a little weakness, but I think that's just because we don't make enough. Yeah, you make 1 per second, and I know we're consuming more than 1 per second. Yeah, this guy could handle 3 per second at top speed, so that's just to be expected. I don't think I can make a casting machine 2 or anything, and even if I could, I doubt my ore would hold up. In here. Okay, I can make a strand casting machine 2. Okay, if it is an option, I guess I should look at it. Let me at least look at it before I roll it out. Yeah, even already you don't have enough copper, so that's, there would be no point in doing that. Yeah, we just don't get quite enough copper ore coming in. You might see copper ore on the belt here and think that's, you know, free for the taking, but it's not building up on the end of the belt, so even at Blast Furnace 1 speeds, we're not quite making enough. Oh, that's a lot of bots. Hey there, bots. How long have I played Factorio for? That is an interesting question. If you mean when I started a long time ago. Like, before Factorio was ever on Steam, I had Factorio. But if you mean hours played, I'm probably dwarfed by a lot of people who play Factorio very regularly. Like, I mean, I even started the community maps back in 2015, I think it was? I believe it was May... Oh, it was 16. I think it was May 2016. I don't know, I'd have to check actually now. But either way, I've been doing this roughly 10 years just on the community map. But I don't often actually get the opportunity to play just due to time reasons. So maybe if I had to just throw a number out there, I'm probably close to 2,000 hours. But that is a complete guess. Oh, there goes all the accumulators, I guess. Oh, that's a bad time for the accumulators to give out. But I am happy. I have some of these, the fast accumulators are completely dead, but that's what these slow accumulators are for. They give you just a little brownout protection, so I am happy to have those. Yeah, it looks like those fast accumulators, when they drop, everything goes pretty full brownout mode, but that just means everything's working exactly as intended. The fast ones keep everything operational, and the slow ones give us brownout protection. So, you know, that's exactly as designed. Since summer 2024 with 600 hours is pretty good. That's pretty impressive, I gotta tell you. Granted, I did say that my number is just a complete guess, but that's pretty good. Started half a year ago. So I started half ago as long. Yes, I started half ago as long and have double the hours. Cool, didn't need that kind of perspective, but cool. seablock at 600 hours is wild. I fully agree with that. That's a pretty... At a time when some people are still learning how to, like, signal trains or something, that's pretty intense. Yeah, he's up to blue science, last I heard, or at least he was working on it. Can I... Okay, quick detour. Can I make charge pads? I think at this point I need charge pads. This is a little ridiculous. I need to be able to, just place charge pads. They're not even expensive. I just haven't built my production in a way that's easy to make them. Where actually are they? There you are. They need antennas, charging, and steel. So I already have those on this belt up here, more or less. Yeah, where do you output, actually? Into here. Okay, so this belt actually already has charge pads and antennas on it. Unfortunately, it is those components that I'm always short on roboports, and I do want to prioritize actual roboports before charge pads. But I will just carry this over. I know there's steel in here somewhere. Right here. I am out of steel, it looks like, which is somewhat of a problem, and this belt is wild, but that is intentional. Okay, I almost gave myself a heart attack, so let's, make this a little more visually indicative that that's supposed to be happening. Okay, I will have to go look at steel in a second, but either way, I will split steel here, and have an assembler here, and you're going to make charge pads. I don't know if I want the big charge pad or the little charge pad. I think for the most part I would... How expensive? 1 and 4. 1 to 9. The steel cost is pretty much irrelevant. How much are the charge pads themselves? A charge pad is 2 batteries, some steel and circuits. They're somewhat expensive, but... You're a 2x2. Whereas you are also 2x2. I'm gonna go with the 4s, I think. I don't know, that's a difficult one, because I feel like that allows me to not have to be as precious with them. Like, I'm able to put them where I need even just a little, whereas if it's the 9s, I'd only be putting them like where I really, really need them. So I think for my use case, in this scenario, the 4 is better. But I would probably disagree in most any other scenario. You have no power. Let's bring you over here. And you're going to be logistics limited to... Where even are you? Charge pad 1. And I only want, like, 20 of these. At any given time. Should be good. Let me throw my junk that I picked up into here. Oh, I know I have junk. I just picked up some. There you are. Okay. Plan on learning trains properly while doing that. Wow, okay. So let's see. There's a dropped as you, because my brain doesn't brain. That's fine. I figured out what you meant. I just had to reread it while I was also thinking about factory stuff. Didn't know trains until 900. I don't know when I really committed to learning trains, honestly, but it was... I don't know. I always kind of liked trains, so I probably got around to it at like the 400 mark or something. But I don't really know. Plan on learning trains while doing seablock, though. That is crazy. And shouting random references, yeah, I can relate. I definitely enjoy... Sometimes half the fun of shouting random references is in knowing that other people won't know them, and you get to just kind of enjoy the confusion, I guess. The best part is that there is stream attention lag, so I just seem insane. I mean, There is, I think there's usually about 20-30 seconds of stream delay, just the default on YouTube. I know there's something you can do to change that, I just haven't ever bothered. Maybe I should, though. Maybe next time I set up a stream, I'll see what I can do. I just typically don't do that because I hope, at least, that that stream delay allows for a couple missed packets here and there, and my internet isn't always the best, so I hope that with a little bit of stream delay the experience is smoother, but I might try one stream with less stream delay. What am I even doing? I've been so sidetracked. I built the charge pads, I think. Oh, steel. Steel is, like, seemingly completely dead. So let me go see what I can do about steel. Steel's also on a gray belt for most of this. So just, while I'm here, I'm gonna throw some random upgrades down. Long stretch of belt right there. And there we are. Okay, steel, what's going on? Okay, you have the molten steel. That's not an issue. I just need more casting power. You're casting machine 1s, I'm just gonna upgrade you. I could go to 3s, but let's stick with 2s for right now. And then those 1s that I just picked up, I'll also upgrade to 2s. Just to have a couple on me. Never said I was sensible. Well, everyone's got to learn at some point. And so, you know, there's always going to be some context there. Your context is while doing seablock. So, if it works, you know? You would know your playstyle better than anyone. No matter what, there's some stream delay, yes. There will always be some, but I believe YouTube bakes in about 30 seconds by default, so I'll see if I can't knock that back for the next one, just as an experiment. I almost always have some parameter or other that I experiment with when I stream now. For the first several streams, I was experimenting with microphone settings, but the consequence of that is I believe it was days 2 and 3. My microphone was actually pretty rough to listen back to. Why is this backed up? I'm in full ADHD mode right now. Nickel storage is backed up. Oh, that's not very cool. What do I do about that? Because the only place that I do nickel is to make Invar, I believe? Yes, and it's not like I'm using Invar. I might, just so I can store it, I might set up some nickel smelting. Because otherwise I'm going to not be able to do lead, and that's a problem. So, one space, new input, and then building, and output. Just copy that, and I'll bring the pipes over. And I can literally just split this here. There's no reason not to, I don't think. I'm gonna pull off this belt unevenly, though, which I'm not a huge fan of. I don't know a not insane way of doing this otherwise, though. I'd also like to know what to do about backed up nickel storage. Just added another box and flipped off future me. Yeah, that's been my approach to a lot of ore storage so far. Is, you know, I'll figure it out in the future. I'm going to use carbon as a fuel here. Just shake things up a little bit. And then I am going to split here. And then bring you up. And then I'll leave room for a splitter here. I'm not exactly worried about doing it right now, though. In you go. And out you go. Let's get one of these guys. Pop down over here. And keep in mind, this is all just so that I can store the nickel. I don't even need to do anything with it right now. I just need it to not be in boxes. Or rather, I need it to not be in those boxes. Nickel. There we are. In you go. And where's some power? Let's at least keep things consistent. There we are. Another one of these guys. Yeah, right there, I think is right. Nah, okay. In you go. And nickel. Nickel. Oh, I know nickel's in here somewhere. There you are, nickel. Try and use it to reduce the drain on other resources. I'm sure there's something that can be done with nickel. Let me get it plugged in real quick. Like, I haven't even looked at what nickel's useful for up until now, because I haven't had nickel, but now that I'm producing it, I did plan on, seeing if I could do anything with it. But it looks like the only thing nickel's really used in is, the later game roboports, at least the plates. Yeah, you're only used in making the plates, and there's no, like, nickel wire or anything, so... And this isn't a matter of, research or anything, because this isn't, recipes I can craft. This is actually the, like, the Factoriopedia. So the only thing that nickel is being used in is I can turn it into, sheet rolls, or plates, but sheet rolls just become plates anyway. And then the plates are only used in roboports. Molten nickel is only used to make those, and nickel ingots can be used... Okay, there is a research, it looks like, probably after ink science, where I can use it to bulk out iron, but that's not for quite a while. Does look like I can use it in making titanium, but that's even further away, because that's an induction furnace 4. At the same time as iron, I can probably bulk out steel. Yeah, all of these look like, later on researches. Let me pop down an induction furnace, and I'll just look through the recipes and see if anything else has nickel in it, but I don't believe I have any of the recipes that take nickel, at least not yet. You have another solder recipe that's tin and zinc. That's maybe worth looking into. Though then I have nothing to do with all my lead, so maybe not. I can make molten bronze with nickel. Maybe I'll set that up, because I do have bronze production, and that's just a good idea. Yeah, I think I am going to go set up that molten bronze recipe. Does mean I have to fish some belts around, but that is just good all around, honestly. That's brass. That's zinc. Aluminum. Oh, my bronze is pretty far away. Okay, here's bronze. Bronze and Invar. Yeah, I do have Invar going, and I did just notice the bronze recipe, but thank you for the shout out. Like we were just talking about, stream delay and all. Induction furnace. Let's make a couple more of those. And let's go bronze 2. So those are still going to get loaded in, but then I do need to get the nickel down here somehow. Easier said than done. Oh, I can pick that up. That doesn't need to be up there. Let's see. I can run it kind of straight down this line right here. If you see the madness, that's a pretty clean line. Let me run this backwards. From right around here, going this way. Bronze is also a key ingredient for buildings. Yes. Bronze taking nickel is actually very nice. And of course I immediately get sidetracked by having to pick more research, and I'm not really sure what I want to be researching right now. What's this give me? I guess I probably want that. Is there a silicon one? There is. You take a nasty chemical, though, so I don't think I want to mess with you right now. There's some interesting stuff I could do in that area, but I'm not real sure. Excuse me. Not real sure how interested I am. Cobalt. I do need to produce cobalt at some point. I might research some of these better metal recipes, even if I'm not immediately interested in working on them. Already have you queued. I might just throw like a lab speed at the front, just so that when I do need something, I can actually be working on it. Making a megabus. I've mentioned this before, but one of my, like, Factorio goals, something I would like to do someday, is a Pyanodons run. Like a full pie run. And I've purposely never watched anyone get more than maybe like 50 hours into a pie run, just because I want to go into it mostly blind. And you might be thinking 50 hours, isn't that quite a lot? But 50 hours in pie is nothing. And the buses that some people have made in pie are just ludicrous. The bases you wind up in making even just a normal pie base, absolutely insane in the best way possible, and I would love to get in on that somehow. This needs to come up one when we get to about here. That is gonna make some of this pretty difficult, so I think I'm actually going to have to underground these belts instead. Oh, not cool. What needs this? You do? Okay. And then carbon can go in here. Yeah, that's pretty... Why do I have crushed stone on me? Let me go take care of some of this junk in my inventory real quick, and then I'll get back to setting that up. I just literally ran out of inventory room, so that's suddenly an urgent need. I've been putting it off, but here we go. Factorio community map for all of 2027 and 28. Yeah, that's about how much time I would have to set aside for something like a pie run, but I do want to do it at some point. Don't think I would be able to swing the community map for 2 years, though. That's probably a little too much. I've got nickel ore on me. I guess I'll go deal with that later. Let's continue running this belt back, now that we've got the room. There we are. And we're almost there. Almost home free. Just got a little more to go. Please don't do that. There we go. And then maybe here? One more. No, one more than that. Okay, there we go. And I can split right here. There we go. Okay. These get thrown... Do I even put these in a box? I don't even think I put those in a box. I think they get to just sit there. sit there in shame the same way that the, well, at least you go in a box. You kinda get used. Oh, and you need inserters, of course. There you are. This is silver, never mind. Well, you can still have that, whatever. I need inserters here. I think might as well at some point. I have also not finished Space Age yet. What is the community map? The community map, yeah, I've been running the community map for roughly 10 years now. I post a seed and often a mod list on Reddit, and get people together to play the maps as a group. Not as like a multiplayer map, but we all play the same single-player map for the month, and then kind of compare our bases at the end. If you check the description on the stream, there's some links to the Reddit threads, where I have last month's result thread and the current running map thread for this month. Though granted, when I do Bobs and Angels, I always make that a 2-month event, so this quote-unquote month is running through January and February. That said, I'm noticing that this is not getting placed, and I'm concerned. I'm sure I will, even if I don't get this finished by the end of February. I'm hoping I do, but say I don't, then I do plan on continuing it regardless. Where are my belts made? Up here, okay. You do have belts, okay. I just wanted to make sure, after last time not having any gray belts, I was a little paranoid. Okay. So that should be nickel dealt with. Is the nickel backlog going anywhere? Half of it is. Doesn't really seem to be getting consumed, though. Are you running? Okay, the problem is we're backed up on bronze. I guess that makes sense. We don't really use it in science or anything, so that's only when I make stuff. So I do still need this going into something. I guess I might as well throw it into some boxes. There we go. I might even get another extra box. There we go. Yeah, pie is not something I could do as a monthly map. That would just have to be a personal project. Let's get a roboport down here so we don't have this dead area. How are everything? Okay, I think I might finally have all the roboports placed. I don't see any roboports missing. That's very good news. That's very nice to see. Yes, I believe all the roboports have finally been placed. These ghosts are just some crushers, whatever, that's fine. That's for crushed coal. I didn't wind up needing that much. This is just landfill. And they seem to be filling that in. I guess I've exhausted my landfill supplies. Let me see. Yeah, that's all my landfill, actually. I think I have a priority splitter somewhere. No, okay, it's just a regular splitter, never mind. I was gonna say, I think I might priority split down into these guys, but I do void mineral water, but it doesn't look to be the case anymore. I might reverse that then, and say output priority to the right, so that I can at least get some more landfill going. Because this will just back up once it saturates the landfill assembler. And yeah, you're not running very often. Granted, these guys aren't necessarily running very often either, but that's fine. Whatever. Let's see. You can also see my stream info on that post if you're curious, though I stream way later. Of course, it's a different name. Oh, don't worry about promoting. Just tell them what it is. Give them your name. Maybe I'll come watch when I'm done myself. I make no promises. Often I go make dinner once I'm done streaming. I feel like I've been distracted for the last, like, hour and haven't actually accomplished very much. Let me see if I can get this area set up, because until I get that byproduct area set up, I can't really continue with the ore area much. So let's go run over and tackle that. But before I can do that, I have to get all this junk out of my inventory. Nickel's right down here, otherwise it would get the same treatment as the fish and the cellulose and all, but since it is right here, I will go put it away. And nickel ingots can go in there. Nickel plate I do not need. There we go. Don't really need zinc plate either. Yeah, all this is fine, I think. Fine enough. You added mine to the post I've just never mentioned on the same guy. Okay. All that's been put away. I'll click. I still have copper ingots on me. Let's go put the copper away wherever copper even is. Hold on, where is copper? I thought there was some copper over there, and there is. I know I make more for bronze, but I'm already past it. Here I am. And in you go. Okay, once more, over to the area, start dealing with byproducts. So, I have fluid tanks, I'm sure. Let me just double check. I have no fluid tanks. Fortunately, I have this chain of roboports over there now. Oh, and I might be making charge pads. Let me just get horribly distracted once again. Can I make, one of you? I wonder what this is. Fly area 2x2, construction 2x2, radar coverage 1. I guess that's just for circuit networks. I want one of these zone extenders, so whenever I get little, if you see the little green area right there, I hate the logistics dead zones because they really, screw with your bots when they're trying to bring you orders. So I'm going to just handcraft one of those and put it up there. And I know it'll be a minute, but I'll get that taken care of. So, no, I've literally never made even one of these. But oh well, that just means they've been putting all the resources towards roboports, and clearly I've needed it. And it seems to be steel now. Let me make sure there's nothing wrong with steel before I leave. Are you steel? I believe you are, yes. So there's just no molten steel to go around. You have no silicon, that's interesting. I mean, I guess that's fine. I have the backup steel going, and we're producing that as quickly as I can. These are blast furnace 2s also, so it's not like that's slow. Yeah, I just have a very large steel demand at the moment. Oh well. That's part of what the new ore area is all about, is trying to increase throughput, so as long as it is an actual throughput issue, I guess that's fine. And that little green area is all taken care of. It would be about 4 to 10 GMT if at all. Okay. Well, we'll both try and pop in and see how you're doing then. Alright, personal bots, let's just dump all my landfill into this area and see what you got. This would be a lot easier to do myself, I realize. Yeah, there we go. And that still wasn't a lot, actually. Is there any landfill down where I make the bricks? Because I know there's like a little bit being made down here. Only 150, really? I expected way more down here. Because all the mud that's ever produced by this entire facility comes down here and gets turned into landfill, so that's just, not very much. I do think I will go ahead and grab it, though. No reason not to. So you do have power, but you don't have logistics. I just handcrafted one of these. I think this is a perfect use case for one of these guys. Now, I'll just make another. And any moment now, it'll be done. Any second. There we go. And then the bots can go deal with that. Okay. You know, it might be easier on the construction bots, funny enough, if I were to do it like that. Nope, because that's just personals. Alright, whatever then. Turn off personals. And then I think construction bots might be able to go deal with it. Like, directly. Okay, let's start planning out where these crushers are gonna go. So, assuming I don't need any more train stations, and that is a big assumption, I can start building in here. What I think I will do is whatever outputs I wind up making from this will need to be put on a train regardless. So I think I will make a train station here, but I won't decide what kind of station it actually is. And then that gives me a good idea how much room I have to put crushers and stuff. So these byproducts can come in, and I'll start dealing with them around here. So I have crushed stone, and I have the geodes. But I want to deal with the geodes first, because the geodes also produce crushed stone. There's also several different types of geodes, so I do want to be mindful of that. So I'm going to make vertical columns of crushers who deal with geodes. And I'm going to build this to be able to handle one yellow belt of throughput. And the reason I do that is that then if I need to upgrade to red belts, then I can just upgrade to the next tier of crushers also, and that just works. And also it makes it much easier if I wind up needing more throughput, I can just copy and paste again, and I know I have exactly a belt's worth of throughput. So that's my thought process here at least. So this is for a yellow belt is 15 items a second. Like if I just put it down, you can see on the left. So that's 7.5 per side. So even just 2 of these is already actually overkill. Per side of belt, of course. I'm thinking of something like that. So that does, since I need so few, that actually does make me wonder exactly how I should deal with that. So maybe it would be better to have them all in a line, like I did just a moment ago. If I do it like that, and then I have then I have my input belt coming like this. Because you output 2 crushed stone for every crystal dust. Never streamed or made a YouTube video, so don't expect it. That's fine. It's not like I'm exactly the height of professional streamer right here, you know? If I bring this in, I think I would actually like your input to be on the back, because then I can pull crushed stone out this way, and it makes it a lot cleaner to get your crushed stone to go up with here. And I won't try and join your belt, because I'm expecting... How much crushed stone do I actually get per this setup? I don't think I ever checked. Wherever it even is. There we go. So when I do ore here, the recipe gives me... Okay, so it's half. So if I have a yellow belt of ore coming through here, I can expect half a belt of crushed stone to come up. So for every ore type, I'm going to have half a belt. So for every 2, that's a full belt. So 1, 2, 3. I should have 3 belts of crushed stone coming up. And then I will have... How many geodes do I actually get from this? So for every 2 ore that comes in, I get a... Okay, let's just say for every 4 that come in, I get 1 out. Even though it's chance-based, let's just say on average, for every 4 in, I get 1 out. So that's going to be less than a belt of blue geodes. I do want to plan for a full belt of input, but I'm not actually going to get a full belt of input, so that's also good to know. Because that determines how I handle the outputs here. Let's go ahead and get all the geode types stamped down, I guess. So these are blue. I guess the type doesn't really matter much, I'll put the types in later. Let me get the inserters in before I start copying this, I guess. That would be the smart thing to do. Okay. So this is going to be a little weird, but I think what I'll do is I'll have the geodes input on the bottom. And I'll have the crystal dust output over here, and I'll have the crushed stone output on this side. And that just makes it easier to route where it needs to go. So I'll go ahead and put those inserters down. Here's your input. And then output. These guys need to be long. There we go. And then I believe I left room for power poles. Just barely not. Okay, so someone's got to move. Who gets to be, how do you have 3 inserters on you? That's not correct. I knew that design was supposed to work. Okay, something's not right. Okay, so that's correct. That's what I wanted to do. Let me just put your power poles down. Okay, and then I'll just move you here. There we go. And then I can put power up there. Very nice. Okay. I mean, of course it doesn't actually have power, but I can literally fix that by just doing that. So everyone's cool, all good. You can input and output. You can output and input. You input and output. You output and input. Good. Good, good, good. Okay. All should be cool. I'll even do the thing where I make sure they each have an innie and an outie. You're one of the better Factorio streamers I've watched since you're able to continually discuss your thought processes. Oh, I appreciate that. I try. Generally, as the more I talk, I feel the more scatterbrained my builds get. But I do, I don't know, I kind of enjoy the chaotic energy of it also. And I think sometimes being able to say what you're thinking out loud does help you make sure that what you're actually thinking makes sense also. Like, even just a minute ago when I was about to copy and paste this, it was only because I was saying it out loud that I kind of took a second-guessed it and was like, maybe that's not the best idea. So, if I have a full belt of blue geodes, that would translate into a full belt of crushed stone. So none of these belts can share. I'm not going to have a full blue belt of blue geodes, but supposing I did, then, you know, that's our build criteria. So I'm going to leave a little room between each of them, just in case. Always leave room. And how many geotypes are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where does each ore type get its own geode, I wonder? That's bobmonium for the red ones. That's rubite for the green ones. Okay, I suppose they do then. And then purple geodes from Giblite. Yeah, okay. So I suppose they do just each get their own geode type, and I'm assuming none of the geodes are special in any way, they just get crushed. Yes, so you all get crushed into crystal dust. That's cool with me. Just hit my 300 mark and putting off going back to Gleba. Was thinking about maybe starting a modded overhaul. Would Bobs and Angels or Crestorio be a good starting point? If you're having trouble with Gleba, like, trying to use that as a marker for about how much experience you might have in Factorio. As much as I do love Bobs and Angels, I would probably recommend just playing Crestorio. Don't throw anything else in the mix. You might be tempted, but try Crestorio. That's going to be a different enough game that it'll feel different, especially if you're feeling a little burnt out on Gleba, but it should be able to be playable and enjoyable is the main idea. Yeah, so I see my sentiments being echoed there. Crestorio is a good starter. Did the initial further research. Gleba is incredibly divisive, and I think that's very interesting. I am of the unpopular opinion that Gleba is probably the most fun of the space age planets. Now, of course, Vulcanus is super powerful and it's just a joy to build on. Everything's free and you can kind of just mega base however you want. But I do enjoy the puzzles of Gleba the most out of any of the new planets. Again, I recognize that's going to be an unpopular opinion there, but I actually quite enjoyed Gleba. If you want the true non-professional streamer experience, I did actually stream myself playing Space Age. But that one's a little rough to listen to. I took a lot of lessons away from my Space Age streams that I've brought into the Bobs and Angels streams. Let me clean this up before I copy and paste it. Any more than that, because I have a few belts here and there that didn't make any sense. And then I'm gonna bring you down, and there we go. I might actually extend these output belts to make it a little easier to tell what's supposed to be an output also. Not Alt, copy. And... I want to keep that much room between all of them. I think that's a bit of a waste. I will definitely keep some room, just in case I have to worm things through, but I think I can probably do something like this pretty safely. I don't think there's any problems with that. And then these are your input belts. Let's drag those down just a little bit. Yeah, something like that. Glad I could help. K2 is also a good litmus test for if you will like overhauls, since it has pretty bad intermediate bloat early on, but it isn't as bad as most overhauls mid-game intermediate bloat. I think I just made it overly difficult for myself clearing with PLDs. Yeah, personal laser defenses on Gleba is gonna be... that's just setting yourself up for a not very fun experience. How am I going to get all these inputs in here? This is, these are going to be a lot more belts than I was anticipating, to tell you the truth. I do hope I have enough room for all of this. I just realized, being that this is the one on the bottom, I've made a massive mistake making this the inside belt here, all the way. So I have 6 things, that's going to be 3 belts, but also 6 unique belts of geodes. That's a lot of belts. So I think I will make this the outside most belt, which means 2 belts for crushed stone, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is where it should be. So let's go ahead and get that going. I'll have to clean up these geodes on the belt later. That's not a big deal. More than anything, I want to see just how wide this is going to wind up being, and if it winds up being in the way of anything. Yeah, that's a lot of belt delay. We'll see, oh, I actually don't need nearly that much. Let's do like that, and like that. Well, the crushed stone actually does need to be there. That can stay. Because these are the crushed stone belts. Let's go ahead and lay that down to like there-ish. I don't know exactly where that's gonna need to go. And all of these also, I guess I should go ahead and start laying. So I might as well just copy a little section like this. And then grab from here and start bringing that down as well. I don't want to go too crazy with that one, but I just want to get the landfill going, since landfill has been a limiting factor here. And then let's start getting these inputs hooked up. Leva finally got me to use the rocket launcher. Tesla turrets are my favorite. Tesla turrets are, of course, the thing you're kind of quote-unquote supposed to use on Gleba, yeah, but until you get the Tesla turrets, rockets are fun. I do enjoy the rocket turret. I almost wish there was more use for them on Gleba. Like, I wish they were just a smidge better and you didn't have to rely on the Teslas. Offensive rockets are something that I have pretty much never used, so that is interesting. You do remind me, and I just saw a short about this actually on my YouTube homepage, that I'd forgotten, but destroyer capsules were buffed pretty heavy in 2.0 because electric damage was buffed pretty heavy in 2.0. At least I think that's how it works. I don't remember exactly the intricacies here, but I do remember that for one reason or another, some of the capsules wound up being much stronger than they used to be. How many more do I have here? Okay, so all of this has to come down by 1. That's unfortunate. Not the biggest deal. Let's just go ahead and nudge you all down 1. Yeah, that's fine. There you are. And get some of these, just roll in. Come on, guys. And then this one gets to go on the very front. And I'll have to set these recipes later based on which geodes I wind up connecting into this. But for right now, I do know that the very furthest geode actually has to get to the very furthest belt, which does mean it has to get under all the stone... excuse me, under all the stone belts. Sip of water time, I think. Was electric damage buffed? I'm pretty sure that's correct, but I've always just focused on the hard nerf to energy drain, making PLBs mostly useless. Electric damage would be different than laser. Don't... No, you're good. Like I said, I'm not swearing that electric damage got buffed in and of itself. It might be that the drones themselves got buffed, somehow or another. I don't remember exactly how it worked out, because there was a long roadmap leading up to 2.0 and Space Age itself. I just remember thinking something along the lines of that's going to make destroyers better, but it could have just been them saying, hey, we're going to make destroyers better. I believe this should work pretty much perfect. Underground all the stone here. And then, unfortunately, these need to be exactly opposite. So maybe I was kind of on to something way back here when I had the blues on the inside line. Maybe that does make sense, because it's going to be a lot easier to swap them going in than it is swap them coming out. So I take it back. I was actually a genius. Don't mind me. And we'll just start picking up all this extra belt. Don't need it. I mean, we'll need it eventually, but, you know, not right now. So then, in that case, we do actually have the correct one in the correct place, and we can just bring it in. Oh, we are one short, but oh well, we can just underground this way. That's no big deal at all, actually. And then just bring that in here. How am I off by one? Who did I not connect? Unless I miscounted somewhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I miscounted somewhere. Okay. That's fine. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, what? Hold on, this is melting my brain. What's going on? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That should be correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, right here. There we go. Okay. I was losing my mind. Let's do that. That makes this a lot easier. And now I don't need that. Okay, much better. I can even reclaim the landfill now. That's cool. I've already set up byproduct geode processing, infinite electric damage research. Maybe that's what it was, is you can do electric damage research specifically now. I know with even just like a couple levels of electric damage research, the damage goes pretty high. Okay, so that should all be hooked in, working correctly, all good. The gem dust is a 1-to-1, so with one belt in, that should be one belt out. Funny enough, that's actually more crushed stone than purple geode. So fortunately, like I was saying before, we're not actually going to get a full belt of these geodes, but we are certainly going to get a full belt of the stone out then. I'm hoping we don't actually back up on stone output, but let me just run the numbers. So this is 4 to 6, so we get a 50% increase. How many geodes do we actually output here? Not very many at all. Okay, very, very few. Okay, so this is like a quarter belt. Okay. Yeah, I'm perfectly good with that. We're not even going to get half a belt of stone each out of these. Like, I would like to plan for full belts of throughput, but let's be realistic here. This is not even going to be half a belt of stone. I might even just merge some of these. Yeah, that just seems reasonable. Okay. So let me actually figure out where all these outputs are. So starting with over here, this is going to be a stone belt. So you don't need to come all this way over at all. I will just run you over to the remainder of the stone over here. How close am I to train stations? Not close at all. Okay, so that's fine. I can just have these belts run over and join up, and that's not going to be an issue. And then that's going to be dust. That's fine. You will also be stone. So I am going to just join you over here. That. And then we'll have a splitter here. And I'll probably do more or less the same thing as we go along with the others. So there's another belt. And then we'll have a third belt here. And that should be everyone taken care of. I'll even go ahead and get the undergrounds to line up, just so it's nice. I will for now just extend the crushed stuff, just so I can distinguish which belt is which. It just makes it easier to tell. I didn't want to do that much. Let's see, that's the long output, so you go high. You go high. That one goes high. And then you go high. Okay. Then all these little belts in here, these are all stone outputs. So I'll worry about getting those two joined together in just a second. Let me underground here-ish. And then I'll do the same for just all of them except for the very last one. Yeah, there we go. So where's that leave me? Okay, so this one needs to come in and go this way. Which means I want a splitter here. And then that stone can connect into there. So we want a splitter for this one. And in, and then you come over, and right there. Okay, so that should be all the crushed stone from you kind of dealt with. Very least just sent over to where all the other crushed stone is going to be. I don't anticipate these are going to be entirely full belts, but all the same, that is 6 belts of crushed stone coming in. That is quite a lot of crushed stone. So I'll deal with the crushed stone in a little bit. That's clearly not something I can deal with under this train station, but I will just kind of continue it up that way, and we'll deal with it in a little bit. That being said, let me go ahead and get this station set up. I don't know exactly what kind of station it's going to be, but I guess it's going to be slurry. What can I do with crystal slurry? I always forget. So crystal slurry can be used in many different ways, but it should just be crystal slurry. Okay, so I will just be storing crystal slurry. And slurry's made with sulfuric acid, I believe, so I'll be bringing sulfuric acid in. I already need sulfuric acid for something else, so I don't need to bring it in specifically for this. So I'll just assume I already have sulfuric acid from somewhere, and set up some liquefiers. Maybe I will use liquefier 3s here, because that's probably going to be a fair amount, but we'll see what happens. So I've got 6 belts coming in, and it's not full belt certainly, but let's say a half belt. Even that's still an exaggeration. Anyway, so these are all going to be crystal dust recipes to make crystal slurry. You handle 10 every 3 seconds. What does that come out to? 7.5. You produce 4. But again, it's not actually nearly that much. So let's say like 1 per second, because each geotype's unique. So how many of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's 30 of these. If they're running at full tilt, that's going to be about 6 per second. So about half a belt, yeah. So it's a 1-to-1 ratio. I need enough to handle 6 per second of the crystal dust, which even just one of you does. But that does mean I need about one of you per lane. So that works out fairly well to me. Since this is a liquid, I can actually just put you like right down here. I see no problems with this. That should just be fine. And this is one of those things where I guess if I do need to change it in the future, I always can. This splitter's kind of in the way, and I don't want to move all this, so maybe I will move these guys up a little bit. So let's actually say maybe more like that. There we go. And we'll figure out belts and all later. It's not exactly a big deal. I do need to make more of these, though. Wherever they are. Liquefier 2s. So all these get moved down by 1. There we go. Pick up some of these extra belts. No longer needed. And just keep ferrying these guys along. All of them need inserters, of course. And power. I'll get power in just a moment. Is that enough? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm missing someone. Oh, I'm missing you all the way out here in the ocean. There's that. Put you in. Okay. And yeah, nothing too special about that. Power goes in, no problem. You still need your input, of course, but that's a problem for later. We'll route all of your outputs into a train. I kind of wish I knew exactly how I wanted this to go, and I copied this from the station down below, but actually, now that I look at this, this makes no sense. So before I do anything else, let's go ahead and fix this before I wind up having any unfortunate accidents with more mixing fluids of some sort. Yeah, okay. Oh, cool. And you can just go there. And I'll just copy all this again. Yeah, that should be fine. There we go. Does mean I need the power and the roboports as well. So let's go ahead and grab that. I'm trying not to grab those belts on the top. That should work. Yeah, there we go. That's no problem. And, you know, bots will get that figured out in due time. Still need a lot more everything, it looks like. A lot more landfill. Mostly landfill, actually. I mean, that's a decent enough thing to be out of. That's just a byproduct from ore, so that'll definitely get there eventually. But now that we have the geodes figured out, I do need to get the stone figured out, which does mean I'm going to need a lot more landfill. Is there any way I can bump this landfill production process even in the short term? Oh god, why is there no crushed stone? Something has gone horribly wrong. What's happened? Okay, let's start from science. Blue science. No red circuits. Because there's no transistors. Because there's no silver wire. Because there's no copper wire. Yeah, it seems like so. Yes, copper is completely gone. Because there's no ore of any kind. Yeah, nothing's outputting because this isn't outputting. Why are you not outputting? You should be greater than or equal to. That's the problem. All of these will have to be changed then. Whoops. Let's get that moved over. This is just a circuit condition I set up to keep my ore unloading balanced, but classic programmer move. We were just talking about that actually. Off by 1. They were all exactly the average, and since none of them were above average, none of them would output. So they have to be above or equal to the average. And hopefully that should work. Yes, so those have disabled now, but these are still enabled because this one's dropped below average. Okay. Okay, crisis averted. I guess that's why Landfill's been taking so long. The base has just been dead. Didn't even notice. Awesome. Okay. Well, hopefully that'll kick everything back to life now. And I'll just pretend everything's fine and go back to planning. So for crushed stone, we need to craft that into actual stone, but we also need mineral water. Fortunately, there's plenty of ocean around, so getting water is not going to be an issue. But how much crushed can you handle? So you can handle 3 crushed stone per second. So why is that breaking my brain? Okay, so I need 5 of you per belt. 5 of you will be able to handle a full yellow belt. So what I think I will do, let me go into map view. It's just a little easier. So let me get the engineer out of the way then. So if we think of each of these belts coming in this way, then as they lay here, I want probably 4 to be going into stone, and then I'll have 2 dedicated into mineral water, But I do want a balancer so that when one backs up, we will be able to send additional stone down the other routes. And as a final resort fallback, I'll have some being liquefied and then voided, I think is how this should go. Pretty sure you did the right condition for a different station, because I remember listening for that error. Yeah, I could have sworn that when I set that up I did it correctly, but you know, sometimes those things just slip by. That's why I always test my builds when I make them, you know? But I guess I didn't test it thoroughly enough. No unit tests in Factorio. That's one difference there. So let's see. If I start right around in this area here, for the first 4 belts, I will just turn you into stone. Maybe I want the last 4 then. It's easier to move liquids around than belts of items. So where would that next train station wind up coming in at? Go here, and then there. And then I might have to go back a little bit for a train station. Nope, okay, it's right there. I do need fluid, but I think I will make this one an actual item train station for the stone. This will be the stone station. So I want item loading. And maybe one of these excess fluid stations that I've built somewhere along the way I can get mineral water onto somehow. I'm not gonna stress about it for right now. I do need another radar somewhere. Maybe up in this area? Let me grab this so I can, as for all the others, have radar coverage over them. Not radar, robot coverage. And then I will add a radar. E right there. I can't see power, really, but I think that's fine. I think that's powered. Yes. And so we'll just say that's good enough. Each of these, since it is 3, I can pretty easily just dedicate 1 row of inserters per thing. And then, that gets a little messy, but we'll see how that works out. Yeah, why not? Let's start with that. So we have 5 there, and then we'll have the output just like here. Which means input can go here. That's mismatched, unfortunately. Let's start from this side then. So we'll have you bottom, top, then bottom, top, and then bottom. This works out better with the belt, because otherwise I'd have to put a belt up here if I wanted to keep the pattern. And I do want to keep the pattern. As always, we'll flip some of these inserters around so all the bottom ones get to be outside, so then all the top ones all set to be insides. And it's not perfectly balanced, but that's what you get when you have 5 assembling machines. We'll have that come around like so. There we go. And then all these should have an inbound belt, kind of like that. There we go. Okay. And we'll work from there. I might even just cut and paste this to make this a little nicer. Yeah, I think I will. That's just better. Just try and save a little bit on the landfill that I'm spending, since it seems to be in short supply. And then grab you and make sure you're all lined up. Very cool. And very cool. Okay. Now you may notice earlier I said 4 belts. This is only 3. Well, the plan is I will have a 4th one right here. And then he's just going to kind of split into these as necessary. He's whatever. I don't really care. I probably want some balancing logic on these guys. I'll add that the same as I have on the ore stations. Actually, there's no great way of doing this. Like, I can do this, but that sucks. Whatever, it is what it is. I'll just, Oh, that doesn't make any sense. I would have to do, like, that. Well, I guess and then like that. Okay, this is getting worse and worse as we go. Okay, whatever, yeah. Like that, sure. Awesome, beautiful, very cool. It's so dark. I have to, like, zoom way in to be able to see anything, but I believe that's all correct. I can set these recipes at least. Like, if you can't see anything, I apologize, but neither can I. Okay, so there's that. So don't get input and output belts confused. Let's drag the input belts down by 1. Nope, that's an output. That's why I said don't get them confused. There we go. Okay, and then we just have to get belts to hook up into these. So there you go. Where's the next one? There you go. And the last one. Okay. One. See? Something's misplaced. Oh, I have one going into input again. There we go. Because that was 5 belts, and I only built 4 lanes. There we go. Okay, where'd these guys go? Let's get you crawling up. Not much further than that, because some of you are going to go and become mineral water. These guys I do want to carry up. Like, that's fine. Something got messed up. There we go. Okay. Anyway, those guys are all hooked up, and then we have 2 lanes to come in and turn into mineral water. I'll just throw those somewhere, I don't even know. Liquefiers are in here, I believe. Yeah, there we go. I don't actually know how many per second you can handle, but we'll figure it out. So if I put you here and go, where is mineral water? Yes. So that's 22 per second. You can handle almost both belts just by yourself. So I will place a second one, I suppose, but wow, okay. Yeah, that's gonna be more than enough even when we have overflow. Yeah. If anything, I'm almost trying to figure out if there's a way I can condense this a little bit, but I don't think it's worth getting getting too involved with it. I can just have the overflow over here. And let's get some splitters in here. So what I'd like to do is prioritize to the right. Like so. But then the remaining output, whatever can't be prioritized, should be split evenly. That way, I try to force everything as far to the right as I can. Like that. I don't know if that makes any sense, actually, now that I think about it. I was going for kind of a crossbar design. But I think I'm screwing this up a little bit, but honestly, I can't be bothered to care immediately. This is just stone, and I'll see what happens with stone. I have plenty of other balancing features involved. This is just a little extra. In fact, I might take the priorities off. I think the priorities might be the wrong play here. Let's just distribute the stone amongst the belts. I think that's fine. Put these in place, and these in place. That should load onto here. This will eventually back up, which should then force all of this onto here. I think where I want a priority splitter, actually, I will have a priority splitter here, going to the right, so that if this belt backs up, we can actually get a third belt of throughput over into here. There we are. I think that just makes sense. Might as well go ahead and plan out the power poles for this guy. There we are. And then this guy can just connect down from somewhere. Yeah, like so. That's no issue. I'll even throw a lamp down here, just because I usually do for fluid machines, just to indicate direction of output. Power poles do have to move up one, otherwise I can't get water in here. Funny enough, I can just choose to not landfill here, and I can just put pumps. Almost like reactor style. That takes up a little more room than I thought it did. That's unfortunate. It's pretty... Oh, these are actual pumps, not offshore pumps. What am I doing? No, that's an offshore pump. Huh. Well, that's too bad. Okay, I won't be that funny then. I'll figure out water from somewhere else. Let's do... Just put all these back. Oh, it's backwards. There we go. And... What happened? There you go. Okay. There we go. That's, that should be working. I do need to figure out how I'm going to get water in here, but I can just rotate these around. I can even flip you. Yeah, let's just do that. I'll get water in here, and then I'll deal with the outputs separately. Maybe I'll put the inputs together. For literally no other reason than I still get to put my lamp here, if I do it this way. And then output can just escape through the top somewhere. And water, I still want to be funny. That just, that seems pretty funny. I just like that. Okay, so that whole area should just kind of come together bit by bit. still need a lot more landfill though, so let me see how the base is doing on landfill. Like, why is it taking quite this long? We do have ore now. Ore is always good. That's kind of going. This is come back to life. We got some of the tin moving. Not much of the lead moving, but it exists. So yeah, I mean, we're kind of making landfill. Are there any other recipes for you I could consider? Yeah, just the mud and just the stone. Okay. Those are the only two, so I guess I'm just waiting on those to produce enough landfill to get me there. I'm 3,000 landfill short. Did I ever get this placed? I did. Okay, so this is now empty, so we did use all that. I'm kind of tempted to just run home and the crafting time for landfill, wherever landfill is. Yeah, the crafting time for landfill is 0.5 seconds. I can make that pretty much instantaneously. I just want to be next to the stone, and I'm just going to go handcraft a whole bunch of landfill. Because we have a lot of stone in storage, there's just no easy way to tap that at the moment. And I only make landfill from the overflow. Semi-intentionally, because if I did use, like, the, if I put landfill on the bus or something, you know? Like, if I threw it up in the mall, then all of the stone would go into landfill, and then we wouldn't have any for rails or anything like that, so... I didn't want to do that. Let's just... Oh, my bots are gonna auto-trash it. Okay, and then landfill was in here, wasn't it? Where was landfill? Ah, it's in that one. There you are. And I have no idea how much landfill this is actually going to get me, but hopefully it's some. Let's see. That's about 500 landfill that I'm just handcrafting right now. That's a lot of landfill. I might call it at that and just say that's good, because even at half a second a piece, that's still almost 10 minutes of handcrafting. Or, you know, it's like 7-ish minutes. I've made all the logistics spots so unhappy, even though I was smart enough to turn off personal logistics, they're still trying to come and bring me stuff anyway. Might actually go ahead and grab 200 stone just so the bots don't try and do it themselves. I do request stone, so there we are. And then personal is back on. Since I am back home, might as well resupply. Yep, everyone just wants to come and give me a hug, it seems. Come on guys, bring it in. I don't really know what you're doing, or why I only decided to do it once I turned personals on, but you know, you have fun. You can at least come do this, I guess. No? Don't wanna? Okay. You just, every single one of you wants to come and give a touch. Why is this backed up? I guess I might as well go do stuff while I'm here. Just cause tin is backed up, which is reasonable, even though... Okay, waiting on lead. Why are we waiting on lead? Because there's no lead ore. Lead ore should be coming from here. You're backed up on aluminum, it looks like. I don't buffer aluminum, so that's not a big surprise. Wait, what? Actually, why are we not producing aluminum? Because there's no carbon? I can't see anything. Oh, your belt's just been moved somehow. I wonder how long ago that was. Oh, it was when I was moving this. Okay. I was just stupid. In fact, I might as well move you up another one and get another inserter in here, because I think you need it. I mean, I guess you only need 3 per second. Maybe 2 inserters was a little extreme, but whatever. Who cares? Not even 3 per second. You need 1 per second. Okay. Well, that should at least get the aluminum moving again, but the actual aluminum buffer is still nearing completion. So that'll be a problem sooner rather than later. All the logistics bots are still flying towards me, and I'm really not sure why. Kinda wish they wouldn't. But, you know, it's what they want to do, so who am I to tell them no? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this way to where all the landfill's needed, and I'm going to put down a provider chest, and I'm just going to let the bots have fun. I've only got about 30 left that I'm handcrafting anyway. Well, why would I let the bots do it when I can just do it by hand? All of this needs to be laid in. So let's just get to it. Yeah, now at least we can start finishing this area, even if stone is nowhere near completion. We can't even start building most of stone yet because a lot of it... Oh, okay, actually, it looks like this stuff is all completed. I was going to say, a lot of it is not even in robot range because this roboport wasn't built, but I guess we can hook around the top. Actually, are those belts? Those belts aren't in robot range. Oh, they will be once this is built. Okay, that's no big deal then. Even with all that extra landfill that I made, actually that hardly even made a dent, which is kind of just showing me just how much landfill that we need. That's kind of nuts. Like, we still have to fill in all this leading up here, so that's gonna be a while. So, as much as I don't usually like moving on to another project before a former project's finished, there's nothing that's going to get this one done but time. We just need to wait for the landfill to build up. And there's not really a lot of ways to speed that up. So I'm going to move ahead and start building out some of these other ore stations instead. I might make some of these ore stations instead. Because I could also come over here and start actually working on smelting. I've been putting off actual smelting because there's some biter bases in the way, and after last time, I'm not super keen on getting to more combat relatively soon. I might just have to go give it a try real quick though. Yeah, go place that, and then turn off personals. There we go. I'm not even gonna bother bringing the tank. The tank is pretty outclassed at this point. There's not a whole lot of point I'm just going to run up this way, see what I can do about some of these bases right in the way, and if I can't beat them in like 2 or 3 attempts, then I'll find something else to do. I think I'm gonna switch to sniper because I see some worms on the map right here that I'm gonna go deal with first. I am going to go ahead and save a nice backup save. Yes, there are autosaves, but just having your own backup save you can load back to is a little nicer. So big electric and medium electric. I'll try and take the big guy first. Even with the slow speed the sniper rifle gives you, you can still kind of just wiggle around. And I guess that was close enough to this nest to make them angry. I'm going to run around this way then, since they're going to be chasing from the left, and see if I can't go ahead and just throw some turrets down this way, if I can stop getting stuck on the water. Let's start, like, over here, and something like that. And switch weapons. Oh god. Yep. Oh, I can't move. Yeah, the electric ones really hold you in place. The electric ones are rough. Okay, so don't start by shooting the worms this time. Let's start by just... I'm looking at the minimap here to make sure I keep a fair distance. Let's start with this nest here, because that is quite a big boy. Going to, same as I did last time, just kind of form a wall of turrets, like so. Snipers first, gun turrets in front of them. And then I'm going to do another layer of gun turrets in front of that. And then a fourth layer, and when I move to the fourth layer, then I crawl forward. If you think this is a little too extreme or a little too cautious, maybe you weren't paying attention when I died in like 4 seconds just a moment ago. I should probably lean down just a little bit. I'm actually a little bit high. So let's move down just a little. Is that better? Yeah, that's a little more central. And then move the snipers up, bring up the back line, and so the process repeats until eventually they get mad and start running towards you, and then you figure out what to do from there. For the initial wave, I might actually like having two lines of sniper turrets. That's maybe not an awful idea. I'm kind of surprised they aren't aggro at this point, because I'm pretty close to them. Well, the worms noticed me at least. At this point, I'm going to start breaking the back line before I advance. Then snipers move up and pick up the back line. Okay, I'm like really close to you guys. Are you, you're just cool with me being here? I mean, that's fine by me. I just find that surprising. Like, I'm gonna start hitting you with the sniper turrets before you even react to me. Let's get the rock out of the way. Okay, there can't be, like... there can't be much more room that they're gonna be just chill with me. Oh, picked up the back line before I placed the new line. Shouldn't do that. I am gonna go ahead and save one more time, because apparently I can still bail out from here. They just don't mind. I mean, that works for me. Go ahead and get sniper turrets in here, just in advance. Yeah, there we go. So let's try and pick off this worm. Okay, good, good. Oh! Man, that does so much damage, and you just can't move while you're stuck in it. Pick off the little worms. Okay. Yeah, those spitters are just... they're so dangerous. Okay, there's the first nest. I am going to start advancing these guys. Because it was mostly that one big worm that I was pretty leery of. That guy will kill you before you even know what's happening. And then sniper turrets just start moving up. Might even get a couple more snipers down. There we go. Just with the range these spitters are at, now that they're huge spitters, they outrange the gun turrets so completely, it's almost not even worth using the plain gun turrets. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, man. Yeah, you saw how quickly that almost went south, even being this cautious. I don't even think that was a worm, I think that was just spitter goo. I think I just got a couple spitter hits, like, laying on top of each other. Let's pick off this nest on the side down here. I noticed that a couple of the turrets are already out of ammo, so I do need to go resupply that, and maybe crawl forward just a little bit. Okay, there's another nest down. And start crawling forward again. Okay. Let's get some snipers down. The whole back line's out of ammo, it looks like. Let's just distribute some around. You guys have fun. And again, there's another big worm down here I'm a little weary of, but I don't want to get hit. The sniper rifle, by the way, tremendous slowdown effect after you shoot. So it's not necessarily that I'm just really bad at dodging these shots, I just can't move, and that slowdown effect combined with the spitter goo is absolutely lethal. But the sniper rifle is definitely my best weapon for dealing with these guys. Okay, there's another nest down. Let's fall back for just a second. Another worm. Okay, there's a big worm down. Let's focus down this nest, since I can do it from relative safety. It takes so many shots to get this, and I know the sniper rifle's so loud. There we go. Okay. I might switch weapons, just to see if I can pick this off a little quicker. Because the worms I can pick off from a distance, it's mostly at this point the spitters and the biters that I'm more worried about. Because if I get cornered and I get trapped in the goo, they can kill me in a moment. Let's see if I can kill this worm. Oh god, that's bad. Okay, falling back. Okay. I did manage to take out the worm though, that was good. Okay, definitely back the sniper. It just deals so much more damage. Yeah. The biters themselves aren't that much of a threat, it seems. My shields seemingly are able to handle them pretty well. Yeah, it's mostly the worms and the spitters that I have to be cautious about. Yeah, that guy, even still, he took like 3 sniper rounds to the face and was just fine. Okay. Yeah. You know what that is? What? I can't hear you over the sniper rifle. It's not a particularly pleasant sound. It's pretty sharp and aggressive. I mean, it is a sniper rifle and it's meant to be. It's just again and again and again. I think I'm going to try and attack this nest. Looking at the minimap here, there's no good avenue to attack this nest. They're in like a little alcove. But funny enough, I wonder if I could put like sniper turrets right here. Like, I don't think it's a good idea, don't get me wrong. This is just for fun. I'm just kind of curious what happens if I put a bunch of sniper rifles, like, right here. Okay, yeah, I knew that was a bad idea. I would have to do it faster. Or at least start with gun turrets. Nope, okay, still too close. Alright. It was just for fun, like I said. Not gonna happen, it looks like. I'm going to come way around this way and attack from the backside. Maybe about here on the minimap, if you can see. Because doing anything else is going to be quite difficult. I hope I can pick up this rock burst. I wouldn't be this bold if I didn't have that save literally right there, but it's fine. I'm also quite low on ammo, I'm just now noticing. I used more than half my ammo on that previous base. Which, you know, is not super cool. That is the thing with the sniper turrets, is they deal a lot of damage and they have great range, but they do chew through quite a lot of ammo. So this should look pretty familiar. I'm just going to slowly crawl forward, and I'm already down to just 7 magazines, so I'm probably going to just take my rifle ammo. and put that in my inventory. And then start walking the snipers up and over. Oh yeah, that's already all my ammo. Oh, somehow it wound up back in the rifle. That's not where I want you to be. Oh, I guess when I pick them up, since I have the empty space in there, so maybe I actually need to get rid of you for right now. There we go. Pull those guys up. Walk this forward. And really, they really don't mind that I'm, like, right here. That's just surprising to me. Okay, I mean, the closer I can get, the better for me, so I don't... Oh, there we go, that one made him mad. Okay, so let's push forward 2 squares further than that. Oh, that is within worm range, actually, so let's not do that. Maybe just 1. And then once I've got that, now that I know the range of the worm, then I can start pulling everything where it needs to be. I don't think that made any sense, that was just a jumble of words, but you know. This isn't exactly a complicated strategy, it's run in, shoot, don't die. Worms first. Fall back so I don't immediately die. Get the other worm. Then target the big worm. Oh, that's a huge worm. Ooh. Oh, can't move. Can't move. Oh my god, I died instantly. Wow. Yikes. Oh, that means I have to do all that turret creeping again. Oh, that sucks. Alright, let me just be a little bold here. Okay, so that still isn't aggroing them, it just saves me a little time. Let's say, like, right there. And then take the gun out, put the ammo back, and let's save the backup right here. I think I can push forward to this rock. I seem to remember that being the case. There we go. I will go ahead and throw a line of sniper turrets in the back. And I believe that's as far as I can push forward without triggering them. So let me go ahead and put... just like build backwards here, put a line of sniper turrets on the back. Oh, and that's all the ammo. So, I put you here. Okay, that actually doesn't trigger them yet. Interesting. Oh no, it sure did. Okay, never mind. Okay, well that could have gone better. Could have gone worse, I guess, but it could have gone better. Alright. I mean, same strategy as before. Shoot the worms, don't die. I am stuck, I am stuck. Yep, okay. That huge worm, it's... Yikes. It is rough. Okay, lots of ammo in you. And then I'm not even gonna bother with further lines of gun turrets. I'm just going to do snipers in the back. Let's just get all that filled in. And then the line that will trigger the attack right here. Yep. And oh my god. Wow. Yeah, you get hit by that guy, it's just game over. Okay. One more attempt. Let's just see how this goes. Once again, I'm gonna do like 3 lines of sniper turrets in the back. Just try and make sure everyone has some ammo. And then this will bring aggro. There you go. Don't die. Oh, nope, nope, nope. Don't want to be stuck there. Don't want to be stuck there. That's a bad place to be stuck. Okay. Let's come around this edge this time. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I don't even know what I can really do about that. If they get you, you're just going down. I'm going to probably save after I build this time, so I don't have to keep redoing this every time. Hate to see it, yeah. It's just rough. That's all my ammo. I'm not even gonna bother with the front line of guns. Let's yeah. Just clear out the biters. There we go. And then just very, very cautiously. Because apparently even the huge spitters are more or less able to instantly kill me, because if I get hit by them, then I get hit by everything. And so I'm going to just very, very slowly, even through the nests here. I'm just going to work my way through and just not get hit by anything. Or at least try. Oh yeah, that's instant death. Yeah, even with fish I can't survive that. If I get hit, I die. Wow. Okay. I didn't save, I forgot. Aw. Okay. Remember to save this time. Not even gonna pick those up. I can just fast replace you with snipers, that's fine. Maybe get rid of the rock and put down more turrets this way, since they don't get aggroed in this direction, and maybe that'll help survivability a little bit. And then draw the first wave, help fend them off. Yeah, even getting stuck in that goo right there, that took down most of my shield, and I have way more shield than I do health. Okay, there we go. Let's fall back just a little bit so the turrets can help with that. Okay, worm down. There's another worm down. A huge guy. The huge worm is a real problem, but let me try and poke some of the other worms down so that I'm at least not getting like double and triple ganged. Like, maybe it's not as bad as long as I only have one guy shooting at me. Just don't get soloed like that. Don't do that. Just for demonstration purposes. Don't do exactly what I just did. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna focus down this nest in the front here, I think. Just stay way zoomed out so I can try and juke the shot as they come in. Oh, that one's a little too close. Okay, there we go. There's another nest down. I am probably going to walk the turrets forward now. I don't even want the gun turrets anymore. Let's just go snipers. I should save. I still have not saved. There we go. See, I remembered. I totally didn't, but I did eventually, and that's what counts. Okay. Should pick up the fish again. Oh, I'm in the huge goo. Oh, the huge one hurts a lot. Yeah, before I can get closer to him, I need to reduce the number of spitters coming at me. I just have to target the nests first. Oh. Okay, there's another nest down. Let's see if I can start whittling down the health on the huge worm. But not get stuck by that guy. Okay, huge worm is down. That's great news. Just don't die here. Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot. Oh, I'm gonna die. Come on. Okay, barely made it out of that one. Wow. Wow, okay, don't let him regen though. Take him down. Okay, start working on the next nest, and once the next nest goes down, I'm going to walk the sniper turrets forward again. I might even just go ahead and do that. That's not worth dealing with. Leave those there just in case, and then do like that. Pick these up, and we'll just move them forward a little bit. There we go. Okay, next nest. Don't walk directly into the spitter goo. Okay, there we go. Yeah, these big worms are plenty lethal in and of themselves. Can't forget that just because the huge guy is gone. I am going to pick up some of these backline guys just to further ammo in him. Okay. We're nearly there. Nearly there. Oh, that's a bad place to stand. This also is a bad place to stand. Let's not do that. Okay, most of the worms are gone at this point. And there we go. Okay, now it's just a matter of knocking down the nests. I'm going to pick up some of these backline turrets here. I'll leave a little fallback point. Just for that. But I will go ahead and throw these in here, and then do like that. Not all the ammo, please. Like that. And that helps pretty significantly. There we go. Okay. Finally, this ordeal is done. The thing is, that's not even, like, everything. We still have more biters going this way. I should take care of these worms, I guess. But, I have to call it there because I'm literally just out of ammo. I keep like 600 ammo on me, like so much that it's an inventory problem, and yet even still that was not enough to clear all those biters easily. Personals are on, so as soon as I hit logistics range, everything's going to freak out. Don't get stuck in trees. So let's come down here, resupply, and see what I can do from there. See how much progress has been made and where I can go next. Let's get some of these damaged turrets down so I can start repairing them also. Need more repair packs. There we go. I'm going to kind of run back towards base, even though I know the bots are on the way, just because I'm going to try and make their life a little easier. Sometimes when I really stress the bots, the power grid's unhappy with me, so... Only 600, gotta pump up those numbers, yeah, that's what it feels like. Unfortunately, there's no good way to do this. Let me craft some more of those just range extenders, and just keep a few on me. Just however many I can craft, actually. Just because whenever I come across little spots like this, I don't like throwing a whole roboport down here, it just feels wasteful. But at the same time, I don't like leaving the uncovered spots. I guess... There you go. Guess I was outside of range. And I'll just run a big pole up to it. There we go. Then I'll do the same like over here. And I might actually have actual roboports over that way in the future, but for right now, I'm just going to connect you up like that. And again, I'm trying to stay within robot range because I know there's like literally 1,000 logistic spots on the way, probably. Yes, there are over 1,000 logistic spots on their way to me, so I don't want them to just suddenly have to abandon their task and fly back home. I just also don't like all these gaps all over the place. How far does that go? There, sure. You do need power, of course. And of course I can't get it to you. Not easily, anyway. There you are. And then I'll do the same over here. Okay. And that just takes care of all those little logistics gaps. I'm kind of surprised I'm still not able to see any. I'd have figured that the closest ones would have been here by now. But I guess that's just a testament to just how far from home I am. Ordinarily, it would be a terrible idea to run on these train tracks, but so far nothing's actually using them. And then I can turn upwards here because I connect to the top of the base up above somewhere. I don't really remember where. Yeah, we're still missing 2,500 landfill. Being that we were only missing 3,000 landfill like half an hour ago, that's not exactly wonderful news. Yeah, this is what I knew was going to happen. We're out in the middle of nowhere, and there's literally thousands of logistic spots coming to me. I thought about, briefly considered just turning off personals until I was back home, but I also need the stuff, you know. Oh well. And the last time I turned off personals, all the bots flew to try and touch my head anyway, so didn't really help anything. I guess I'll find a spot, probably up where I joined the, kind of around the spot where the main bus is, and I'll chill out there and look in map view and just check on progress. Just right around, like, probably the next station cutoff I'll stop at. Like, right here. And then look around. So we've got some of this built in, but not much. This is mostly kind of built in, but again, not much. We've got an odd amount of progress up here, actually, considering the rest of the base. Not really sure why they kind of focused on filling in bits of this. It is what it is, I guess. Yeah, but we still just need a lot more landfill. Until this lake gets filled in, there's just not a lot we can do. On the other hand, there is plenty of room now to continue expanding out to the right here, so I'll probably start building out the actual smelting areas. Even though that does mean I'm going to have to build right on top of these ore patches, which I really hate. I mean, at some point when playing Factorio, that's just something you gotta deal with. There's plenty of other bobmonium patches out there. I'm not going to be too hurt for it. So I say that there's actually not a lot of bobmonium patches that I can see on radar. Like, let me look for bobmonium. Oh, mean to do that. Okay, there are more down this way. Okay, so that's not too big. Oh, and I have another one over here that I could actually just tap into this location with, so that's not that big of a deal. Weird that turning off requests doesn't cancel the job for the Logibots, but turning off your personal roboport cancels your construction bot jobs. I think what that was, and I could be wrong, but I think when I went to pick up the stone initially, I just noticed this gun in here, let's pop that in there. I think when I went to pick up the stone to make the landfill, initially it dumped it all into my trash slots, until I dealt with that. And I think what that did is it called, you know, it was like 7 stacks of stone, so that would be 1,400 stone. I believe my bots had a carrying capacity of 1, so that would be 1,400 logistics requests to come and pick stuff up. And for good reasons or bad, I'm not really sure, turning off personal logistics does not turn off your trash slots. It only turns off your requests. So I think they each had to fly over, see that I was no longer trying to trash stone, and then just leave. Yeah, once I start the infinite mining, I don't need that many patches. I just wanted to make sure there actually were patches somewhere I could tap. Because this is actually a pretty big patch, and I'm likely to cover this one as well. And so that was 2 big patches I was going to have to cover, and suddenly it dawned on me, wait, let me actually make sure I have other patches I can fall back on. But There's another one over here in addition to the one I'm mining here, and there's one right here. So, I'm all cool. So, these are the ore loading stations. And as silly as it is to have a train depart from an ore loading station, just descend it around here and go to an unloading station, the reason I've chosen to do this rather than feed directly across is because I'm going to have different processes that could produce iron ore, and sometimes different processes require iron ore. And I'm just using iron as an example, it could be any of the ores. So I didn't want to basically commit all of this to go to this process, because iron can come from different places and iron needs to go to different places. So that's a many-to-many problem. So the train system here, even though it looks a little silly in its current state, this is a solution to a many-to-many problem, not a one-to-one problem. Kill the 18 plus lane bus, yeah. It's, I mean, even here, and I don't think this is an incredibly crazy bus or anything, like, even in just angel baths with a single line of every resource, and some of these belts are mixed resources. I have a mixed line, for example, of sulfur and sodium hydroxide. Even still, like, that gets kind of crazy. Oh, I just saw him bring me landfill. That's interesting. Interesting that they'd prioritize bringing it to me over actually going and doing something with it, that is. You know, I wonder how much stone is in the logistics system. Is there a way I could easily find that out? Oh, well, that's going to be in the chests. Okay, never mind. I was wondering if I could find how much stone is actually in storage, like yellow chests. But that's also going to give me the number in the red provider chest, so unimportant, I guess. Yeah, seablock, just like everything goes on the bus. Even if you don't understand how it's going to be used in the future, it's just, I'll need it, it goes on the bus. Okay. Is there anything I can do? That's the thought that keeps going through my head. Like, is there anything I can do to speed this up somehow? And I really don't know of any. Like, there's not just plain stone patches that I could tap. And mud definitely isn't the solution, because this process down here that was making mud as a byproduct only ever produced like 150 landfill total. So I could come up this way and try and handcraft more landfill again, but I don't know how useful that was. Hold on. Why are you seemingly broken? You're not connected. Are you connected? You are. Okay. I have to go and make sure all of these are connected now. See? You're not. Look at that. I don't know how that happened. Not that it was important for the rubite, but it was definitely important for the ammonium. Probably have a pretty serious tin shortage by this point. Yeah, there's no tin wire whatsoever. Oh well, that's, it'll eventually work its way up. It's just got a long way to go, because this is actually one of the few ores I actually have the flotation set up on. Oh, flotation's backed up, actually. Never mind. The ore's still backed up. Why are you stopped? Oh. Oh, that's more serious than I thought. I am already full on another 2 crystal slurry tanks. That's just not good. What can I do with crystal slurry? I keep looking at this. it just feels wasteful to not use it for the gem recipes. But until I come over and actually start making use of it for the gem recipes, it's not doing me any good. Which I guess is a good enough thing to go do. I've put off making the gem recipes for so long, and I need a project I can commit to while I wait for Landfill to build up. So let's actually go deal with that backup for real. Rather than just slapping another tank on it, let's actually go address it. So the crystal slurry, as I blindly walk through the base, is going to need filtration units, I think. I think that's what I use here, which are in here, I believe. I know there's filtration units and there's crystallizers. And I think I actually want the crystallizers. Yes, I want the crystallizers. What do you even do, actually? Oh, I need them both. Okay, they're both required. So let's make just 2 of each. I don't know what the throughput's like on them, but we'll find out. I also have no idea where I even want this to go. Like, I haven't thought this through at all, because I wasn't planning on working on this. So let's move some of these old coal electric miners. And I guess I'll just place some over here. That's gonna give mixed ore, so let's not do that. I really should just mine out the last of these little mixed bits. Let's just... Yeah, you can stay gray belt, whatever. That's fine. And then up into a splitter. And let's also move you, and just put you, like, back here somewhere, I guess. There we go. And then coal into you. Okay. With all that taken care of, let's actually address the thing that I came down here to address. Oh, see, I ran through a little logistics gap there and killed all the bot requests. So now that's going to make all the bots unhappy. And that's what these things are for. Somewhere. Yeah, you can go there. And just deals with that little gap. Okay. So, crystal slurry is used in all these recipes, and I believe the one that I want is one of these green ones here. Just going to need... I think I want to use the ceramic filter recipe, which needs alumina and a filter frame, but these only need to be made once, I'm pretty sure. Because you get a spent ceramic filter afterwards, and then you just wash it and you get a ceramic filter back. So you don't have to continuously remake these. It's a one-time cost. Which means I do want to go grab alumina, because that's not going to be in a chest or anything anywhere. Sorry, bots. You're gonna just have to catch up. Alumina's way on the other side, too. Yeah, here we are. Why are you not producing? Because there's no sodium hydroxide? Excuse me? How on earth is that possible? We've backed up on chlorine. Huh. Well then. Yeah, I'm not making titanium yet. I'm not making gold yet. Anything else I can just throw into you? I am making allyl chloride, but I think that goes with propene, and I don't really want to steal more propene than I need. Chloromethane. I think methane actually is in short supply also. And then hydrogen chloride I'm already making. Paper 2 needs chlorine. Don't have the research for it though. Yeah, I'll just vent excess chlorine, I guess. So that puts me in an interesting situation because I'm also venting excess hydrogen. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything else I can do other than just vent it, but I also don't want to spend too long on this. I just want to get it done, and I think this is the most reasonable way to do that. Really? Oh, I don't have the circuit connected to you. That's gonna be why. And then change you to chlorine. And yep, you can hold a maximum of 200k, so if you're over, let's say like 185, then start venting. I'm gonna change you as well. Oh cool, okay. I will probably need to make a flare stack, and I need to make an engine, but that will be a solution to the problem, even if it's not necessarily a great solution to the problem. I have to find where those actually are, though. Okay. Give me a pump. Thank you. And give me a flare stack. Wonder what this is. Alien flame fluid, okay. Well, both of those have been made. Just, let the bots deal with it. And then, once that gets placed, then we should start venting chlorine, which should allow the electrolysers to start again, which will allow us to start making more sodium hydroxide. The reason I find this incredibly surprising is because the one time I ever actually completed an Angels and Bobs playthrough, though granted this was almost 10 years ago now, recipes were completely different, but I had warehouse after warehouse of sodium hydroxide built up. Just literally so much sodium hydroxide I could not figure out what to do with it. And so the fact that we have 0 sodium hydroxide and actually need it for things, that's just surprising. I guess while I'm down here, I'll upgrade these powder mixers. I meant to do that before. There you are. Powder mixer 2s. I'll make them one at a time so I can use the one that I pick up as an upgrade for the next one. There we go. Personal should handle that. Bring me the one. Yes. And then just upgrade this one. And I'll go ahead and upgrade it again once I pick it up, I guess. And there we go. Okay. Now that I've been thoroughly distracted from my distraction, let's go and handle the crystals again. So here's that general area where the fluids are. Do I want to try and do the setup here? I think I probably do. I'm certainly not going to be trying to fit more flotation into here, so it seems reasonable to have a temporary fluid area set up here. The only problem is, do I want it to be a temporary area? Like, I have this train station here for something. I don't even remember what. I guess this will be the natural gas station, in which case I can just pick up these rails. They're entirely irrelevant at this point. Yeah, this is the ore washing fluid station. So this would have to be the natural gas station. So then what if I had a train on this line that brings in the crystal slurry, and I process the crystal slurry here, have a dedicated area for it? By that I mean, of course, the crystal slurry I will inevitably generate over in this byproduct area. that does just seem smart. Yeah, let's just commit. We need trains, we need the station split. Put you there, and that's not going to fit perfectly on everything, but it should fit well enough. Yeah, I think that's fine. And so, I'm not going to bother with a stacker, I don't think. Because I should only really ever be pulling this in from one location, so there should only be one train going back and forth, I would assume. Yeah, I'll leave room for a stacker. I'm gonna copy this exact setup right here. Like that. Get the map, please. There we go. And then you're going to go right on top, right here. And I've copied a lot of extra junk, I know. But we'll deal with that when we need to. This belt right here is a real pain, it seems. I'm gonna have to expand robot range in this area. Yeah, that's all fine. Anything I need to do up here? No? Okay. So... Ugh. I think I'll just go deal with that myself. How far can an underground take me? And do I need this belt right here? This belt would be for fuel. Until I get a fuel station up and running, I do need to fuel my trains somewhere. But I don't think it's too bad. I think a simple underground right there and everything is just fine. Like, I think that just works. Let's try and do... Okay, I do have tanks that need to go there, so the belt actually does need to just straight up move. Good to know. Okay, well, if it needs to move, it needs to move. So that just comes down. And we'll turn them probably at that bend right there, rather than coming so far to the left. We'll have a much gentler turn. I'm gonna have so much junk on me. Not even... Oh, yep, there goes my... Okay. There goes my inventory space. I'm gonna dump these flotation cells and these crushers in the system. When I start blueprinting stuff over on the side, they'll just get placed. That's no big deal. I don't need these 2 random gates. I don't even know where those came from, to tell you the truth. Walls. Why do I have so many walls? I've literally never placed a wall. Let's just say I don't even want any walls for right now. Let's just get rid of all the walls. I just need, I need inventory room. Okay, how far does that get me? Just a little more. I can even use this coal coke as train fuel, I guess. That doesn't seem a horrible idea. So how far is the actual like train fuel line from me? Like if I were to bring that back, yeah, that's probably a better idea. I should use the thing that I've made as a dedicated train fuel. I should probably use that for train fuel down here. I hope this doesn't connect to anything. No. Okay, so that was just copy and pasted along with my blueprint. These pipes, however, are connected, and I should be careful about. Okay. So let's move all this up this way. I do not wish to underground the tree. Okay. And then I'll just bring them in over here somewhere. Let's stop that. I guess the belts carried me up here. That's pretty funny, actually. And then we'll just come over this way. And I'll take care of this myself, since this is going to involve picking up a lot of coal and such. There we are. Thank you. Okay. That should all be connected again. That should be fine. I love this. This just gets to stay, I guess. Okay, let's whip out that blueprint one more time. Or not even a blueprint. It's just the copy. There we go. Oh, and of course that's going to replace all the stuff up front that I didn't want. And this can all go away, honestly. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Let's not do that. So this is going to be the crystal slurry train. Just dedicated, I think. I don't know what else we could put on you, unless I want to do some sort of weird abomination where you also bring stone around or something, but I don't think that's a good idea. On the other hand, it's possible crystal slurry might get put on a different fluid train. I did just remember that. I didn't really plan out exactly where crystal slurry was going to go. Maybe I should think about that. Should take all this off of these copy and pasted train stations also. Because this is a copy of the station below it, and none of this is actually correct for anything we would be sending in here. So, like that is more accurate. There we go. Okay, all that done. Let me, I guess, plan out what goes here. So you're the 3 wastewaters. Good. You are pure water and the sulfuric wastewater. Cool. Now this one coming in here. When I go and use flotation. You need... Okay, it's actually the next step. So it's the leaching plant. Leaching plant needs sulfuric acid. But do all leaching recipes need sulfuric acid? Sapphirite, steatite, and bobmonium need sulfuric acid, but it looks like the other ores probably need something else. So, hydrochloric, nitric, sulfuric. Oh, that's pretty painful, but it's not too bad. So, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Hydrochloric, hydrofluoric. Oh, that's terrible. That's 4 acid types, I think. Nitric, sulfuric, hydrochloric. That's already 3. And then another sulfur, but then hydrofluoric. This one's hydrochloric. So there's 4 acids that need. So they won't all fit onto one of my 3 long trains. That's too bad. Okay, since 3 of them need sulfuric acid though, and we also need sulfuric acid for the gems. Not gems. The geodes. I think it would be smart then to have a dedicated sulfuric acid train, and then we'll put the other acids onto this guy. So I might even go ahead and set his name. So let's go to just acids and go to petrochem probably. Same as the wastewater. But there's only, oh, there are 4 wastewaters. That's true. That's true. Okay. That makes more sense. When I was looking at that, I was thinking of it as 3 wastewaters because I can fit the wastewater onto 1 fluid train, but actually I do have one random cargo slot on the pure water train. So, hydrochloric, hydrofluoric, wherever that's going to be. Hydrochloric acid. I guess these are just different recipes for it. Hydrofluoric acid. And then nitric acid. Yeah, nitric acid. There we go. This is bleaching acid, I guess. Unload, sure. And as for color, there's a lot of green and some red, not a lot of blue, so maybe kind of yellowy then? I don't know, that might get confused for the sulfuric acid though. So maybe I'll lean a little harder green. Something like that. I mean, as long as it's identifiable, it doesn't really matter. So the whole point of doing that is figuring out how much room I have on fluid trains. So as it turns out, not a lot. Because the wastewaters are already going on here. The acids to produce those wastewaters go up here. So I do need a train, another fluid train that comes with sulfuric acid, and I guess it can also take a wagon. Like, I produce a lot of the crystal slurry, I feel like. I'm not sure it's a good idea to try and not give it a dedicated train. It's just that's suddenly becoming a lot of trains. But okay, whatever. I'm not really super opposed to that. I clicked on train because I was thinking train. I wanted the train blueprint. So, 1 for sulfuric acid. Well, yeah, okay. This one can be the crystal slurry. That makes no sense. That one can be sulfuric acid, this one can be crystal slurry. Crystal slurry certainly doesn't need the extra space for wagons, but whatever. It goes in there to match the others. These stations... Hold on. Oh, did I not save it somehow, or is that another station somewhere? Here's wastewater. Here's acid. Okay. And then what are you? Oh, I just have an unused fluid station right here. I'm tripping. Hold on. So here's for the acid unloads. Here's for the loading. And then I just have a station right here. Okay. You can be the sulfuric acid station then, since you're already here. I'm sure I'll need more trains, whatever. I don't mind having built that up there, but that does mean that this one right here can be the crystal slurry then. Let's just go ahead and copy that. And put another station down there. But before I get too distracted, I'm going to name you so that I don't forget what you're for. And you're just going to be sulfuric acid. Not sulfur synthesis. Sulfuric acid. There we go. Color can be that kind of yellow I was going at earlier. Let's say like 150, 175-ish, something like that. I think is... it's a little too dark. That's a little too gray. Maybe like 75 here and then 225 for you. 50 blue. 100 blue. A little too much. Yeah, sure, we'll say that's good enough, whatever. And then this station is the slurry. So crystal slurry loading. Good. You're just green, pretty much. Maybe a little blue. Maybe that's a little too much. Good enough. Okay. Okay, so there's crystal slurry. We'll deal with that later. Hooking it up and such. And then this is going to be... Or washing... Oh, because I copied you. Okay. Let me copy the station I just set up. And then you will be unloading. And the whole point of doing that is so that then this process is temporary, but I can kind of transition to a more permanent process over in this area, so that's all fine and dandy. If all of these wagons are going to be the same fluid, I don't have to worry about connecting them. That doesn't quite work. Yeah, whatever, fine. I will go ahead and make a couple train stops. Seems like we need it. And then, as I set up the area, I'll set it up so that it's more in this area, and I can work in here. I think that makes sense. Just set up blue algae oil for blue science. Oh, you just set up blue algae oil. Got it, got it. Congrats! Yeah, that's, I don't think I ever got that far in seablock, so you've officially passed me. So, that's, I don't know, I guess that's not exactly a milestone. It's not like I'm great at seablock. That would be not quite what I was going for, but, you know, congrats. See if I can't just run this somewhere. Maybe just along this belt, potentially. Yeah, that's plenty enough. And then just make sure it all gets connected at the corners. Okay, so that's going to give you a little more output room in the meantime to kind of kickstart things back to life, and eventually give us a destination when the trains do start coming in. That being said, I should get fuel down here. So let's underground here, I think. And just bring this down on this side of the belt. You know what? You get to move. Sorry, you, that was kind of the last straw. Alright, now this comes down. Unfortunately, this is right in the way. I'll just curve around it. And then we can underground here. And we'll split around here and just go feed the trains. I will have a dedicated refueling station at some point. That's just not something I want to focus on right now. There we go. you go. And there you go. Guess I should actually connect that as well. There we go. What can I do with hundreds of coal? Let's try and throw it into these crushers down here, I guess. Oh, that works as well. Yeah, there we are. And then I have coke. Coke, I guess, can go into these guys. I think you take coke. You take coke, right? Yeah, you take coke. I'll come back and put the rest in there in a minute. Guess I can also put the solid fuel in your output slot. Any other junk I have on me? Not really at the moment. Okay. That's all hooked up. I didn't leave myself a good out here. Let's do, like, here, I guess. And then go through that solid fuel in an output slot also. That way I can at least get the pipes out without too much issue. And now I can finally get started on these guys. So I believe it's filtration first. So if I did just kind of grab a pipe here, bring you up, that would have you starting around here. Before I just start throwing machines down, let me make sure I understand the process though. So for the mineral sludge crystal seedling, there we go. So I need purified water, no big deal. Crystal slurry, of course. And that's going to produce crystal seedling and sulfuric wastewater, neither of which is a big deal at all. That's going to give me a spent ceramic filter. Here? Okay, so that just goes in a regular assembler. 0.5 crafting time, no big deal. And purified water. Okay, this is actually a sink of purified water. This purified water doesn't become anything else. It is just destroyed, seemingly. So that comes in and just goes away and gives me a ceramic filter. But that's fine. How much... Like, if I just set the recipe for you... And what are the different recipes? Like, ceramic filter, 35... this one produces mineral sludge. Okay, that's the difference there. Oh, I forgot I could also filter slag. That's, yeah, that's maybe something I should have looked at some point, but I actually need the crushed stone right now for making landfill, funny enough. So I guess I'm glad I didn't. Anyway, yeah, so that's the one that I want. And you take in 46 per second. Just out of curiosity, what do these... Oh, I actually only have one of you. You produce 37 a second. So, okay, it's pretty much 1-to-1. So you should be able to handle... Oh, not horizontal. I wanted vertical. You should be able to handle pretty much however much I throw at you, but if not, I can just put another one on top. And that's fine. I might even move this down just a little bit. Maybe even like here. Yeah, I think that just makes more sense. Because then I can just run this way and connect you with an underground. And then I do have to get purified water in here, so maybe I'll move you one up. That's not what I wanted to do at all. Okay. Let's put you like there. And then connect you in. Might try to stream Thursday or Friday, but there will be some interruptions. Maybe I'll drop in. See you for now. Yeah. If you do decide, then I'd be happy to drop in, given I have the time. See you around, man. For the moment, though, we do have pure water right here, so that's actually... that works out quite well. We have this whole line over here to pull from. I do generally like primary products to be on the inside, and then secondary inputs to be on the bottom. Just kind of arbitrarily, I change that sometimes, but as a general rule, that tends to work well. And there we are. That's going to give me the purified water that I need, and I'm going to need more purified water to do the filters, of course, which I'll probably just throw, like, here. Since this is a closed-loop system, you don't really need much. Pick up here, drop there, drop below, pick up from right, and then this is going to be ceramic. Filter, yeah, that one. And let's just have you connect in down here. Okay, with that all said and done, I do still need to make the filters, but that can wait for a little bit. Sulfuric wastewater I do already have over here somewhere. That's going to be this line right here. So I'll see if I can't run a pipe over that way. Let's see. You reach. Just barely. Okay, very nice. Let's not get stuck. I also can't see anything. There we go. Please? There we go. Still can't see. There we go. Okay, so here's a place to throw sulfuric wastewater. So you can just run straight up here, I guess. And into right here. All that leaves is the actual crystal seedling itself, which I guess I will also buffer somewhere. Probably throw a lamp in here, like right there, I guess. Yeah, that's fine, whatever. So let's grab a fluid tank. I am actually out, surprisingly enough. I also want to expand robot range this way. So let's fill in this tiny little gap down here, the same way that I've been doing with some of this other stuff. Like that. That little gap right there, that's just atrocious. Yeah, not even a good way to fill that in, really. But I'll do what I can. Then this one can just go, like, right there. Even still has power. This one will need a little more help, but that's fine. How far do you go up? Just blow that pipe, so maybe, like, right here-ish. And I'll just run power to you from somewhere. Doesn't really matter. But then we do want actual roboports for this place. Okay, you're already active, so that is your range. So I'd have to put you, like, here, but that's not too bad. This actually does need to be connected to power, I suppose. Let's find somewhere where I can run power. Let's just do, like, this for now. Whatever. I'll find better power connections in the future, I'm sure. Kinda don't like not being able to walk through that, but that is a train station, so I'm not sure how much it matters. I should have that tank by now, right? Yeah, there's one at least. So I'll just put you... not really really sure what I want to do with you. I'll put you, like, here. That way, if I do need to extend this, I can extend it kind of to the left, and that's no big deal. No Thursday due to 24-hour delay thing on YouTube. What do you mean? I'm not sure what that means. Pumps are backwards. Let's flip those around. I'm actually still requesting engines for some reason, but that works out nicely in this case. I can make pumps. Anywhere else requesting pumps? It says 2, but that's probably these down here. I'm gonna just let that place. Yeah, okay, so that was it. It says I have 2 of these guys somewhere, so I'll just let the bots have like 3 of those, whatever. They'll get them placed wherever they need to go. Eventually, I'm sure. Let's also get a roboport like here, and there, and there. I will probably need to figure power out at this point, so let's just get it down. There we go. Over here. Over there. Power pole's a little ugly, but it is what it is at this point. And I guess that means I should bring this down and get an actual power spine to this place instead of relying on these ugly mediums over here. So let's go ahead and rip those out. Even though I just put them there, it's we've already retired them. Normal players, when they put mods, I want to engage with this game in a different way. Factorio players, 5 trillion iron plates. See, that's very funny because you're absolutely correct. And at the same time, I have survived this entire game off of a single yellow belt of iron plates. A single yellow belt of every resource, actually. And for a good bit of it, not even a saturated yellow belt. Right now, things are kind of backed up. Steel is actually still on gray belts, for the most part. Yeah, let me actually make sure steel's doing alright. But this is silver, that's why it doesn't look right. I'm blind. Where's steel? There's steel. Okay. So you're, like, mostly running, it seems. Yeah, by the time you're out over here, well, okay, you're not running now. Does seem to be mostly silicon for this guy that he's short on, but I mean, that's why we have the backup recipe. I'm surprised I'm using that much silicon, though. I guess it's all going into these, oh, well, right now it looks like I'm using glass for something. I don't even know. Oh yeah, glass is, glass used to be backed up. I don't even know where glass is going. I guess it's all going into solar panels now? For first time streaming is you need streaming access. Ah, okay. So the first time you go to stream something, there's a 24-hour wait? It's been, a long time since I had to look into any of that stuff, so. Like, I've been on YouTube, actually, since before it was bought by Google. I'm one of the OGs, apparently. I had no idea at the time. I just thought YouTube was a place where people posted videos, but apparently I was here within the first, like, 4 or 5 months of it even existing as a platform. I wonder, actually, does anyone here not remember when there used to be a 10-minute hard cap on YouTube videos? Like, you just could not upload a video longer than 10 minutes? I need to make these ceramic filters. While I'm waiting for stuff, let me go... There's a logistics gap there. How's that happened? There. I'll just... I will just throw these around as needed. I think that connects. Yeah, it does. And then this guy can go, like, right there. And you're just out in really the middle of nowhere. Yeah, I can't even get a large power pole over to you, so mediums... mediums it is. You have no power, though. I thought you did. Oh no, you don't have power for, like, for a long time. Okay, I guess I'm running into the dead zone, then. I guess I will keep you there, but I'll run this big one over here as well. There we go. This looks like Space Age before Space Age existed. I mean, you're not entirely wrong. The overhaul mods do predate Space Age by a pretty good bit. Rather new as in last 10 years. Back then you couldn't even load videos properly, yeah. Started watching YouTube in 07 or 08. I remember all of it. Hey, we got at least one guy. Yeah, like, me and my brother, we had no idea that we were, like, on the ground floor of YouTube or anything. What am I looking for? I think they're range something or others? No, okay. What are you? Zone expanders, okay. I'm gonna make just another couple of you, because apparently I need them. Not gonna wait to make them, though. I'm just gonna go. I need alumina, and alumina was having trouble for whatever reason. Sodium hydroxide, that's what it was. Sodium hydroxide was gone, so I had no alumina, so I couldn't do this last time I tried. Let me see if there's any... I should be able to steal some when it produces next. When it produces next, there you go. I'll steal it from out of here, I guess. I would like a couple more, actually. 20 is good. Filter. Let's see, ceramic filter. 10 is probably more than enough, honestly. Let's just go with 10. Let's not be overzealous. These guys could be a lot faster, but even still, it looks like they're mostly keeping up with my supply of aluminum, so I guess I won't bother. I won't bother, like, upgrading them. They're doing fine. Thanks for the landfill, guys, even though there's better places for it to be going right now. Let's get these last couple zone extenders placed down. There we go. That way I don't have to worry about running into logistics dead zones while I'm working out here. And then I'm going to throw these filters out that I haven't made yet. I guess I have to wait. We're going to age ourselves, and yeah, that 10-minute and then 15-minute limit. Yeah. Funny thing is, when I look back at 144p, it felt like HD. Yeah, it's really funny. When HD videos first came out on YouTube, they were only 720p. And my initial reaction was, who needs an HD YouTube video? Kind of like, who has the bandwidth to waste on this nonsense, kind of. Who needs to watch a YouTube video in HD? How the times have changed, sitting here streaming this at 1080. Now that I have that down, I already made a second one of these. These literally have no other purpose as far as I know. I guess I'll go ahead and put you down. Whatever. Let's do that. And let me set your recipe. Yeah, that's fine. And there we go. And then I'll just get these connected together as well, I guess. So you can be 1, and you can be 2. That way you can connect over, and you can connect over. Ooh, I'm not going to be able to easily share filters, though. At least not with this setup. Let me rework this. This has to be rethought. I'll just put you in the middle, I guess. Since this is a straight-up one-to-one, I don't really have to worry about loss here. But I do have to worry about one machine hogging all the filters. Fortunately, I can read ingredients now, so with that feature, that should enable me to handle this just fine. Ceramic, filter cleaning, yes. Flip you around. Not only that, who the hell had a screen that could run HD anyway? Or a posh TV, yeah. Yeah, back then I was still definitely on a big CRT monitor. I don't even think... In 2007, I think CRT monitors might have even been on their way out, but that's definitely what I was running. There we go, connect that up. I should... Okay, I need to put you in, but also take you out. But that's doable for you, but not so much for you. You have to move somehow. Which is difficult because these are all already max length pipes, but I can do that. I guess I'll do that to make you match. Yes, you can output 2 tiles above and pick up from left. You pick up from right and drop 2 tiles above. Yes, okay. Then you can do that, drop down. You're actually backwards. I want you to pick up there and drop down. No, you're the one who's backwards. Oh god, hold on, I'm getting confused. Okay, these are inputs, these are outputs. Okay, so this one is backwards. There we go, okay. Now the input inserters, I want to limit based on what's already in the machine. So each of these need to read contents. Read ingredients, rather. Yeah, just ingredients is fine. I think. Hold on. Let me connect that to a power pole so I can see what it's actually outputting. Okay, that's outputting not what's inside you, but your actual ingredients. Okay. Okay. That's what I wanted. Okay. Since you're just using yellow belts, is that because you're early game, or is this mod not production heavy? A little of both, honestly. I do have red belts researched, and I probably should have production going for them. It's just that I don't quite have the ability to produce that much at the moment, but that's why my focus has been mostly on building a large-scale smelting facility. This is how much room, from starting here to here, is how much room it takes to get a yellow belt of iron. There's some stuff that still has to go in the middle, I just haven't made that yet. But, yeah, that room right there is what it takes to get a yellow belt of iron going. Wasn't born when YouTube came out. See, whenever I see stuff like that, I just disintegrate into dust. Oh, I have those filters. There we go. So, okay, let me set this properly. Actually, where'd those filters go? That might help a little bit. So if the input is less than 4, then you can put in and copy you to here as well, even though that's going to flip you. I know. I'm sorry. All good. Okay. Now I can actually put those in, and those should be disabled. Yes. Working flawlessly. Okay, wonderful. So they can just share that back and forth. Neither one of them will hog it, and we will get the output. That's all that we really care about. There's crystal seedling gathering up, and that's going to take the pressure off the system back here. Very nice. Okay. So with all that going, I should actually make use of this stuff somehow. That's going to be in the other building that I made. I don't even remember what that is, though. Used in crystallizer to make the different gems. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's 6 gems. You can also make crystal catalyst. Probably do want to worry about that because I think that's useful. I don't know what a hybrid catalyst does, actually. Also don't know what this is. Guess we'll get there eventually. But I do think these catalysts are, even if not immediately useful, they are going to be useful, so I do want to produce them. So let's say 7 facilities? I don't even remember where those were, unfortunately. Hold on, what are they called? You are a crystallizer. That's in resource refining, makes sense. Okay, I already have 2, let's make 5 more, that gets me 7. Yeah, the amount of industry to fill Yellow Belt with anything, let alone a red, is massive. Understatement of the century right there. It's kind of ludicrous. I guess at this point, we see ourselves as old, but to be honest, things changed a lot since we were young. I mean, maybe not as much as, like, our parents' generation, but we have lived through the greatest changes in, like, human history, pretty much. Maybe only, like, the Industrial Revolution could hold a candle to it. It would be hard to say one way or the other. But, I mean, who's gonna say the internet wasn't the biggest, most profound change in human history? Let's say a row of crystallizers right along in here, I guess. Problem is, I don't know how expandable I need this to be. So I don't wanna interfere with anything. I want to give them room to breathe, you know? So I might... Okay, I'm thinking of the roboport as an obstacle. The roboport's not an obstacle, this is all clear. I'll leave some room to expand this way if needed. Other than that, I will have crystallizers in a horizontal row here, which allows for vertical expansion if needed. And I'll leave 3 tiles of space between each of them. Like that. So there's the first 3. There's 5. There's 7. And then I'll just set the recipes. Yeah. Anything? Okay, that's the mineral sludge recipes, that's fine. Yeah. So I'll have the catalyst on the inside, just nearest to the base, and then starting from here, these will be the gems, and I'll go from left to right. So, ruby, and then sapphire, emerald, amethyst, topaz, and diamond. I have no idea how I'm going to need these and what quantities or anything. The only thing I even know they go in are modules and lasers, but let's at least have the ability to increase them as needed. There we go. Oh, see you later, man. Have a good one. Except slag or electrodes and seablock. Yeah, that's very true. This stuff right here. Let me try and think. Okay, I'll just bring it in on the bottom. Let's not overthink it. You come in, you come out. Come in, you go out. Do I even need underground pipes here? I do want to be able to walk through you, so yeah. Oh, too far. There we go. And in. Okay, very nice. In you go. In you go. Not there. That one's messed up. And then we just gotta connect it in from somewhere. That works. I can just bring the pipe up. Okay. Those are all connected. How is that? Yeah, that's fine. So, if these did continue vertically, I wouldn't want to take any outputs out of the top, so I'm going to be taking outputs out the left side, I suppose. I also take outputs out the right side, but I don't want to be in the way of the pipes too much. I suppose if I take right out of the top... Well, what's the... Hold on, let me look at the outputs for a second. So you're all 0.5. Okay, so I don't got to worry about throughput or anything. I can just put inserters right here, and that just works. There we are. And these aren't even going to go anywhere for right now. These are literally just going to go in a chest. Yeah. There we are. I even need another roboport this way, just to make that connection work. There we go. I was just trying to find the perfect spot for that power pole there. I know that bothers some people, and I'm one of those people. If the power poles aren't straight, it does bother me when I look at it later. There we are. Do that, and do that. I'm not walking over there myself because I was trying to stay within logistics range, but that might be a losing battle. Let's just get it over with and maybe place another one of these because there's this tiny little gap once again. Reprehensible. Get filled. There you are. Okay. Alright. These guys, I guess, won't power themselves. They do actually need electricity. So let's get power poles into all of you. Later, man. Hope your seablock's going well. I was a little locked in, so you're probably already gone. My bad. Okay, so those are all connected. They all have power. They should all be drawing that crystal slurry out. This one actually outputs 8 per second. I didn't look at that one. I only looked at the gems. I guess that's fine. What's your stack size? 200? I might set a chest limit on you, just so I can get some gems. I think gems are important, so I don't want to like monopolize them on something we might not even use. So let's be a little careful on that one. Anyway, that's something I've needed to do for a while. That crystal slurry's been a problem multiple times so far. It's backed up the flotation cells several times. Now that that's taken care of, let's park over here so the bots have an easier time resupplying me, and then I'm going to look at landfill progress. Not a lot. Not a whole lot. This stuff could get filled in, I guess, but I'm not super worried about it right now. This is in building range. Yeah, we just don't have nearly enough landfill. Okay. That's just not a problem I was anticipating having, so I'm still a little thrown off by that. Still a little surprised. Those construction bots probably shouldn't be in there. Yeah, as fast as we make it, it's getting used. I guess I will come down here and just manually make some landfill again. Let me turn off personals and throw what landfill I do have in the chest so it can come get picked up. And okay, that's not going in my trash slots this time. That's good. Let me pick up all of that and make landfill. Same from you. There you are, landfill. And just keep doing this for a little bit. This is going to take quite a while to handcraft. but I need to do something at this point. So let's just turn our entire stone buffer into landfill. Might not be a good idea, maybe I'll need stone in the future. I mean, I'm sure I'll need stone in the future, just hopefully not in the near future. So yeah, that's gonna be a lot of landfill. How much, we need 2.2 thousand. Yeah, I'm only making 1,000, so that's still only gonna get us halfway with that entire stone buffer there. Unfortunately, being that I did just eat the entire stone buffer, it's going to be quite a while before any stone ever actually makes it back into this assembler again. I think in that case, while that handcrafts, I guess I'll go find another project. I could start crafting the machines necessary for the smelting area, I guess. That's not a terrible idea. Also, this area apparently needs a roboport. Yeah, we'll just put you, like, over there. And then there's a tiny little gap right there, but that's better served by one of these little towers, I think. Let me see where electricity is. It's a little hard to tell when you're that zoomed out. Whatever. You can go there. And I'll just place that power pole and place that one there. There you go. How's the solar field? Solar field's finished. Very nice. Okay. Even at night, how are we doing? Yeah, that's gonna go down. Let me look at the, that's 10 hours. Let's do, like, 1 hour. Okay, so accumulator charge on the high capacities did 1 hour go brownout. I actually remember that brownout. We were relying on the slow accumulators. I do remember that, but that was my fault. I had like 1,000 logistic spots in the air at the time. Yeah, pretty consistently the fast accumulators are bottoming out, but that's what they do. And then the high capacities are generally not even like halfway down. And that's what you want to see. So I guess we're doing pretty well. Large solar. Why are there like dips in the large solar? That doesn't make any sense. I guess that's when we aren't using the power. It doesn't show the spikes. Yeah, that must be what it is, because this is going to correspond to that that one power dip there, so that makes sense. Yeah, we're pretty much only kicking the steam engines on during the night, which makes sense. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Anyway, how much landfill do I have? Yeah, let's start chucking this landfill away so that the bots can start placing it. I might want to run up this way and throw the rest of my landfill in one of these yellow chests rather than letting the logistics bots take it, even though they're all kind of swarming me right now. That just seems like the smart thing to do. There we go. Yep, sorry guys. And there go the construction bots. They're ready to go. What else? Yeah, I guess I will go start working on the smelting area. That's just where I am, I guess. I've been kind of putting off the smelting area because some of the machines are a little expensive. Let's make an induction furnace 2, since I'm currently holding an induction furnace 1. Casting machines, I have a couple of those. I might make some strand casting machines, just because they're so much more efficient for making wire. I don't really know how I'm going to deal with that yet. But yeah, I should make some, at least. Yeah, I'll make a few more than that, I guess. I will need blast furnaces, and since I have access to blast furnace 3s, I might as well use them. Let me turn personals on so I get my materials back. Since I have access to 3s, I should make them. Out of brass. I am requesting brass, I assume, somewhere. There's some brass. Okay, and that's all the, that was all the blast furnace 2s I had in my inventory, so those are going to get upgraded. I have casting machines. Do I have ore processors? I have 10 ore processors. I should probably get those upgraded as well. Anything that can be upgraded should be upgraded before I start placing things, I think. So while I'm still just kind of in the middle of the factory and right next to where all the plates are, I figured I'd go ahead and take care of all these little handcrafting tasks. I don't really know how many of these I'm going to want, but I know I'm going to need at least one per ore, so it's hard to overbuild them, I guess. Need a little bit of brass. There we are. How many does that give me? How many have I queued now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, let's do at least one more. That way I have at least one per ore type. Know if I'm gonna want any chemical furnaces yet. I don't think I'm gonna worry about that. They're used for a couple things, but not really things that I'm worried about at the moment. The landfill really is taking its time to craft. I'm just kind of standing here waiting and being swarmed by materials, which is a welcome change from early game when I had to continuously run up and down the entire base to gather materials myself, but all the same, could be a little faster. I did research faster bots, actually, now that I think about it, quite a while ago. I just haven't gone through and set them up because my existing bot setup isn't exactly expandable. So I'll just zoom out here and watch the bots fly for a second while I take a drink. Okay, well that was all the landfill at least. Let's go through that in one of these yellow chests up here. There we go. And hopefully the bots won't supply me with the landfill that I just handcrafted for them, but oh no, here they come. Okay. Of course. Well, maybe they'll come and make use of some of it, at least. I would turn personals off, but I am also waiting for materials at the same time, so Probably don't need 600 of these bricks since I've been having inventory trouble recently. Let's knock that back to 400. I also have coal coke on me. Is there anything I can do with that? You take charcoal. Yeah, I don't really know of anything that takes coal coke necessarily, and I don't think it's on the bus up here. I think coal coke is used by some of these smelting guys down here, though. There was coke used somewhere, I'm pretty sure. Don't you produce coke? You take coke. That's good enough for me. And then you can have a little cold right now. Just get rid of the coal in my inventory. And let's go over the whole shopping list before I decide to head out. I'll build this part in map view, kind of, even though I need the train station still. I want to at least make sure that I have everything. So, if I come here, I need a blast furnace. I'm going to need an ore processor. I don't know if I'm going to need the pellet press, but let's say I need a pellet press. After those, I am going to need casting machines and induction furnaces. Let's go ahead and set recipes and make sure I haven't missed anything. So this one's specifically for iron. Ooh, actually I would like to use one of the recipes where... Yeah, there are better recipes that I'm just around the corner from unlocking. That uses coal coke and limestone. Yeah, that's a little rough. Coke and limestone. I guess I could focus, for now, on making limestone. Like, I already make limestone down here, and I don't think there's any other way to make limestone. It is limestone and not lime, importantly, which is nice, I guess. And I'm certainly making more limestone than I'm consuming. Is there any other way? So titanium produces some limestone, funny enough. And I have no idea what this is, but it produces limestone, I guess. That's for making paper, but with like pink science thrown in there. Let's not worry about it. I already have limestone production. It seems to be working. I don't really know what I want to do with that information, though. Do I put it on a train? Like, I could also make it on site. Like, this process produces mud, which could just be voided. That's no big deal. Produces mud and limestone, and that's it. So this could be made on site, and that's just the same thing to do, I think. That's what I should do. So I'll make some washing plants, and I'll make limestone on site, but the coal coke does have to come in. But that's no big deal, because a lot of things need coal coke, so... Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. So, there's a recipe to make coal coke from smelting crushed coal, or I could also take crushed coal and run it with purified water to get coke and sulfuric wastewater. Do I need more sulfuric wastewater? Because you do need some. Sulfuric wastewater over here. I don't think I want more sulfuric wastewater. Like, the only thing you gain from doing this is that then you don't have to smelt it. But since you're already putting crushed coal in, it doesn't really matter. What can you be used in? You can be burned as fuel. Just fuel. Okay, you're not part of any recipe or anything. It's just something I can technically do with coke. Okay. It takes 5 of them for 15. And that's a very, very slight improvement. It's a 10% improvement, I guess. Not really worth it, given how infrequently I use full coke as actual fuel. So I'm not going to worry about this recipe. Especially since it takes purified water. I'm just going to smelt it. That just makes more sense, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, just gonna smelt it. Okay. So we do need crushers so that we can crush coal somewhere, but I'm probably not going to make coal coke on site. That one is a step too far, I think. But what I might do is, since other things need coke, I might have a belt that just runs up and down that has coal coke on it, especially since we need fuel for blast furnaces anyway. Like, blast furnaces are not fully electric, they need fuel. So I'll have a belt of coal coke that runs up and down, and it can be used as necessary. Which does mean I still need to produce it, of course, but that just puts it firmly in the camp of I'll figure it out later. Speaking of figuring it out later, why is research stopped? I mean, there's no blue science. Kind of figured that, to be honest, but what is the holdup? Still red circuits. Yeah. We could consume 0.8 red circuits a second, which is exactly how much this red circuit setup should be capable of producing. But you don't have circuit boards, because you don't have phenolic boards. That's this belt here, and that goes way, way down, but phenolic boards are made down here, aren't they? Oh, that's a little too far down. Phenolic boards. You have no liquid resin? Okay, I did figure that was probably the case. Liquid resin isn't running because there's no formaldehyde. Why aren't you running? Because oil residue's full? Oh boy, okay. Residue gas. Residue gas. Residual, my bad. But all the same. This tank right here. Yes. Alright, what can we do with residual gas? Natural gas liquids and residual gas. Am I not already doing something very similar? Natural gas liquids. Okay. I keep losing which tank it is. There you are. So I could make synthesis gas. I feel like synthesis gas is good for something, though I don't remember what. Blue metal catalyst is gold and titanium. I certainly can't do that. Green metal catalyst with carbon dioxide makes purified water and methanol. I am using methanol, so that's not totally outrageous. Red metal gives me naphtha. That wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I also use naphtha. I actually don't want this one, because I'm voiding hydrogen and I don't know of many things I use carbon monoxide for. I could do this one. Natural gas and synthesis gas. It only takes 50 and it goes in conjunction with natural gas liquids though, so I might also want to set up the naphtha one. But I think I will just set up this recipe right here. Yeah. As long as I have the research for it, actually. I probably should have checked. I don't think I do. Yeah, okay, just, back to business as normal. How do I get the research to use you? Oh, well, first I have to make the synthesis gas anyway. I could also combine you with crude oil, but then that gets me a lot more base mineral oil, and I think I'm avoiding that at the moment. How do I research you? I can already research you. I want to put you at the front, but this is almost finished. It's so close to being finished. I think... petroleum jelly. What are you used in? You can make cordite, but I would have to have research for that. Can I already crack you into synthesis gas? I can, okay. I don't want to have to, like, empty the tank of residual gas or anything. It is useful. It's just nothing is going to work until it's gone. So let's start cracking some of it into synthesis gas with steam. Already have a cracking area somewhere. Here you are. So this is... Oh, well, that works out well. You're already the cracker working on that, so I can just put you, like, right... Oh, I don't want to put you in the way. I'll leave a little room and put you, like, here. Then, same steam pipe can just come up and feed you as well. You're going to be residual gas into synthesis gas. There we go. That is the steam. My bad. There we are. And then I have to get the actual gas up here. Which shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, there we go. Then I do have to get you into an output. I don't have any more tanks anywhere, so 1, 2, 3. And let's just say you can run up to here. That's actually right in the way of whatever fluid that is, so let's see if I can drop you one. Here's the blueprint. Okay. So one less than max. So like right there then. And then run you over. Where'd you go? There you are. Okay. This horrible pipe spaghetti might be better off if I try and run you like up this way. On top of the station. Like maybe even just from this height right here. Don't forget to fill in the corner, of course. Not that there's a steam cracker in this system for it to place, but I'll make one in just a moment. Glad I have cliff explosives at this point, that's all I can say. Yeah, I'll just continue running you, like, out in the middle of nowhere, and then you can just turn down from there. And that's almost a perfect fit. Make sure to fill in the corners, as always. Yes, okay, so all good. So I can pick that up, and even though they literally just brought those, I think I want them to pick it up, so that we can just continue running this down this way. And, I don't want that one underground there. Well, maybe I do. I don't know, that's... No, okay, I don't. It's literally a single tile. Don't want it there. And then you can connect in like that. So that will at least allow me to buffer the synthesis gas, even if I'm not actually using it for anything. I do have to produce it, of course. Where's the steam cracker? There's a steam cracker. The blueprints for a 1, I don't think I need more than a 1. If I need a 2, I can make a 2 and upgrade. I'll upgrade if I need it. That's phenolic boards. Okay, I was like, that's not steel, is it? Okay. Steam cracker in. There you go. Anyone want to come... Oh, they already took the steam cracker. Okay, good. And there's my resupply. So, that should... That was never connected. What? Okay. Hold on. So that was what I was making my output pipe. That's not correct. This is the input pipe. Oops. Okay, so there's input. This one, which wanted to be output, is actually over here, so that's... Okay. I can make this work. I'm just glad I noticed. There we go. Okay. Very good, okay. So yeah, that input, good. That's... Okay. All cool. I don't know if I want to turn all of my my residual gas into synthesis gas, so I might actually want to limit this somehow, which means I probably want to connect all of these tanks into a circuit network. And just get that signal up here somehow. Let's say big power pole, I guess. Yeah, that works. Okay, sure, whatever. Good enough. May as well get the fluid tanks hooked up to the same. There we are. All these tanks are connected, I take it. At least they should be. Yes, okay. And so now the circuit network has all the gases and all the fluids on it, which is probably something I should have done a while ago. And then you're going to have a condition to only run if... whatever you are, residual gas. Can I just put you there? I can. So I can make it so that you only run if you're greater than, like, 12k? 12k with these tank sizes is absolutely nothing, so I just want to make sure there is, you know, we're not running this thing completely dry. Surprised this isn't light blue yet. I think one of the bots would be up here to deliver this by now. Did I just not give it to them? The gas refinery... steam cracker. Yeah, it says missing steam cracker. I'll just make another one. Maybe there was another steam cracker somewhere that they decided to build first. There literally was. Right there. Okay. Well, there's an extra steam cracker anyway. Whatever. Have fun, guys. I didn't even notice. Why is this here? I have no idea why that's there. Must be another thing I put down to, like, check recipes or something, and then the bots, like, put down a blueprint, and then the bots actually built it for some reason. I say for some reason, that's literally their job. This still is not light blue. That's, I don't know. I guess they'll get to it. Maybe I shouldn't have trusted the bots to this. I feel like every time I try and trust the bots with something like this, that, just winds up being more hassle than it's worth. There it goes. It's light blue now. Someone's on the way to go place it. I just want to make sure the build works, you know? I'm gonna, while I'm sitting here, I'm gonna make some radars. I'm gonna need them when I get into the bottom right area. So many of these things to throw away. I don't need silver right now. Yeah. Anything else in here? Not especially. I never did set up a request. Oh, I guess I did set up a request. Never mind. Oh, they're bringing me steel gears right now. Okay. How much have you progressed today? That is a good question. Most of what I've done is this area that's still being built that requires landfill right here. But a lot of what I've done is fix mistakes, clean up a little bit, and I did progress by making the crystal solution over here. So these guys are running. We finished the solar panels today, or at least the bots did. Trying to think, it's a little hard to remember off the top of my head. Most of this top section up here got built today. We upgraded green circuits today because nothing had green circuits. Oh yeah, we built more arboretums today, I think. That's what we did for green circuits, so that took a while. Can't remember too much more off the top of my head. So we've done a lot of planning today, like where things go, where things need to be, that sort of thing. Glad I came up here to check. This has no power. There we go. Okay, so that should be the first of the synthesis gas. Oh, of course, the bots can't actually place the tank, so once again, I'm glad I came down to check. There we go. Okay. So now we have syngas building up. Can't really do anything with it yet, but it is going. I noticed the research completed pretty much immediately once the steam cracking went down. Or at least I think it did. I only really just looked at it up here and noticed that this is already nearly 20% done, so I guess placing the steam cracking must have done something. I hope. Let's actually make sure the oil area did kick back on. Because it only looks like one of these is running, actually. What's the deal? You produce 0.16 a second. You consume 2.5 a second. So that's definitely not a throughput issue as far as those are concerned. But you output 25. You take in 25. Okay, so these should be perfectly in balance. And that's even assuming nothing else consumes residual gas. I guess it's just that you have big buffers. Yeah, this stacks up to 200. You've got big buffers. That's the problem. And yeah, this one over here can't output because it, this inserter just only picks up from one side of the belt. Actually, are you not running full-time? You're taking time to empty for whatever reason. Oh, I guess since the tank's full, it can only empty into this guy. So we are... Interesting. It says you should be in lockstep, though. Like, you should be producing at the same rate. And this guy is not stopping, so why are you stopping? I don't know, it'll balance itself out, I'm sure. I think it's just fluid weirdness. Maybe it's pulling a little from the tanks also. Finished ore smelting in military science and concrete to start automating building next after I also make red circuits. Ah, very nice. Yeah, I have a very modest concrete build somewhere in here that isn't really anything to show off. But let's see, let me think about that. So, military science on seablock. I forget, is military science really useful on seablock or anything? Like, I don't think I ever made it quite that far in seablock, so I'm not sure. I think it's time to head over and start placing down, at least sketching out some of these smelting machines in the smelting area. I wanted to wait for the iron smelting recipe to finish researching so that I could have the recipes it unlocked, so that I could see all the inputs and everything that I needed. And now that that's finished, I think I will just start placing buildings. Even if I don't connect anything, it's nice to see where things need to go. I should have made a taxi train. Would have been a lot faster than trying to run down here. Let me make sure that's not stupid. Okay, it's just called Name Me, that's fine. I'm okay with that. And almost there. Let's see. Def 1 sniper for worms and okay. Def 1 artillery for worms. Sniper probably works. Okay. Well, I've got to be totally honest with you. I did forget there were worms. I do remember, like, now I remember seeing the worms out there, but this, I did totally forget that worms even existed in seablock. Okay, so here's where the stations would start. So let's go ahead and grab the blueprints, get the little stacker, and a item unloading station. I would like you to be flipped. So let's just do that. And then copy you like, over here. Is that the right direction? It's kind of a shame that I can't tell without the rails being there. I only know because of Dosh. Oh yeah, I mean fair. I did watch Dosh play seablock, but it's been quite a while ago at this point. Let me grab that thing I've been copy and pasting everywhere so that I don't wind up with like whatever this is. Is on this side. There we are. Just this little collection of power poles and roboports. Yeah, there we go. Just to get coverage and power to everything. Makes it nice. There we are. Station looks backwards. I think it is. Yeah, it is. That's why when I was trying to place the ghost, I was like, I wish it would let me, you know, I wish it would let me preview it. Let me make sure we're also one rail too far back. So let's push that forward one, and there we are. You're just going to be called Name Me, because I don't want to bother with you yet. You will eventually be iron ore unloading, though. And I'm going to do the same thing that I did on the previous one. So, even though we have a bunch of stuff over here, eventually the rail is all the same level as this one little convergence rail. So, that's going to be this height right here. So, I want to just lay a marker of where I can't build beyond. Pick up this junk. There we go. Okay. Sniper works well before blue science and artillery. Yeah. The sniper I've made, as I'm sure you're all well aware, I've made very good use of today, and last time I streamed as well. Sniper is just very good. So even then, against those huge worms can pretty much one-shot you. Like, especially the electric ones, if you get stuck, there's just not really any recovering from that. You're just going down. Looks like I need more red inserters, actually. Funny enough. I don't remember if I actually have red inserters on the bus or not, so I'm just going to continue handcrafting those on the assumption that I don't. And that gas recipe that I wanted has finished, so let me actually briefly get distracted. Over here. And reset your recipe. Oh, come on. What do you mean? Hold on. It's lying to me. I don't remember if it was residual gas or syngas. Okay, it's just residual gas. I have the research. It's made in advanced gas refinery. What do I have down here? You are just a gas refinery. Okay, that's the problem, I guess. Let's make an advanced gas refinery. Oh, wherever that might be. Advanced gas refinery. There we are. I guess I'll, well, that's handcrafting here. Go ahead and set up where it should go. Where am I? There I am. Okay, it's actually a little bit bigger, which is kind of annoying. I did kind of predict that. I'll just have to deal with it later. Normal recipe back on, and I'll go put the advanced one in place whenever I do. Snipers before blue? Is it the turret that's blue science, or am I just wrong thinking blue is involved? In regular, the sniper is behind blue science, but I would assume in seablock it is not. Laser robot capsule. That just caught my eye. They look kind of cool. I wanted to know what that was. Also, can't believe cluster grenades are locked behind yellow science, along with the armor-piercing shells for the shotgun. That's just that one's kind of painful. I wonder how far away I am from just base artillery now. Maybe I kind of start beelining research towards yeah, what am I doing just researching random junk up here? Let me start beelining research towards artillery, because artillery doesn't take anything I don't already create. So let's just get some research heading in that direction. I don't even necessarily want to make artillery right now, because if I did, I would be swarmed by biters I couldn't deal with. But all the same, it would be nice to have the research going. Okay. On 1.1, it's pre-blue science. Gotcha, that makes sense. Seablock would make sense if it wasn't, I suppose. Just wanted to be sure I wasn't going crazy. No, you're good. Do I have a, hold on. Let me go to base up here. And I did want to copy some of this, even though I'm going to change it up a little bit. I do at least want... I want the logic, at least. So let's put this in here. Clear these belts out. And these belts, actually, I want to reverse. Please. Go. And then these guys should move. Okay. Let's green wire. Connect all the inserters. And then connect you to the input. And then same for this guy. Connect all the inserters. And output. And then flip you. And output. Okay. This guy. Are you properly connected to everyone? Looks like you are. Let's just throw, like, glass in here or something. Yeah, okay. So everyone can see what's in there. All good. Cool. Just wanted to make sure the inputs were nice. Yeah, so no cross-contamination or anything. Be back up. There we go. So this station is going to be for iron ore, so I should set this to iron ore. Let me just look for iron specifically. There you are. Can I just grab that? Yes, I can. Okay. And then I'll just copy that over. And then I guess I'll go ahead and set the station name here. This is going to be iron ore. Unloading. There we go. Do I have a iron ore train already? I do. Let me just copy the colors there and change you to unloading. Very nice. Okay. So that's going to bring iron ore up here. It's going to come out, and then what do I do with it? That's the million-dollar question. With all the research that I have at this point for ore processing, to tell you the truth, I'm not even entirely sure. Looks like I start with the ore processor. Let me check the ore itself and make sure there's not anything I ever do other than that. No. Okay, so iron ore coming in always, unless you're making ingots straight, as I am right now, pretty much you always want to go processed iron, which is an ore processor. So, one step at a time. Ore processors. I know I have some. There we are. So, how fast do you do this? You can take in 3. So if a belt's 15, I need 5 of you. Yeah. There. I was kind of thinking of maybe doing like a split stack, like there and there, but let's just keep it linear for right now. After synthesizing plastic and resin out of the air, I can set up red circuits for blue science and bots. That is the fun part of seablock. I love being able to just more, borderline conjure materials. Okay, I've done this backwards. Let's do this, this, and there. Okay. One of these times I will get it correct. Set your recipes. And then copy this on the other side. And I will send you to the left. And then if this needs to expand, it can expand to the right. And so after processed iron, that's going to go into the pellet press. So let's see how fast the pellet press is. You take 1.5 per second. You produce 1.5 per second. Okay. So 1 to 1, I can actually direct insert these. So never mind the belt. Would have liked the inserters to stay, but that's price we pay, I suppose. There we are, so pellet press. Guess I should go ahead and make a couple more of those. So after the pellet press, then we can finally make iron, but that's going to require limestone and coke. So limestone I'm going to make on site, and coke I'm going to bring in. And that is in a blast furnace 3 at minimum. Okay. So let me grab a blast furnace 3 and see how quickly it can handle that recipe. That takes 4. You produce 2. Okay, that actually works out very nicely. Because I can just direct insert once again. And then this one only gets like half, I guess. Like we need it to make full use, but oh well. Does this just work out? This does just work out. Okay, very nice. In that case, since all of these are centered, these should be centered as well. There we go. We actually need power over here as well. There we are. And then these are going to be that third iron recipe. There we are. Done with seablock for the night. Can't blame you there. You've been at it for a while, I think. And you made great progress. Let's see. After I have iron ingots, that's where things get a little complicated. And I'm debating even just putting these right back on a train to send around to wherever they need to go again, even though I fully understand how silly that is. The problem is that iron ingots are actually used in a number of places. We can even do other, like, more advanced processes with them, which is, you know, it makes it difficult to fully commit because they, yeah, they go into steel, they get powdered for some unknown reason. I think that's actually for making alien artifacts. Manganese cathodes, which makes iron hydroxide, and these get used to make something, and like, yeah. It's difficult to know exactly where these need to be. Stopped after blue algae oil. I mean, I think any sane person would. Like, that's a pretty good accomplishment. That's a good place to stop for the night, I'd say. Not for me, but for you. If I had blue algae oil, I'd be pretty excited, I'd say. I'm going to make the executive decision that this is going to be just for iron, just iron plates. And I'm gonna load iron plates onto another train and just be satisfied with that. And then for each metal, I'll do the same. I'll have to import and start from iron ore to make steel, for example, and so on. And I think I'm okay with that. Like, I've left myself purposefully between stops. If I grab the blueprint book, grab this. Where's the... Hold on. Let me go to map view. Okay, there we go. So, this stacker here takes up about a chunk worth of room, and all of my rails are chunk aligned. So, what I'm thinking is if I need more than one product to make an ore, rather than having a stacker here, I can instead have these rails would be more than enough space to work around and get multiple train stations, like down this way. And that's why I'm trying to be conscious not to build in most setups in areas like around in here, because if I do wind up needing multiple trains for input, then that's where they're gonna go. It was rather convenient, although I would have done blue science fully if it was not for time. Yeah, that's, I mean, time's always a constraint. I would play for hours and hours, if not for... Well, I guess I do play for hours and hours, but I would play much longer if there weren't other things that required my attention. This is for fuel. I'm just trying to visualize how I want this to go. I think... Because I'm also going to have lime coming in here. Lime or limestone? I forget. Limestone. So I need limestone coming in here. And I need coal coke coming in here. And I also need coal coke for fuel. And then I need to output 24 iron when that's all said and done. Just, I don't know, trying to think the best way to do that, but I don't think it's gonna matter too terribly much. I will probably use red inserters, though. Just seems the wise move. So let's put you here. Like, inputs can go on the middle. And I'll figure out the coal, coke, and lime in a minute. And then the outputs can go on the edges. And that's gonna go on a belt for now, but I might change that later. Of course you're going to go and be over there. So, Okay. change of plan, you get to just hug the center for outputs. Because at least that one can get a sane power pole. And then these all need to be long, and I'll say the one on the right gets to be on the inside of the belt. And again, this might all change later. Oh, bye for real this time. I'll see you later, man. Oh no, I don't think I believe you this time. Well, I mean, let's just say when Space Age came out, I did do a 24-hour stream to celebrate, and it was a little rough. That was a little more than comfortable, but 12 hours, I could do 12 hours. Usually, when I stream Bobs and Angels, like I have been the last month, which is the only time I've ever streamed it, so that would be my usually, I usually stop because I get hungry and want to go eat. Either that or my voice gets hoarse. One or the other. Fortunately, I have this little pond right here, which is going to make setting up... Well, I might need to landfill that, actually, for train stations. So maybe I won't rely on that, and instead I'll come over this way, and given that we have this little block of room right here, I'll put the limestone production in here. Was I smart enough to make washing machines? No, of course not. Let's just make a couple of those. I don't remember how many I'm going to need for limestone, but I'm sure if this is too many, I'll need more washing machines at some point. Well, there's craft. This will be a belt of iron ingots. I'll probably direct insert instead of ingots, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, because I think if I want any of these other things, I will just set up another station that also smelts iron that only exports that product. Rather than trying to make mixed products or anything in one station, that just sounds like a recipe for disaster. And that also allows me, like, as I get over here, maybe if I want to import nickel and chrome to help buff iron or something, then that's going to help allow that so that I have more room in here. That being said, maybe I do just put ingots on another train and ship them around though, because I'm never going to want to send silicon ingots down here, but I do want silicon ingots. Decisions. This is harder than I thought it was going to be. I didn't expect to have hard decisions at this point while setting up smelting. Just remembered that I didn't get around to doing the 1-year community map redo. I think I was too busy getting the 40-hour achievement with a friend. Shame though, because the save I beat Space Age on for the first time is lost on a dead computer. Oh, that's too bad. I do actually still have my first Space Age playthrough. I have a lot of old saves actually. As you can see, anytime I go to save on here, most of these don't have much of any time, but you know. Oh, there it is actually, right there. That's my Space Age stream. Okay, I think I've talked myself into putting ingots onto a train. This is kind of ludicrous, but whatever. I don't know, that's so stupid. It's so stupid. I'm not at all pleased with that. Oh, except for that one. Oh, that's terrible. It always has to work like that for some reason. Like, the ones that you want to keep are always the ones that wind up somehow winding up on a dead computer, one way or another. I'm trying to talk myself out of this plan of mine. but I don't know any other sane way to get, like, resources mixed like that, and I do want to future-proof this as much as I can, since I don't really know where I'm going to need them. Watching me fret about this has made you pretty sure you're going to redo trains and put ingots on trains. Yeah, like, that's the point, I guess, is that I have already made the decision in my head. I've already decided to put them on trains. I just don't like that I've decided to put them on trains, and so I'm procrastinating actually starting to do it, but at this point that's not going to get me anywhere. Let's just do it. Where's the rail book? Let's get some straight rails and start sending them over this way. Let's get a station split. I want to leave room for a stacker. So if the stacker's here, that means the station has to be here. Yeah. So then a T on this block. There we are. And that means another straight right there. Let's see where that leaves everything. I guess I do want to go ahead and put the stacker. That would have been intelligent. That's maybe not enough room. I guess if I shift everything over, that's probably not enough room. It's yeah, that's not enough room. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Guess we just need one more straight. And then the split, and then the station, and then the stacker. This is exactly where I was before. Okay. I don't know how that happened. Straight. Split. Station. Stack. And station loading. There we are. Okay. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing that leaves me a whole lot of empty room. Don't really think I like that very much, to tell you the truth. I'm not entirely sure how I would make it better, though. Yeah, that's, that kind of sucks. Especially with it being literally right on the lake when I'm already having such trouble with landfill. Well, it is what it is. Let's grab you. And you get to be just a little more silvery, I guess? Let's say, like, 175, 130, 75? I think that's fair. You're gonna be iron ingot. That's silicon, that's silver. There's iron. Iron. Ingot. Loading. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I feel like a total goofball for this, but it is what it is. Let's just get the belts in there. I guess I should put the the logic stuff on my blueprints. I just haven't updated them in a while. Let's grab that. Why don't you fit? There we go. I think I'll move you in. I'm going to cut and flip you. Cut and flip you. And the same here. Okay. Does look like I need a couple more comparators. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a parameterized blueprint for the first time this playthrough, even though I did kind of try to make one earlier. Let's just say parameter 0, and then copy that across to there, and then parameter 0 for you as well. And then I'm going to find that station blueprint. This is loading. New contents. And I think I'll grab this just so that it lines up every time that I do this. The station name, actually. Before I do that, let me change the station name. Let me just throw you a little further out there. And then I'm going to change you to something random, just like name me so I'll notice. Color, just like maxed out, I guess. And now I'll go through the process of updating that. No tiles. Oh, I could have just chosen not to copy the train stop names. Okay, good enough. Fair play. Ditch that and that. Just have the, okay, maybe I don't want the signals, because then that would make it more difficult. Yeah. Parameters. Yep. This is item loaded, I guess. That works. And that should be good. So now, if I try and do a loading station somewhere, if I were to try and place you like there, it'll ask me. I can do like iron ore, and everything should just work. Iron ore, excellent. Okay, now let's just pick all that back up. Down and grab all this while I'm at it, I guess. Oh, there's actually quite a lot down there. Maybe I won't bother. Okay. Never mind. Oh, new research. Feels like it's been a while since I had a new research complete. So, that still doesn't actually solve my problem. I still have to go and put the ingots on here now. So let's not forget to do that. I hope this is actually set up properly since I just made a blueprint of this. Hope I didn't forget anything somewhere. All these inserters are set up and toggled correctly and everything. All the wires should be connected. Yeah, okay. Should be fine. Should be fine. Okay. So this is not ideal for long term, but I kind of just want to get this done and over with. Let's get this working. So I'll just do that and let the what would you call this? Evening averaging logic take care of keeping all of those loaded, especially since this is only a single yellow belt of throughput. Again, I'm not that bothered about it. Even though, actually, we do, from this, we do actually get quite a lot of output, actually. Each one of these, if running full-time, outputs almost a yellow belt all by itself. I didn't look at numbers here, I guess. So I am going to have to worry about this a little bit. That's a combined 36 items, which is just over 2 yellow belts, though one of them only runs half-time. That's actually 30 dead on, which is exactly 2 yellow belts. Okay. I guess that works then. And just do this. It does make output a little more difficult, actually. So this guy and one of these inserters gets to be a belt. And then this inserter and this inserter gets to be a belt. We'll see how that goes. I'm not entirely sold on that. But, we'll see how it goes. I was just checking the handedness of these belts. So this guy's far, and then inside, and then this guy's far again. He does output onto a curve. I don't really like that. Let's go ahead and do that. Even though then that makes this a little uglier, whatever. And then this guy is inside, and then this guy's outside. This guy does have a second output, technically, but I might even just take that off since he only runs half-time. And then, clearly I've misplaced these. Let's go like that. And then that should still evenly distribute through all of these. That shouldn't be any issue. I just now noticed... I just now noticed that these belts are backwards, actually. Oh, and the blueprint I made is going to have belts inside of it. Yeah, let's take those out. There we go. I did just notice that these belts should be going this way by all rights, by all means of sanity. They should be flowing to the right. Oh well, they're flowing to the left and I'm not going to bother fixing it. That is how it is. So I do still have to get coal coke in here. That's going to be both power and a necessary ingredient. And I must get limestone. But I only need 3 lime. Is it lime or limestone? That's important. Limestone. So the unprocessed one, right. Let's go ahead and set that up like right in here on top of this stacker so that it isn't taking up precious space that this guy might want. This is kind of reserved blank space, so this is the perfect place to throw some pre-processing steps. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's start setting recipes because I don't remember how far down limestone is. You take light mud water. So that's this one. And so perfect, okay. I do have 1 extra, but oh well. This actually only outputs 1.3 a second, so I actually do need the extra. I'll just go like this, and I don't remember if limestone takes water. Limestone does take water, so I will raise you 1, and then I'll just flip you. Okay, very cool. Let's figure out how to actually get pipes down into this guy. Okay. I want to take water from over in here, because I think there's a fair chance I'll wind up landfilling some of this area up in here. And unlike just plain water, the muddy water that you need to run these guys actually must come from an actual water source. You can't just magic that out of the air. So, where's an offshore pump? I forget exactly what you're called. You're a seafloor pump, okay. I'll make one of those, and I'll make an offshore pump as well. So, oh, there's not any good places to put you. Okay, I might be able to make a place to put you with landfill, actually. let's say I do something like that. Are you satisfied now? Yes. Okay. And then offshore pump. Can go pretty much anywhere. Yep. Okay. Now you I have to run all the way to the very beginning, but fortunately only the guy at the very beginning needs you. There we are. Connect that up, and power is just right here, which is cool. I'm going to flip all your fluid inputs to the top, since that aligns with these guys better. And you can output mud, so I do have to remember that. Okay. There's that. And then actual water can just come down this way. Can you output anything but that? No. Okay, so you only output lime. Wanted to make sure there was no additional mud or anything that I had to worry about. There's that input. Okay, so these guys, you mud. Great. There we go. Mud is just going to come up and be made into landfill the same way that I do in the other build. So yeah, like that. And in you go. You're gonna make landfill. Let's make sure I choose the correct recipe. There we are. Where are these guys gonna output from? I guess over here. The decision was made for me by the power pole. So limestone will just come up. I'll even give it the ability to fill the belt. So this is 2.7. And how much did I need? Technically 3, but really 2.5. So that's plenty. Coal coke will have to be on this belt. But for right now, I can just do that. Which does actually mean I don't want you to fill the whole belt. Let's just do like that. Oh, and the landfill needs an output. Let's put you here. I think I will put you in one of these. The 2 landfill recipes mess me up a lot. Yeah, it's, so far it hasn't gotten me, hasn't cost me anything, but it is definitely something to be wary of. Okay, there we go. That should be everything that you need. Yes, okay, so you're running now. You'll get inserters eventually. I've run out of my own, but we're getting there. And there's limestone. Okay, so first limestone has arrived, and it would be on the belt if we had inserters. Then that's gonna wind over this way. Very cool. Fill you up. Let's, roboport right there, just for coverage. Don't even know why, it's just, you know, might as well. Still need coke. Let's try and figure out coke. Where can that come from? So coke is crushed coal and then smelted. I don't really know a good dedicated place to make coal coke. But I do definitely need one. I need a dedicated place that can make coal coke. Um, Yeah, I don't see... Like, nothing's jumping out at me, basically, is what I mean. Nothing seems like a really good place for coal coke. Maybe, like, right here. In the same way that I have this processing area for iron, maybe in the next processing area I will make coal coke. But then I still need a drop-off for actual coal, is the problem. And that is a problem. How many recipes is coal coke actually used in? I know I just did this a minute ago, but... So, only really metals and carbon. Oh, actually, some of the smelting recipes take carbon also. I can make you out of coke, though, so that's no big deal. Yeah, I just need coke in here. You have the funniest coal coke station? I can't even imagine what that could possibly be. Yeah. Okay. Well, if it's in the way of something, I guess I just have to figure that out later. I am going to just make coal coke up here. But what that means is I have to have a coal drop-off station. So rather than just ore all the way up, I think this station specifically will be my coal station. Which isn't great, but hey, some things are going to need coal. I know lead takes coal. I know some things take coal coke. I'm going to need coal in here, so I might as well get it taken care of. Unload into boxes, straight into crushers, then into another box onto a train. See, that's the dream. Somehow I've wound up with kind of a long system, so I'm quite unhappy with this. I'm quite unhappy with this, yes. Because the only actual production that I even really care about is right here. That's loading. That's unloading. Literally, the production is only this area. And I guess you could count this area. And to facilitate this, I need all of this. So, I'm not really happy with the way that this came out, but it is what it is at this point. That's what happens when you try to just scrape together a rail plan. There we are. So this is going to be for just plain old coal. Station unloading. Hard to tell where actually it's supposed to go until the existing rails are ripped up. Really hope that my personal bots aren't just waiting for base bots to take care of that. Really hope someone gets around to picking this rail in particular up, but I think that's fine. I think that's enough. Yes, because I believe that's what I want. Right there. Okay, and since I just went through the effort to parameterize my loading station, it only makes sense that I now go through and make a parameterized unloading station to match. So let's just grab up to, like, there, I suppose. Do like that. I do need red inserters, but I actually don't have any regular inserters, so I'll have to soon go back to base and resupply. Fortunately, I am good with just the ghosts. So here, here actually. And then you are also parameter 0, and then copy you down. Hopefully all these are connected correctly. It does look to be the case, yes. Okay. And so then, blueprint, train, this is unloading, update. And yeah, I think that's everything. Don't take train stop names. Parameterized blueprint. This is item unloaded. And save. Okay. So that should be good. What? Didn't I copied from loading, not unloading. Okay. Well, that's gonna be wrong then. Well, no, I thought... Okay, that is loading. Okay. My bad. Let's copy the actual unloading station then. You don't have logic on you, but you do. So let's copy you. Alright, let's do this one more time. And let's actually flip these belts around since that's the direction the train station's facing. Okay. Parameter 0. Parameter 0. Do you have output? Yeah, you're just going to that inserter? Okay. You also, and you also. Okay. After that's been a problem so many times, you start to get a little paranoid about it. So this is train unloading. Update. Once more. Item unloaded. There we go. Okay. And save. Very nice. Okay. So you're going to be coal. So color just jet black. This is going to be coal unload. And very cool. Okay. Not that we have anywhere that's actually putting coal on a train yet, but we have the coal station. We also need crushers. So, do I still have crushers on me? I don't think I do. Doesn't look like it. Okay. While those craft, I think I'm gonna head back to base and resupply real quick. I'm gonna make so many bots mad as I head in and out of logistic zones, but it is what it is, oh well. I, once again, should have just taken a taxi train. That would have made this a lot easier instead of running all the way. And you know what? I still have a long way to go. I can still take a taxi train. Let me just put you over here so the inserters don't steal your fuel. Actually, give you some fuel. And then we're gonna just drive up into Crystal Slurry since nothing actually goes there, and that's pretty close to the heart of the base. I believe I just lost all my personal construction drones. They went off to do something, and I saw them pitifully chase after the train. You will be missed, guys. This is an Ultra Cube, so bots don't have consciousness. Exactly. Okay, there's a pretty hefty swarm coming in. Oh yeah, look at it. They all just want to give me a hug. Yep, that's a lot of bots. Oh, I'm taking so much wood. I was wondering why there was so much wood. I thought they were bringing it to me for just a second. I was like, what are you guys doing? Go ahead, trash all of this. Throw you away. Any other stuff in here? No, still Still at 1.5k on the landfill. I don't think we've made any progress since I came and emptied the buffers. I guess we must be making some, just hardly any. Yeah, look at the materials just roll in. Okay. So, with that kind of said and done, I still have all of this, all this junk down here. Can I make... Let me do something real quick. Let me throw you in here, and... entities. I was pretty sure there was a way to do a deconstruction planner that only picked up entities. Maybe blacklist is what I'm going for. It's the edge of construction over here. You work. You also pick up the rails. Losing my mind. I know there's a way to do this. Item request slot, tile ghost, item on ground. There we go. Whitelist, item on ground. Okay. I knew there was something. I just hadn't had to do that in a while. So let's just do all that. Wow, they're still bringing me stuff. Okay. Yeah, that's quite a line of bots just bringing me stuff. This facility's shaping up kind of like it more exists than it did before, is the best I can say. There's no robot coverage over here, so I'll have to take care of that myself at some point. Do what? I got it? Okay. Whatever it was, I seem to have gotten it. I might go ahead and make these stations here just so I can extend robot coverage enough so that they can build out these long belts without me having to interfere. It would also help to know what exactly I need. Actually, there's a set order I have to build these in, because I've already connected the belts. Next is Givelite. Okay, so the next station, even though I do not mine any whatsoever, is actually a Givelite station. So... I say Givelite, I have no idea how you're supposed to pronounce that. That's just my best guess. There we are. And then you get to be just kinda max yellow, I think? I think just max yellow, yeah? Okay. Railbook. There you are. And then... Oh, where are you? Station unloading, yes. That's actually a very good question. What is the next thing that I need? Whoops. Let's not place you yet, then. There you are. The next one is blue geodes. I already have blue geodes. What do you mean? I guess I didn't set the recipes on all of these? I thought I did. What's after purple? Orange, okay. Oh, I just copied these, okay. So... Purple's second, yes, yes, okay. So then, after orange is green. After green comes cyan. And then lastly is red. Okay. I just realized these are not level. I scream, but at the same time, they already hardly fit. Oh well. Next up, what are you? You come from Steertight. Okay. Let's set up the Steertight station. Here you are. This one is Steertight. And I'm going to paste over this one. I hope it doesn't remove the station name, but you don't have the unloading logic. This one is Ghibli, yes. It did overwrite the station. That's unfortunate, but also not a big deal. It's not like it's hard to set. I just would rather not have set it again, being that I just did. Oh, you kept your name. You just lost your color. How odd. Okay, so that one's Sapphirite. I should set your name. Nope, 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 nope. Steertight. There we are. And then I guess I'll just continue that way for the rest of the stations as well. If I had any idea what the stations were, that is. I keep getting to that point and then being like, wait, what am I doing? Light green comes from... Wait, what? Oh, Cretinium, okay. Station unloading and Cretinium. I know the last one while I'm here. Last one was red, which is Rubite. Which makes... I should be able to figure out who the last one is. Oh, it's Bobmonium. Okay. Then we have the Bob station last. Right? I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. So it must be Bob. I keep trying to put the blueprint away, and instead I exit map view. There you are. Okay, so with all those stations placed, part of the reason I did that is so that I could also place all the roboports that go along with them. There we are. There we are. These are all also getting radars. I don't want you to have radars, my bad. Okay. And that should, yeah, that gets us all the way down. That's cool. I mean, we're going to need the stations anyway, might as well get them constructed, but that's also going to give us radar range over all the belts over here, which should get those finished eventually. Still just need landfill everywhere. Alright, I have been resupplied though. I can get rid of you now. I have 77 landfill on me. Yeah, we need 1.5 thousand. I think I'm gonna go do the handcrafting again. I'm gonna just go shove my face in the stone box and craft as much as I can. Personals off. Grab you. And landstone? Landstone. Landfill from stone was the thought process there. Because I wanted to make sure I did not get the wrong landfill recipe. let's see. A little more. Okay. That's going to get around 700, which is going to be about halfway again. I just, oh my god, my construction bots made it. You made it home. You really do love me. Yeah, okay. You take all the time to charge up that you need. So even still, this is only getting to iron ingots on a train. And I don't know if I want to continue building out that way. I really don't think I can continue building out that way. And even then, unless I have my entire base just rebuilt and run off to the right, that doesn't make much sense. But then where do I want to make smelting is the eternal question. Maybe I'll bring it down. Down might require even more landfill here and there, but if I just start... Like, once I can bring this thing to life and it actually starts working, I'll have a lot of stone. Like, I'll be able to make as much landfill as I want, I think. It's just getting there has been quite a mess. I wonder where I ever left the crawler. I haven't seen the crawler in quite a while. And I don't see it on the map. Which is kind of interesting. It should be pretty easily. That's the tank. Not that I really care for any particular reason. It just kind of occurred to me that I hadn't seen it in a while and was wondering if it had, like 100 roboports in it for some reason. Because I do remember requesting some roboports into it. But, it seems to just be gone. Unless I brought it up here. There it is. And you do, in fact, have a bunch of roboports inside of you. So if I ever need roboports... But, more importantly, you have landfill. So, let's go and grab your landfill. Yeah, you have 1.6k landfill on you. That's gonna be enough to finish most of our project here. I'll just have to remember to reset the requests on you after the bots have already taken all the landfill that we need. There are yellow chests around here somewhere, so I'm just going to dump this landfill in here. There we are, personal's off, just making sure, yeah. So, there we go. Okay, that's our landfill needs met right there. We're gonna need more, so I'm not gonna resupply you yet, but that's, that was a nice little buffer. Okay, so with ingots coming on trains this way, they'll be coming down here. I already have the split here. I don't really want to go up, because that's heading into more combat range. Down doesn't seem nearly as bad, so I am going to just split downwards. Yeah, I really hate the way the overlap works whenever I try to change a straight into a T, but it is what it is. There we are. That should be... I think that should be cleaned up. And then, with that right there, that allows us to start making more stations, perhaps over on this side, and just start the actual smelting action going on down here. In fact, there's no reason to just talk about it. Let's go ahead and get started, laying down some of the initial rails. So let's see. Iron, steel, copper, tin, just to start with, and then we're into a literal ocean. Well, that'll give us time to build up more landfill at least. Should probably go ahead and set those stackers to be constructed as well. Let's flip you. And I think I did 3, but I'm gonna have more if I didn't, so... Then the very first one, I keep putting this away and then deciding maybe I will do just a little more. I need an unloading station for the iron ingots. Iron ingot, there you are. And then I don't have radar range any further down than that, so I'll just stop there. I think I'm going to steal some of the roboports out of here as well, just so I can throw them in here. Yeah, lots of bots just waiting on landfill still. But it is in the system, it's getting there. How am I missing a pump somewhere? Like a water pump. I have no idea where that could even be. Oh. Okay, I do remember doing that actually. Yeah, I guess I'll make a pump for you. I'll even make a couple because I don't remember how many of those I placed. There we are. And I guess while I'm up here, I'll go... I just saw this guy, the advanced gas refinery. I'll probably go slot him in, just so that we aren't accumulating a bunch of gas that we can't do anything with, because that's been a problem I've been fighting all day anyway. There you are. So let's just run down here. Excuse me. Run down here. And I'm gonna have to lower this by 1. Which is a little unfortunate, but it's just what's gonna have to happen. I'll just leave you there for now. Pick you up, and then advanced gas refinery. We might also have to refigure out some things, because that's not quite gonna work. Yeah, okay, so the outputs are also going to have to move, unfortunately. That's really no good at all. What's this pipe? Nitrogen gas. Can I do something like that to get you out of the way? Okay, so that works. The bottom's no longer connecting to anything. Okay, you barely fit, but you do fit. So natural gas liquids and synthesis gas, or natural gas liquids and residual gas. One gives toluene, and one gives carbon monoxide. Am I using carbon monoxide for anything? I don't remember. I think I'm just turning it into carbon dioxide if I'm using it for anything at all. Yeah, okay, so let's avoid the one that produces carbon monoxide. And toluene, I think we might be able to turn into something. Oh, you're used in explosives. You're only used in explosives. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so you are like a true waste product, it looks like. I'm not entirely sure I'm happy with that then. Not that I don't need explosives, granted. Let's see, sulfuric and nitric acids. What am I using at the moment? I don't remember. Sulfuric and nitric acid and glycerol. I think glycerol was kind of a pain, wasn't it? Yeah, glycerol... I would be happy for glycerol to go away, I guess. And I can just void toluene if the need arises. Methane, ethane, butane. I believe those are the same three. Butane, ethane, yes, and then methane. Good. So... the order also seems to be preserved, which is very nice. I just have one more gas on the end over here. And that's not even a gas, that's a liquid, but all the same. I guess that means I need another fluid tank. So let me go just map view that in. There's actually pipes in the way of where the next tank should go. That's unfortunate. Oh, I have more tanks over here. Okay. I guess I'll just allow you to be over there. No idea how I'm gonna get pipes in over that way, but I'll worry about that in a moment. The belts were carrying me away. Where even am I? Here I am. Okay. I think I'm going to try and run you just straight this way. But before I worry about that, I do have to get your inputs hooked up again anyway. Not the greatest connection, but what are you gonna do? And then I have to get the residual gas in here as well. Ooh, that's gonna be tough, because I already have an underground along this lane. Oh, I hate that. Okay, I'm gonna have to come, like, down and around, I guess. Yeah, let's fill in corners. All cool. And then just keep running with it. So this is residual, I gotta remember that. Residual gas, which is right here. Oh, I'm literally running, like, right on top of a residual gas line. Oh, you output residual gas. Oh my god. Let's pick all this up. Alright, I don't know if that's an output or an input, but... yeah, you also take residual gas as an input. Okay. Which means this pipe that I just put there is once again right in the way. But that's... I can go that low and no lower. That's the best I got. Does that work? That does work. Okay. Because that allows that to escape this way. Okay. You should be hooked up, and that should be going. Very good. Let's get toluene in the tank we just set up over on the left. And yeah, we got a ways to go, so let's just keep running it. And it's right up there, okay. I think I'll go one more length, and then we'll turn. And go like that. Where am I still going? Okay, over to the left now. And then, is that perfect? Pretty much. Couldn't ask for much better. And there you go, you've got toluene in you. Okay. So that's just being stored right now. I know it can be used to make explosives. I'm not going to bother setting that up just quite yet. But, that's going to give us a slightly better recipe, I think. Honestly, I didn't even bother checking. Let's see. Methane. Natural gas and residual. 100 to 40. 100 to 50. That's actually a worse split. Am I doing anything with butane and ethane? I think they just get cracked right down below, don't they? Methane. It's cracked into methanol. But, what do I do with, ethane, for example? Ethane can be cracked into ethylene. I think I might still be making some plastic from that. And then butane can be cracked into benzene. Okay, so I'm not actually doing anything with either of these extra gases. Literally, my old recipe was just better. This is a worse recipe. Awesome. Didn't even bother to check. Okay. Yeah, 50 from 100 natural gas. That one's 90. Yeah, this one's just significantly worse so that I can get toluene, and I don't even want the toluene. Well, that's been fun. Cool. What else can I do with residual gas? I can make it into petroleum jelly. Okay. So not a lot is what I'm getting. What can I do with synthesis gas? For the cost of gold and titanium, I can do something with it, but I can't quite do that at the moment. Carbon dioxide gives me methanol if I use green metal, which is aluminum and silver. Still not great, but it is an option. Could also just make you into solid fuel, but I'm already making solid fuel. That's not gonna do it. Yeah, maybe I just make carbon monoxide and hydrogen out of you? But again, I don't need carbon monoxide and I'm already voiding hydrogen. Yeah, Carbon monoxide, and that would give me naphtha. That's not a bad option. I have to queue the research for it, but maybe I'll go that route. Which does unfortunately mean, after all of this meandering I did to get this to fit, I'm going to just tear it straight down. It's just a straight up worse recipe. And then I put this just right back in its place. Pick up all these pipes. And this is why you look at recipes. Well, at least this pipe's a little better now. And let's just send you back to doing what you do best. Pick up the toluene pipe. Oh boy, this is going to be a minute, I guess. And almost there. And there we go. Okay. And I guess I'll just keep this 800 toluene sitting around in case I set up something else that produces toluene, but honestly, if I need another fluid tank next time that comes around, I'm probably just going to dump it. Don't think I need this one random turret in the middle of the base anymore. Didn't really want the personals to do that. There we go. Okay. So where does that leave me? So the bots are going to steadily work their way down here. This has no power because that hasn't been placed, but once it is, then they'll start working down on this section. I should probably go clear these random little bases down there. Fortunately, they don't look like too terribly much. Do I have a train on me? I do, okay. Because that way I can just head straight down there without having to walk the whole way. Put you down, hop in, give you like 45 coal, I think that'll do. And can I make it down here? I sure can. It's quite a ride, though, even in a train. I'm glad I did not try to walk this. I guess I can come up and place, like, a power pole, just to get things going. Maybe I'll turn personals off. I don't think I want them going through that much effort. And let's come down here. I know radar range is around in here, so it's probably a good idea to go ahead and throw a radar. Right at the end of these rails, I think. If I can get through these trees. Oh, that's a cliff. Just can't even see the cliff. Okay, so right at the end of the rails, I'm going to put the radar down. Why is there just a random, like, glowing huge worm? Why do you light up? Oh, you're an electric worm. Maybe electric worms just light up. Maybe that's just the thing you do? And there we are. When they're by themselves, not that scary. But man, when there's a couple of them and they're in the middle of a nest, it's, they're really something. I can't see a bit, so maybe personals are a good idea through here. And where'd the radar go? There you are. Let's get the radar right there. And of course this has no power, but once it does, that'll give me sight over this whole area in here. Let's get personals back off again. Thanks, guys. Load up. Okay. So there's a little base over this way. Oh, actually it's just worms. Huh. More electrics. Not the biggest fan of the electrics. The electrics are a little scary. There we are. And then just a little guy. Okay. Those taken care of. I wonder if I can reach this base to the southwest here. Like, am I able to hit you? No, it doesn't look like I can. Okay. I don't want to waste precious landfill getting over to you, but you do need to be eliminated. I'm not going to make a full land bridge. I don't want to connect through here, if possible, but I do need to be able to get down to you. Okay. First one. On a narrow space like this is going to be interesting. Though, funny enough, when they spit into the water, they actually don't leave it on the ground, so you don't have to worry about walking back through it. It's kind of nice. The lovely sound of the sniper rifle. Yay! I just noticed over on the right, we are now primarily creating large, or huge biter variants. And come on, you can do it. Oh god, don't die. And come on. There we go. Okay, I do still have to deal with those guys somehow. Okay, and there's like just a couple in there. I wonder... if I... Okay, I can't like force place those over there even with bots or anything. No, come back! Why? Okay, I might... I really don't want to connect this landmass if I don't have to. I know it's silly, it's just... Yeah, I can't waste that much landfill though. It just has to be. There we go. Okay. I couldn't let those guys just crawl off and, like, wind up making their way through the woods up here into the bottom of my base. That would have been catastrophic. Fortunately, I just remembered, you can pick up landfill now. So I actually don't have to leave this. I'm still thinking of landfill as something permanent. Like, once it's there, it's just there forever. Being able to pick up landfill, very nice. Give me some fish. I've been going through some fish lately. Not the trees, please. Oh, and of course they're off to go construct the railway. Whatever. There we are. Just come back and pick these up, please. No? Don't wanna? Understood. Guess I'll take care of it. There we go. Now personals... Oh, not map view. Personals off. Thank you. Okay. I don't mind you putting the landfill over there, I guess. I just didn't want you to, make me stand there for an hour while you went and placed rails. I can't even walk through here. Can't see where I am. There we go. Picking up landfill is unironically one of the reasons I'm excited to play seablock 2.0 when it's finally done. I mean, that's gonna be a tremendous change. Like, it's gonna be good. Being able to pick up landfill is a feature that we've really needed for a long time. Once again, in one of those places where I'm kind of looking around, the build orders have been placed, and I'm like, is there anything I can do to speed this along just a little bit? And typically the answer is not really. What is, iron ingot. Being able to parameterize the station also makes it nice, so that you can remember what exactly you were putting these down for. iron ingot unloading. There we are. You're built backwards. Let's just pick that up and flip you around. The problem is without the rails... Oh, well, okay, there you go. I was gonna just about to say, without the rails, it's hard to tell where they're supposed to go, but I suppose that's one way of doing that. Alright, and there we are. You're just backwards. Okay, whatever, there we go. So this is going to be where iron ingots come out, and they're just going to get smelted into iron. I mean, that's really all that's going to happen here. We're just going to smelt you into iron. Yeah, that's probably right. And that's probably right. And if it didn't place them, then oh well. We'll deal with it when we get there. So that's going to be iron ingots coming out. Iron ingots just get smelted. Pretty sure. Like, we don't need a pellet press or anything anymore. The time for that is done and over. Yes, okay. Yeah. So you... Yep, you just get melted in an induction furnace. That's really it. You might have multiple inputs, however, so rather than a stacker, I should prepare this to have multiple train station. So, personal's on. I guess you can go finish that up if you want. But more than anything, I'd really just like you to come in and actually get rid of the stacker. And instead of a stacker, we're going to have multiple unloading stations. That can just go away. Gonna have to rework some of this most likely, but that's fine. I suppose what I should do is just grab the blueprint for an unloading station and just see how closely I can put you down. I realize the train station is now backwards, but oh well. Yeah, it is what it is. Okay. So I should be able to get you as close as here. And I guess I should actually put something that you'll unload, but let me just make sure one more time. Yes. Okay. I don't remember at all what I wanted to put here. Let's say silicon ingots. Just as, just for now. So, yeah, silicon is just white. There's not much more you can do to express silicon, it's just white. There you are. And I missed the caps there. There you are. All the other ones are capitalized, so you should be capitalized as well. Train limit of 1, actually, being that this is not going to have a stacker. And there you are. You're going to want this, and a change signal below. And these signals over here are not correct anymore, but I wanted to see one of those iron recipes one more time. Do I have a 3? I don't have an induction furnace 3. No. Let's just make those. Might as well make some casting 3s as well. And let me put that down just so I could look at your recipes. Okay, I don't have the next recipe yet, so let me see what you are. End game, it's 3. Okay, so it's never more than 3. So while it does change, it's never more than 3, so as long as I can get 3 stations in here, then I'm golden. So I don't think that's going to be a problem, at least for iron. But for future stations, that might be an issue. We'll just, we'll have to see how it goes. So, yep, that's what you are. You're going to be unassigned for right now. Yeah, maybe I won't even build you right now. Like, I know I have the ability to build you when I need you, but let's not complicate things at the moment. Let's just say that's fine. Yeah, that's cool. And then that's fine, and that's fine. Just to break up the blocks a little bit. But in that case, since these don't have multiple trains in them, actually don't even need these signals up here then. Let's just get rid of those. And they can be back here instead. We've got this for where the station can eventually go, and we'll worry about it when we get there. Which means, I suppose you should be... Nope. Like that. Okay. And then when we need the third train station, it'll be there and ready to go. Okay. Oh, cool. We need the induction furnaces that I just made. Here you are, induction furnaces. So that's all going to come down here, fill into here. I wonder what the closest is that I can get another train station, because this is going to be a tiny area, and I don't really want a repeat of what happened up here. So let's say stacker. Make sure it's the other way. Yes. So I could get a stacker literally right here, and I think that's fine. It is specifically outside a robot range, though, so that I can come and play with it and make sure it's actually fine, but I think that's fine. Because then I can do a loading station, and you just barely work. Like, that's pretty tight, but I think that's exactly what I want. I don't know. Coming from the guy whose motto is always leave room for yourself, pretty tight is a prospect that I'm not entirely happy with, but the alternative is the station would have to be over here, and that's a lot of dead space. So I think I'm happy with this. And then this is going to be a loading station that loads iron plate. Iron plate. Iron plate. Iron plate. There you are. Looks like we're out of combinators, so let me make some more of those. Oh, that crafting's gonna be a minute, it looks like, so that's fine. While that's going, I'll do something else. So this comes down this way, leaving room for this one to come down this way. You're also backwards. And there we are. Okay. Nope, that's the one I wanted to lean up to. Okay. That's fine. There we are. So now we have iron ingots and silicon ingots, and there is perfectly, I didn't plan for this or anything, but there is perfectly another slot here for another belt from another station. So that works out pretty well. Now just what do I want to do with that exactly? So let's go induction furnace. No reason to leave that much room. Move you this way, and you this way. I don't think there's any reason to merge those belts. But maybe there is. Well, okay, if we had a third product, though, we would have to figure it out then, but at this point they're equal. They're going to be used in equal measure, so it shouldn't really matter. I don't know the throughput of these guys, so I'm just placing some down to see what happens. So that's 6 per second. Being that we're aiming for 15 here, that's 2.5. Yeah. Yeah, okay. That works. Bring power down. And there we go. You each get 2 inserters. Power poles aren't being very kind with the spacing here. I can do like that. That works. And then we do want some long inserters. Yeah, sure. And so these would turn into molten iron at 360 per second. With the casting machines I have somewhere. And I might as well cast How much does a casting machine do? Let me... Can't find them. There we are. So to make iron plate, that's 20 per second. We make 360, so that's 18. I need 18 of these to make full use of this, and that's going to produce 36 iron per second, which is just over... It's like 2.5 yellow belts. So I do need a decent amount of throughput here. Alternatively, I could just have, like, a red belt, but whatever. Like, I'm only agonizing over this so much because once I decide on this, this is pretty much going to be copy and pasted for all of the metals. So I do want a good way of doing this. So let me just think about that one more time. So 18 of these. That's quite a lot. Divide by 3, I could just say each of these gets 6. And since this is fluid, they more or less self-balance. I don't hate that. I think that's kind of a good idea, if I say so myself. So let's just start laying that down. The casting machine 3, and each of these needs 6, so let's say... Yeah, I can't do like 3 on each side or anything, so I'll just do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, 6. Set the recipes. And I'm going to go ahead and set the inserters so I can copy and paste it. Make sure I have a fluid output on the back, because that's where I'm going to run the pipe. There we go. And just copy and paste all that. Okay, very nice. Still need the, well, that, the thing that I'm doing. It was just harder to do it and speak at the same time, for some reason. There we go. And then I can just run pipes across you. The whole point of leaving a gap here is so I could eventually run through. That doesn't work, but what I can do is flip you. Thanks, Factorio. And now I can run through just fine. Not sure why I'd ever want to, but I do have the ability to now. I do need quite a lot more of these casting machines. Didn't realize just how many of those as I was going to need. This is iron plate pickup, so you should actually be a little more silvery, I think. Let's say 200, 200. That's a little too blue, so like 30 maybe? Even still a little too blue. We're getting closer, I think. Close enough. This can be iron plate pickup. Actually, the iron plate texture here is quite blue. Let's just call you iron. So, iron loading. Do have a stacker, so train size or train limit is fine. And yeah, that's all cool. Let's not, guys. We'll let some of the others take care of that when they get around to it. So I guess I should go ahead and connect these up to the rest of the rail network. So I do need the split here. Ah, but the T would connect right there. Oh, that's terrible. Yeah, just kind of on principle more than anything, I don't have four-way intersections. Four-way intersections are how people wind up putting themselves into messes fairly often. But that does mean it's going to make this quite messy to connect to anywhere. Oh, that sucks. Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do that, and I know I'm gonna have more stations done this way, of course. So I'm going to say 3 long, and then I'm going to have a split that goes this way. And then I'm going to have a straight, and then, oh, that was not what I wanted. That's an actual straight, okay. And then we'll have a bend here, and then we'll go straight up until we can connect into this section. Like that. That looks weird. Why do you look weird? Why are you already a T intersection is my question. Because my T intersections and my straight lines don't line up. Except these do. Wait, what? Did I fix it at some point? I'm confused. Whatever. I mean, I'm not going to complain. Maybe it only works if the T intersection's going down. Maybe that's how I made the blueprint and there's some sort of rotational symmetry thing going on there. I'm really not sure, to tell you the truth. I guess it's fine. Let's see. Once again, I want to pick up the little, like, roboport spine thing I've got going on. I've just got to find a good place to copy from. That should do it. And then I'm going to come in and just lay these somewhere. Perhaps here? Yeah, there we go. That way it, we get roboport coverage over all this stuff as well. And then I have to come out kind of to map view. No, that's not good enough. I can't tell from just that. That works though. I think that works. Hopefully that doesn't mess anything up. And I'll leave it at that. So that should be iron plates set up and ready to go. All we need is the ingots to be coming in. What is actually keeping us from making ingots right now? Like, do we have any ingots? Obviously, this has no power. That's fine. You don't have coal coke. Okay, we do need to figure out the whole coal coke thing. So, this is coal. Did I ever make those crushers? I did make crushers. So if this is a coal drop-off right here, I believe that is the case. Yes? Okay. Then I have this whole area in here to just produce coal coke. And I don't know if I'm going to put coal coke onto a train. I don't think that makes any sense. But I guess if I decide to in the future, there's going to be an open spot for me to do so right here, because each of these stations is going to have a corresponding output train station. So let's grab those crushers. There you are. And I do not remember how much you're capable of outputting. So let's check your recipe. You output 2 crushed coal from 1 coal input. So if I have, let's say, yellow belts of coal coming in, then that's going to be 2 belts coming out. More importantly, that's going to mean to fully consume 1 input belt, I'm going to need 8 of these, because 7 wouldn't quite get there. I only have 5, so let's make a couple more. I could also just upgrade them. Oh, these are 2s, never mind. I could upgrade them, but I don't have the materials, so let's just make a couple more 2s then. I do need to smelt these also, so I'm trying to keep that in mind. I think I'll just place them right here, and then the extra 3 right there. Yeah. Oh, that's not correct. This is supposed to be 8. How did I... Because that would be an odd number. Did I skip someone? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I just did 1 too many. That's the problem. And then crushed coal. So this is going to be the equivalent of 2 belts of output. You're outputting 4 a second. That's going to need red inserters, I'm sure. Yeah. I can make a few, but I'm being a little conservative because my resources aren't the best at the moment. So half of you can go onto one belt, and then the other half will go onto another belt, and they're gonna just fly off there. Sure. Wonder what the fuel value crushed coal is? So regular coal is 4 mega, and you're 2 mega. Okay, so it's exactly consistent. Okay, yeah. No need to worry about that. We're just going to have a stack of furnaces. I guess I should have thought about that and maybe crafted some of those. Fluid burning furnace. Does this list what kinds of fluids it can burn? So I don't think it does. And I don't think there's a list anywhere of like burnable fluids, though I am somewhat interested. Like, I assume it's probably just the things you can use as flamethrower fuel, but I don't know. At any rate, it doesn't look like I'm going to be... Oh no, those are different. Never mind. Don't know necessarily why you would want the filtering furnace, but it's the same cost. So why not? Let's just see, you know? You know, I actually have no idea if there's a difference in smelt time in making coke. It takes 1 second. Okay. But since you have a crafting speed of 2, I can do 4 of you. Okay, so it's 1 to 1. Each one of these outputs exactly enough to get this going, but then it also needs fuel. Unfortunate. I think I'll still build it as if it's 1 to 1. It doesn't perfectly work out, but I think that's good enough. Like so. And then you're going to be coal coke. I wish I had... I actually have some coal down here. Can I get power up into this area? Let's not do that. I can, however, do that. Okay. Aw, this is gonna make you awkward. Aw, that sucks. Okay, maybe I'll redo the inserters up here just so I don't have to have ugly power poles. I know that seems silly, but that's just the way it is. So then, power. Can I do that? No. Okay. So I do have to do something like that, and then just build you in. Okay. And you're going to have to output as well, of course. So there we are. Okay. So let's see if I can get this power. I can do that. That should get us power pretty close. Yeah, there we are. There. Okay, and then I'm gonna just throw some of this random coal I have on me into here. Oh, I missed a power pole somehow. Or rather, I misplaced one. I'm glad I noticed. I say I'm glad I noticed, like I noticed. I did not notice, but I'm glad I noticed before I did anything with this, I suppose is the better way to put it. I would really like to have some red inserters to put in there. So I'm gonna turn off my bots so I can manually place these. And just make sure, since these are filtering inserters, they don't like force this not to go in the fuel slot or something like that. So yeah, we're good. That's gonna produce coke just fine. And then all the coke, let's see. Yeah, so that's 4, 8, and then 12, and then 16. So a little more than a yellow belt per 4. But you're not going to have 100% uptime. Because some of this is going to go in your fuel slot, even though it's not a lot, but whatever. We'll pretend like it's full uptime and say every 3 gets to be a belt. And then this one only gets 2. Good enough. Oh, or, hold on. Yeah, you have to be on the inside. Which means if we're already going to have 2 inserters on one side of a belt anyway, then we might as well just do it 4. That just makes more sense. And is a little neater for the rest of this. Those guys are also on the insides of the belt. And there we go. Okay. Okay, so that's the coke that we needed for this guy. So he can now come down and join everything and be their fuel. You can be the inside belt. Trying to think how I want to do this, because this is probably going to serve as fuel for all of the blast furnaces. So I do want most of this to turn upwards. And we may even need more coal coke on some of these. Guess rather than guessing, I can just look. Okay, so we'll need it for tin also. And we'll need it for carbon, because something needs carbon. I think it's lead. There may even be others, but I know at the very least lead does. Anyway, so I do want to find a good place to send this up. So I'm thinking right through here. So probably just like this height right here. And then I would like to also send this one up, but I'll just split it and do whatever later. For right now, it's just going to turn down and join here. Of course, I do actually need to get coal into here first, which we definitely don't have. But, you know, we don't have all the red inserters to get the whole thing running anyway, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. I completely forgot I even had bulk inserters, to tell you the truth. I'm sure I could have probably used those somewhere, but I've not even been thinking about it. Steel gears, electronic circuits, inserter, bronze plate. What I'm thinking is, can I get this made up in the mall so the bots can place these for me? And I have to assume the answer is yes, because I have steel gears, I have circuits. The only thing I don't have actually are yellow inserters, funny enough. And do I want to bother making yellow inserters up here? I suppose so. I guess I should. Even if I don't want to, I should. What goes into a standard inserter? Let me come over here where I'm making them. It's just iron plate, circuit, gear. Okay. The gears are on the belt already. So they both basically take the same ingredients. Let me see if I can do something like this. So yellow and red. You do take bronze, but I'll figure out bronze last. Gear, circuit, U. They both need gears and the circuit belt. So let's do that and get a split going here. And then we'll just bring this up like that. The gear belt is all the way over here. So we're gonna want to split that and then like kind of run it backwards, I guess. like that. And then run you like here. That works. Yeah, okay. And then you can just be normal. Copper, I don't think I need right now. You can go away. Yeah, I need iron, however. Just for you, though. You don't need iron. Trying to think how I'm gonna get iron in there. And I don't see many good solutions, I've got to tell you that much. I think I can do this and long drop off so that I can have iron on a belt here, and it's just gonna come around inside. Fine, I guess. You're still missing bronze. Is it bronze or brass? Bronze, okay. Bronze I don't bring up here. But I guess I'm gonna have to figure out how I'm gonna get it up here. Oh, and let's fix that. I'm not putting yellow inserters into a box because I already have yellow inserters in a box, so that would just be wasteful. These, however, I'll figure out output when I get there. Maybe bronze can come up through here? And why is there a random assembler there? Okay, this is bronze, correct? Bronze, yes. So let's just underground some of this. I'm going to split you somewhere in here. You're gonna have to go on quite a journey, I think. But, let's start here. And just immediately... Nope, okay. Gotta wait a little bit. There we are. And then we're gonna wind you around through this gap. I just don't know if that's gonna be enough. Okay, yeah, something else is gonna have to happen also. This can easily enough be undergrounded? Yes, okay. And how much closer would that get me? Okay, that would get me to here, and I think I can work with that. I think I'm fine with that. Let's do here. And here. Okay. There we are. This needs to be picked up. And then we're pretty much home free. That's the hard part. Figured out. We're just gonna move you up through here and underground here. Okay. Let's go the other direction, I guess. And we'll go around this. And then just follow the circuit belt. All the way up. There we are. Until we get up to reds here. And reds. There you go. I hope you feel special. That was a lot of work just for you, so I hope you appreciate it. Somehow I doubt that you do. So pick up from above. Yep. And then red chest down there. We're gonna logistics limit you to like 150. Inserters aren't that expensive. And when you need them, you usually need a lot of them. Okay, so those are producing, those are fine. Yep, all we need is the bronze plate. And here it comes. Let me make sure I did not break anything along the way. You still work. You still work. Yes. Okay. You're all good. Okay, I just had to make sure. They do have the red chest, correct? Yes. Did you craft? You did. Okay, so you've got them. We're just waiting for the chest. There's the chest. All good. Okay. Very nice. So then they can slowly make their way down here and start placing all of these inserters. And I can add a request myself for red inserters. And probably modify this one that I already had. There we are. Okay, so that's going to be the last piece in the puzzle, correct? Yes, all I need now is the actual iron ore itself, and then I'll be shipping out the ingots. I do need a lot of trains. And I think it's time to start looking for an area for a refueling station. I think that's something that we're going to want, and let me taxi home. There's the return rail. Do I have anything burnable? I have lots of wood. Okay. So, please come and take me home. We need pumps, huh? I was just noticing that. Thought you said you needed 3 pumps. You do say you need 3 pumps. So why is there no 3 on here? I'm being pranked. Okay. Good to know. Well, let's see. So this is going down, it looks like. So that setup is capable of dealing with all of this throughput, but it will probably struggle if we're still this full once we have the full washing setup. So that probably will need to be expanded. Yeah, we'll deal with it when we come to it, I suppose. Let me turn personals on so that I'm being resupplied here. I don't need that right now. Anything else? No, most of this all looks fine, I think. Okay, back to map view. I need a radar over here somewhere. Let's go ahead and plan where that radar should go, I guess. Oh, you don't get the preview in map view. That feels like a missed opportunity. I suppose the radar will have to wait until I'm physically back over there. So we do need a lot more landfill. We need a lot of inserters. We need combinators, actually. I guess I can craft those. Just go ahead and take them, guys. And have some of these too. Don't think I need that many. How's roboport construction going? Is that still keeping up alright? We do have the charge pads, and we have all the roboports we could ever want. Fantastic. Okay. So we do now have the charge pads also, so I should be a little more comfortable throwing those down whenever I need them. I might even request some, just so I remember that I have them. There we are. Funny enough, artillery is like almost halfway done researching, even though it's slow as molasses. I might automate explosive cannon shells so that when I have artillery, I can start making artillery shells without any issue. I make cannon shells in here somewhere, but it's not going to be super easy to expand that. Okay, What does an explosive cannon shell need? I think it's just cannon shells and explosives. It does need more plastic. That's unfortunate. Fortunately, plastic is right there. You can be a diagonal inserter. That works. But explosives. Explosives are going to have to come up and around. I just noticed I have no explosives, however. So I'm out of nitric acid. I'm pretty sure I know why we're out of nitric acid. One of our nitric gases, I believe, has filled. I'm just trying to find where that is. We have no nitrogen dioxide. Yes, because nitrogen monoxide is full. What can I make with you? I can make nitrogen dioxide if I fuse you with oxygen. I mean, it's either that or I void you, I guess. So, I suppose I can come over here and make that. I don't even have to physically come over here. I can just pop you down around in here somewhere. Oxygen's way over here, though. Yeah. What are you? Nitrogen monoxide, yeah. Yeah, I'll make it over here. Well, I already have the nitrogen over here, though, so that doesn't make any sense. Let me just make it in here somewhere. I just have to find a spot in all of this horrible spaghetti. This place is really a mess. I'll place it above, up here. And then I'll just have to get oxygen up into this area somehow. But I'm pretty alright with that. I don't really mind. So, which output is which? Okay, easy enough to tell. That one has 2 dots, that one has 1. Okay. So this is the one that I need to pull from. So let's do something like that. And just run this up if I... Yeah, that more or less works. Gotta get oxygen up here somehow, but oxygen is right over here. So that works just fine. How far is that gonna get? Not far enough, okay. Don't ask for the impossible. There we are. And I'll just move this guy forwards a little bit, like so. Okay, and then let's set dioxide, nitrogen dioxide. R. So that'll connect. We can bring oxygen down 1, and then oxygen connects. Still gotta get power up here, but that's fine. That'll even reach right there. And... how am I gonna plug in your output, though? Let's not commit to anything like that. Yeah, I could just run you down. Like... here, I guess? That's pretty terrible, but whatever, it works. I'm gonna have to throw the chemical plant in the system, of course. What all are you missing? Okay. So I need a liquefier and I need a chemical plant. Don't know why I made the liquefier first. That one's definitely less important, but there it is, guys. Go take care of it. One of the biggest tells of the OG Factorio player is never using the smart belt placement for undergrounds. I don't even know how long ago you said that. It's probably been 10 minutes ago. I've been kind of locked in. But yeah, it's, the belt placement is inefficient. I don't like it. I totally get people who do want to use it, people who do like it, but my biggest gripe with it is, say you're running a belt this way, it's gonna underground that, but that underground belt can reach all the way back to here. And I just, especially when belts are expensive, depending on what stage of the game you're in and what tier of belts you're using, yeah. Just not for me. Chemicals. Where did I just set that up? I was literally just up here. Oh, I was up here, okay. I believe that's light blue, so something should be on the way. Right. I'm looking, but I'm not seeing. That's just belt. Really, no one wants to come and build the cool new thing that I just made. Oh, there goes the construction bot with his head down. He must be the one on the task. Okay. Did I see something weird on belts up here? Or is that just a gap? Okay, I think it was just a gap in a belt somewhere. I don't even know what I saw, to tell you the truth. I just saw something that looked a little weird and wanted to come right back and investigate, but I guess it's fine. Now it's light blue, okay. Oh, it's this. I knew it. There's something weird on the wood belt. Okay, let's go investigate the wood belt. I don't know if that's a fluke from when I was doing construction, or if that's actually a problem. But we need to come look at it either way. So that's gonna come and run this way. Okay, there's no saws down here at least, but those were definitely saws on the belt. Let me run back and follow the belt and make sure there's no more saws on the way. I'm really hoping it's just a fluke. Maybe something from when I was building stuff earlier, messing with wood. But if there are going to be any more saws, then I need to know. Also should probably check the other direction. You are correct, that's good. You aren't filtered. That's the problem. So yeah, you did have the ability to output saws onto this belt. Okay, well, I'm glad I noticed. Doesn't seem like it even jammed anything up. I just, you know, happy I saw. I am going to have to run this all the way up and check the other direction. But hopefully there are no more surprises anywhere. I just noticed this pipe is full of liquid plastic. That's a sight I have literally never seen. Very cool. Yep, there's saws here. Okay. Oh, and another one there. Hope there's not any on these underground belts, because boy, I'm sure not checking every one of these. I'm already maxing out my abilities at trying to make sure I don't accidentally glance over the saws. Yeah, it did look like those saws had starved rail production, even though we have rails. They probably wouldn't have allowed any more rails to be produced. Okay, almost at the end, and there we are. Okay, so that was everything. Okay, well, I'm glad I caught that when I did. I guess I'll go throw these extra saws into something down there. Little mistakes like that, they'll cause you big headaches somewhere down the line. Could have been 6 hours from now when I'm trying to build out my rail network more, and suddenly I just have no rails.
just sort of oscillates like that. Exactly. Like, you can never tell what's gonna happen. There's always something to do, and half the time the things to do is fix what you already did. Okay, well I guess if I'm going to be up here in person regardless, and I don't really know why I'm up here, but sure I am now, let's come up here and check on this guy. So you have no formaldehyde. Can I make a better resin recipe? Not yet. There's still several things in the way of that, it seems. So let's go ahead and start queuing some of those things, because clearly this one recipe is just not cutting it. Oh, you're already queued. Okay. And then that guy, which leads to nitrogen. And then resin 2. Okay. Like, it is technically running, but man, it sure doesn't want to be. I'm looking at these guys now, and I'm trying to figure out a good, sane way to tell them to turn off. And I think the only way I'm going to be able to do that is with a circuit. Lots of comparators. Well, actually, you can put logic, multiple statements inside of comparators now. So I'm going to just do that. The reason being, I'm currently voiding the hydrogen, voiding the chlorine, or at least I was at the time, and stockpiling sodium hydroxide. I do need sodium hydroxide, but, you know, I'm essentially voiding all of these if you count stockpiling voiding. Like, I don't need this production to really be running, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I don't really like sodium hydroxide being linked in like that, so maybe I'll put this on a red cable. And somehow that works. Okay. So these 3 products are all going to get their own condition. There we are. So if hydrogen is greater than or equal to 180k, I forget what your voiding limit is, but, you know, let's just be conservative. Chlorine is greater than 180k. Earlier you said pipe was for plastic, and I was going to make a joke like, sometimes it's not, because it barely had fluid in it. It's definitely backed up now. Sometimes it's not is pretty funny. Sodium hydroxide. I do need you. I need you for science. I need you for some production. I have you going in a warehouse. There's no reason not to stockpile a little bit. But let's say anything over, like, 8,000 is probably cause to disable. And so to disable you, I'll just output a little red X. What? Oh, I disconnected you, actually. My bad. Oh, you already have a run condition. Okay. I'll have to add that condition up here, then. There we are. What condition do you have? So, saline water, 1.9k? Okay. You can be an ore then, I guess. It's less than, right? Greater than, okay. So, greater than or equal to 1.9k, I guess. Then you disable and don't work. Okay. Oh, this is... okay. That enables you to work. I had it backwards. So then... Oh, that's... Wait, why does that make my brain hurt? Can I do this all within one decider comparator then? Because these turn it off, but this allows it to come on? I'll just... it makes my brain not hurt if I have another decider up here. So let's just do that. So you are saline water. To be on, you want to be greater than or equal to 1.9. Okay, so if that is true, and there is no X, then you can output the coveted green check mark, and you connect and you can disconnect. I do want to connect you. Okay. Oh, cool. So I can disconnect that wire now, and you will be green checkmark checked instead. So if green checkmark equals 1, and then same over here. Yep, and you're just full on hydrogen now. Because hydrogen is trying to void in the generator, but I guess I'm not spending enough power. Wow. Yeah, there's just nowhere for the power to go. The pump's on, it just can't go anywhere. So, I'm gonna say that's good enough for right now. Like, this is voiding enough that this is staying on. But that could give me trouble later. Funny that not having power problems is a problem. Okay. So that's dealt with. Where do I even want to go now? I have so many, like, 80% of the way finished projects. I'm starting to lose track myself. In order for this to work down here, this guy, I'm going to need, well, first a roboport down here. Let's say, like, right there. And I guess I don't strictly need that, but I want it. And then once that roboport's in place, you need a train bringing coal in. And until we have coal, nothing else matters and there's no point of building anymore. I need a station that delivers coal. Let's build a coal station. That's going to be right up here and shouldn't be too bad at all. If anything, isn't the crawler right down here? Yes. Okay. I think I'm going to go ahead and refill these now. Oh, we are still requesting landfill, so never mind. You can stay empty. I guess I can unload that wood. That wasn't really what I was trying to do, but that works. Let's refill the power poles and such, though I think all of this is full. It looks like it. Okay, and let's go get in it. We're gonna go make another mining outpost. Every time I run by here, I see those two things flashing out of fuel and I panic just a little, like, wait, what have I done wrong? But it turns out those are things I placed literally on day one and just don't need. I should just deconstruct them, but I haven't bothered. What are you bringing? Oh, you're picking up, okay. Do I have the stuff? I could have more big power poles. I'm not really gonna need them, I don't think. Not really gonna need that solid fuel. Yeah, I can just leave. Let's try not to hit anything or be hit ourselves. We've been so used to playing on inactive tracks. These tracks are actually active and might kill me. So, especially since I'm so slow, we do want to be a little careful. I don't see any trains on the Mini though, so it should be cool to cross. Once we get up to around here, I think is where the branching is going to happen, but I'll just continue driving a little bit. Break this rock. There we go. Unfortunately, this is going to take yet more landfill. because I'm going to want the tracks to go across here. Hmm. Sapphirite, coal, natural gas. There's just a lot of things I want to be able to pick up, and there's not a lot of good places to pick them up, you know? Let's just focus on the coal for now. So I'll grab the blueprints, got the tracks, continue the tracks up, and do I put a straight here? No, a straight would intersect with that, but I think I might just put another station in here just because of how packed in this is, but I think the station will be for the natural gas, just because that's easy enough to pipe over. I don't have to do a lot for that, and I don't have to do very much. I may even... Let's say I deconstruct all that. I can worry about that later. This just needs to be a straight. And then I'll put a fork, and then we can start building over. I didn't mean to put that away. Now I want a... Yeah. Maybe I don't want that last straight there, but I don't... Ah, that's driving me crazy. I can't get all this to fit. I can't get it all to fit. Yeah, I do just want another bend here. Yeah, I have to bend here because I can't continue that way. And then I will have to put a station like here. Unfortunately, another station will fit here right behind Bomonium. And that'll just have to be good enough. Oh, unfortunately, this is parked inside logistics range, so the bots are going to fly way out here to come and supply this guy. Oh well. I guess that's fine. Kinda does defeat the purpose of having him, though. I wonder how much landfill that was. Okay, well, it's all expended, so I guess it couldn't have been that much. How are they still picking up more? We're empty. Oh, they're picking it up from me. Okay, that's fine. I'm happy enough with that. That's good. If I have landfill, I'm happy to contribute. I would prefer, though if that's going to happen, that we do the stuff over here so we can get this roboport built. Maybe I'll even just do that myself. There we are. That way, at the very least, this part is still connected and will continue to be built as time goes on. Not that it wouldn't have been connected before, but, you know, now there's more in range. Let's continue up this way, just make sure you get as much range as you can over this guy, but I think you're probably already maxed out. I'm wondering, these guys hovering, just waiting for the landfill to be placed? Like, do I have that landfill? Are you stuck? Okay, you're good. I was worried they were stupid. There we go. Okay. Yeah, just... There you go. You've got a long way home, guys. Alright, with that taken care of, even though this portion can't really be built, we can continue building this little stretch. Right? Oh, I guess base bots are coming to build that, because it's in actual robot range. We can come down here and make our way through some of this, especially since some of these miners can be deconstructed. There we are. Oh, one more. Might as well just grab them since I'm here. So while you build that, I'll come up here and start working on the actual station. Boy, yeah. Did I not have a blueprint for you? Boy. I suppose... Oh, I put it in here. There we are. Yeah. Maybe, like, right here? I think that's correct. That looks correct. I'm gonna have to come and break all the ones that need fluid. Oh, the fluid for coal is just water. I can actually just do that. That's not a problem at all. Let me get water in here, I guess. Okay. Yeah, where can I get water in from? Let's just get an offshore pump. I don't know how much water you're gonna want, but you know what? You can have all the water that your heart desires. I can get you in there at least. There we go. Connect you up. And, I guess I'll just connect that way. Oh, can't, because I'm standing there. Okay. Those guys are connected. You need fluid? I don't think you do. It's a little hard to tell until they're placed. Those guys need fluid. It might be a little trickier to get water into you. Since, there's power poles in the way everywhere. How can I get water into you? Why is this so difficult? This should be easy. You know what? You're just coming out in the round, whatever. I've done enough piping nonsense for today. You just get to go around. There you go. Beautiful. Awesome. Cool. Alright, so that should be water to everyone that wants water, at least as soon as I actually connect it. Yeah, that should be all cool, all good. I do need to bring drills out here, but I'll worry about that in a moment. I have to actually get the station constructed first, so blueprint time. Blueprint. Stacker. Let's go loading station. And it's a miracle the station's actually the correct orientation this time. I don't know if that's ever happened before. Come on, guys, you can do it. I did kind of just abandon the crawler back there somewhere, but it's got a little section of rail it wanted to build. we'll roll it down and have it build the underneath part when I'm done over here. Do I still have? I do. Awesome. Get that in here. And then big power pole over this way. And now I just gotta get all these to feed into here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Let me just set it up like this. These are self-balancing anyway, more or less. But I would like to kind of get it right. So that's 5 inputs, which I need to collapse down into 3. So you can't reach the left, so I will have to do something like that to expand you back out. And now there's 4, which works because this one can just cycle back up into here, into the 5th slot. Okay. And then that gives me 3 mostly balanced lanes to pull from, and even if it isn't perfect, that's what the balancing logic circuit is for. Oh my god, please. Thank you. And over. And let's get you in. Okay. Then each of these just has to find its way over. So I guess I'll start from this side. And that almost just perfectly works. Let's pick that up. There we go. And I guess I'll just go ahead and run these up as well. There we go. You. And then you. And finally, you. We do need power up here, of course, so let's get a power pole. From, like, right here should work. And in you go. Of course, this power pole doesn't have power either, but once it does, all this has been constructed, then the mine will have power, and I should set the mine name, or the train station name, that is. So this is going to be coal loading. There we are. Train limit's fine. Color, just like full black. And why are there... Nope, that's actually correct. I don't want the lamps on the front. There we go. That's just part of the blueprint, I guess. But if I notice them, I'm gonna take them out. Okay. Personal box. Just building a little bit. Guess it's gonna save the base bots from having to come and do it, because it's such a long journey out here. But let's get the crawler to finish what he can. There we go. And that should come up pretty quickly. The crawler is great for constructing little rail sections like this. Speaking of which, how's your internal fuel? Okay, you're doing great. You have stacks of fuel. You are taking a while to charge up, though. There we go. Okay. Yep, there's Cliff right there. Can I turn? Okay. This thing does have a massive turning radius, so it's hard to get around sometimes. Let's go ahead and finish building whatever we can of this section up here. I guess it's going to pick up fish for me. Not exactly what I consider the highest priority, but you do you, pal. There's literally one one little stretch of rail here. Go on, guys. Thank you. And very good, okay. So with the coal mine set up, or at least kind of half set up, we're gonna come through here, break through all these trees again, and we're once again beholden to the production rate of landfill. Until we get more landfill, we can't make more rails. So I think it's time for take 3 or 4, I forget by this point, of going to the stone depot and just handcrafting a bajillion landfill. I think I'm going to be spending the next couple minutes probably just stuffing my pockets with rocks. This is not a very good place for you to stay, actually. Let's get you parked, like, down this way. There we are. You don't have power, which is weird. Let's just get power over here. I'm sure there's power somewhere. Not as close as you'd think. Let me just stand on these train tracks, even though there's no train assigned here. Maybe not the best idea. There we go. Well, you know how I feel about logistics spots like that. So let's break you and you. Yeah, we can, like, that guy there, and this guy fills in the hole completely. Very nice. Okay. Is it the best use of roboports? Certainly not, but that's what we're gonna do. Go ahead, unload all that, and get, how do I... Nope, not like that. I wish to request into you. Okay, whatever. Map view it is. In you go, in you go. Oh, I just realized I took everything out of you. Oh. Well, that's too bad, because that's all gonna wind up in my trash slots. So let's see if I can beat the logistics robots to robbing me blind. Okay, that kind of worked. Once again, map view. Grab these things. And just fill everything up. Wherever it needs to be, that's where it needs to be. Okay, and I'll just let that sit there and fill up. And while that's doing that, where is that stone area? I believe it's right through here somewhere. Yeah, there we are. So, let's, there we are. So, sorry logistics bots, personal's off. If I didn't, you would yell at me. Oh, didn't actually make anything. There we go. And can't forget you also. There we go. Okay. That's some landfill. Can't say it's gonna be a lot, but it's gonna be some. I'm just watching the number tick up, and then bonk. And bonk. Okay. I guess I should turn personals back on now that I'm done stuffing my pockets with rocks. And how much of a deficit is that? We still need 1.3 thousand. We need some fluid tanks. I guess I can go ahead and start checking off some of this like Christmas list down here. We need... Okay, the crushers aren't real, but I can just go ahead and throw them in, whatever, just so the alert goes away. I forget how many it is. Exactly 5, okay. We need 3... It looks like regular pumps. They could be offshore pumps. Let's just say 3 regular pumps, just to be safe. 4 fluid tanks, 4 blast furnace 1s. I'm not going to place the blast furnace 1s because those are ghosts for me. But the fluid tanks I will go ahead and place. We needed a liquefier. I'm assuming it's a liquefier 2. Yes, liquefier 2. Okay. Not that any of this is getting made anytime soon. Look at the resupply go. It is kinda magical. I love watching the bots work. Oh, there's where the Crusher 1s want to go. If you were not sure why I was saying the Crusher 1s weren't real, they're just down there. They're not hooked up, they're not needed, they're just... They were there to show where they could go. Certainly don't need the throughput. Oh, of course the logistic bots are gonna just bring all that right back to me. Oh well, I tried. Wow, they're just still coming. There's still more to go. I'm just kind of standing here waiting for the bots to finish up, and they're just still going. I guess this is a good time to look around the base and see if anything needs a hand. Steel is running okay. Lead has stopped, but that's just because lead's backed up. How about things like solar panels? Have we ever hit our limit on solar panels? 400, yes. Okay, so we hit the limit on solar panels, those are done. Accumulators will, I assume, have long since finished. I don't even remember where we make those. There you are. How is blue science? Blue science needs engines. Oh, okay, that's a new one. Why are engines not keeping up? No gears. No iron. Why is there no iron suddenly? Let me do something to help fix it that will tax iron horribly, I guess. Because iron, for the most part, is still on a gray belt, believe it or not. That doesn't need to be an underground. And neither does that. Not really sure why those are there. There we go. Okay. So, I don't think that's going to help anything, but let's look at the iron situation. So, iron's waiting on silicon. Okay, that makes sense. I changed you to a silicon recipe. Let's change your recipe to regular iron. Even though that's not as good. This guy is still the silicon recipe, which is better, so really only iron that makes it past the first guy is going to come up here anyway. maybe that'll help a little bit. I hope. Yeah, was not expecting to see an engine shortage of all things. That was quite a surprise. You're not running... Okay, that's just an amount thing. You need 16 per second, so with 3, that's going to be just under 50. Are you able to supply that much? Yeah, you only supply 35 per second anyway. Yeah, so I guess I do need a second one of you. Unfortunately, there are pipes in the way of doing that. Yeah, okay. Let's just move you for now. Likewise, I'm gonna break this right here. That's gonna go right there so you can connect. But then this guy is gonna have to do something magical, because I don't think that's gonna reach. No, okay, so that's gonna have to go around. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, good, okay. Awesome. Oh, about time for my stream. Catch you next time. See you, Glared. I might pop in, some point myself, just see how you're doing. Thanks for stopping by. Always happy to see you. Let's, not do that. But I can do that. Okay, there we go. I think that's mostly that one pipe rerouted. Yeah, okay. So that's fine, that goes around. Those are connected, but not properly. Okay. This will have to come up like that, and then this isn't beautiful, but it is what it is, I guess. Where even was that? Okay, that was connecting here. Is it possible? I could do that. And at that point, there's no reason to use undergrounds. We'll just go full pipe. You can move up one, but your power pole is going to have to also move up one, so that I can move this over here and connect that. Okay, I'm actually still not satisfied with that. What if I move you up two? Oh, that's gonna connect. Okay, you know what? You get to be underground anyway. That was my first instinct. Have fun. Okay, and the whole reason for that being, I still need to connect this very first input right here. And no other way was really gonna get that to work. Yeah, I think that's, I do think that works, but only just. I still have to get your input connected as well, but that one's not a big deal. You can just come down this way and connect to this pipe right here. Does mean the light has to come down one. Oh well, who cares? There we go. And so you should produce. That should work just fine. I would really like it if they would come and place some of these pipes over here. That's one of the downsides to building remotely, is once things get ripped up, they do stop working until you can get them replaced, and sometimes the bots don't always have the same urgency that you would if you were building by hand. Okay, that is working, however. Oh, and obviously I'm not going to get another oil and gas separator because I've just never made one. I even have a Mark II. Yeah, sure. Mark IIs. Why not? Just go ultra overkill. And come on. Okay, these are kind of slow. Okay, there's the first one. Oh, I made the liquefier and then never threw it in the system, I guess. Same with the pumps. And the tanks. Anything else that I've made for a specific reason and then just not done anything with? Comparators. Looks like we need some comparators. Do I need any of the arithmetic? No. It's just the deciders, so let's make some more deciders. What else? I don't even know what some of those buildings are. Oh, those are the two things I just upgraded. That's what those two are. 2 tanks, 2 pumps. Okay. Funny enough, chain rails. Why are there not chain rail signals? Is that something I should be worried about? I know you're made in here somewhere. Okay, I do make rail signals, I promise. There you are. Okay, that's just the iron problem from before. How strange that there's an iron problem now. Like, it does seem to be getting somewhat better. There's just not a lot of molten iron to go around. Wow, iron's literally in a blast furnace 1. That's kind of crazy. I didn't even know that. That's never been upgraded since it was first put down. I guess between iron being split for iron and steel, it just... You get these recipes that make the iron stretch a little further, and suddenly it just stretches a little further, I guess. Yeah, wow, okay. Just not a lot of iron. Anyway, this is on the way. This one's already placed. So, even with just this one, we pretty much... Oh yeah, even with just this upgrade, we already make enough for these 3. So, this is going to be super ultra overkill, I guess. I have to actually put you in there. There you go. I was wondering why it wasn't showing up. I thought it was light blue, but it just kept not appearing. Okay. There you go. And now we are still waiting on red inserters, it looks like. And why are there so many things requesting repair packs? As far as I know, nothing requests repair packs. Ah, you're requesting repair packs, okay. I mean, I figured that had to be the case. I didn't know what else it could be, but still. How odd. I went and repaired the thing that was producing explosives, like forever ago, because I wanted to make explosive cannon shells. And once I repaired explosives, I just never made the explosive cannon shells. I noticed that when I was looking at this area a few minutes ago. And so, since there's nothing else going on, I figured I would come up here and set that up. Yeah, you need steel, but done. And then... Oh, you don't even need regular cannon shells. I thought you did. Maybe... I don't know, maybe that's an old recipe or something? I'm not sure. Maybe I'm just misremembering. At any rate, I can get explosives in right there if I make you a long, and I'm very careful. You're gonna come up this way. and let's say underground here. And then just turn right there. There you are. Now I just need to find a place for you to output, and I think right there is good enough. Will logistics connect you? Say you're going to be explosive cannon shells, and you only produce if we have less than like 200 of those. And I think that's cool. Good enough. Wow, look at the iron belt. Like, it's trying, it's just... I haven't seen it look like that in a while. All the more reason to get the ore set up, I suppose. So how much are we short? 1.2k landfill still. Wow. Okay, I do have 400 on me, granted. So I'm gonna make my way one more time down to the stone area and see after one more round of handcrafting how much I'm able to bring that number down. Yeah, there's not a lot of stone backed up this time. The buffers, it's just too recent. The buffers haven't had time to refill. And there we go. Go ahead and throw everything I've got in there. But it still reads 1.2k short, even though I just put a couple hundred in there. Okay, 777, my lucky number. Awesome, okay. Just keep manually feeding this guy stone too, so he at least keeps working. Yeah, that's just a lot of landfill that we're short. I'm gonna let them pick all of this up before I turn on personal logistics again, so that the logistics bots don't fill me with landfill. I'd really rather they not do that. Doesn't really seem like anyone's in a big hurry to come pick it up. Which I've got to say is surprising, given that we're missing 1,000. And I'm once again left with the wish I could prioritize construction projects. Like, I really wish I could just say, do this first. You know, actually, I kind of can. Where's the crawler? Not that I think this is going to be enough to get me there, but I can throw all of this landfill into the crawler, and then we can go and build the rails ourselves. It's not even all that far, really. I just gotta not run into anything important on the way there. There we go. So, is this connected? Not quite. Okay. Let's do that. I have no idea how far that's gonna allow you to go. I really wish you wouldn't build out that, but I'm not enough to deconstruct it. Let's see. Are my guys helping? Yes, they are. Okay. Just making sure they can still help from inside the car. I was pretty confident that they could, but not 100% confident. And then we've got a long stretch over here to build as well. Which is why I knew that that count of however many, like 1.2 thousand or something landfill it said before, I knew that wasn't even close because none of this is even within robo range yet, so none of this even counts yet. Let's back up, see if I can't drive onto here. I've gotta drive real straight, but I think I can more or less do it. 100 landfill left. Okay. I think that's probably not going to get us even this far, but we'll see what happens. And almost empty. Yeah, there's 4 left. And there it goes. Okay, so all available landfill has been picked up. They just have to charge and actually go get it done. Guys? You got this, guys. It's so close. We're so close. So close, but no cigar. Wow. And I do have to wrap up at some point kinda soon. I've been going for 9 hours tonight. That's as much as I talk about being willing to go for long stretches of time, and I certainly am. I do have other concerns that I probably need to get to sometime tonight. Yeah, let's just drive this guy back. He's emptied out what he can empty out. That's as much as we can do with him. Thought that was a cliff for a second. I wasn't looking. Okay, and we'll just go park around that same place. Below this little fluid area right here, I think is a fair spot. There's lots of roboports, and it makes it nice for loading him. And he's in a nice open area, so you don't have to worry about him hitting anything. Just, it's literally missing one of all of those, but, you know, a restock is a restock. Might as well set the orders in. I'm keeping my personal logistics off so that I don't wind up taking any landfill, but maybe that's stupid. Yeah, there's no way I can really make the stone come in faster. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Unless, hold on. Where was that coming from? Where did they bring that stone from? Because it wasn't from the main chest. Let's look for stone in here. There's 300 stone. I mean, 300 stones, 300 stone, I guess. And you are. And there you are. Not going to go scrape stone off the belts or anything like that. That's just counterproductive, honestly, because then that's only all the more time that it takes for it to build up and make its way back into the actual assembling machine. Even though I do keep coming and emptying these, it does get a little trickle eventually. Yeah, where is that stone coming from? Is it in here? Oh, there's a lot of stone in here. Oh yeah, okay. Let's take the phenolic boards out. At some point I'll have to run them down to where they belong. But, Okay, I am trashing all that stone, unfortunately. There we go. Any more in here? No, that's it. Okay. Personal's back on. So, if there is stone in any more of the yellow chests, they will bring it to me, but I'm willing to bet that's probably all of it. Yes, they are now picking up from the red chest, which, the red chests have a lower priority than storage chests, I believe, so that should mean that we are now out of stone in storage. Okay. Are they bringing me things? Okay, they're bringing me rails, they're bringing me rail signals, and they're bringing me, like, 2 stone. There. Cease. So, I'll let them bring the rails, I'll let them bring the rail signals, and then, not even sure what I want to do, honestly. Because I really just need more landfill. So close. Maybe I'll take the, like, 50-odd landfill that I've been able to make and just keep filling in the lake with whatever I've got. Yeah, just go see how well this does. I can even take a train up there, because I have one. There we are. Throw some coal in you or something. Works for me. And then, all the way up here. I mean, that's not nothing. That's definitely something. Even if it's not a lot. We might not need to do that very many more times before that just connects. Look at that. That's not too shabby at all, if I say so myself. I do have to run back until I can put a train on the other side of the track, of course, because none of the signals will allow him home from the other side. But, yeah. Let's just run that right back. And again, if you're confused, I'm so fixated on getting the coal outpost specifically hooked up, because once the coal outpost is connected, I can actually start producing iron ingots. And once I start producing iron ingots, I might be able to start smelting iron plates. I'm not 100% sure. That's not even the goal right now, honestly. Yeah, none of this track has even been constructed, and that's fine. I just want to be able to make the iron ingots and say that the whole train base is actually doing something useful. That's my one and only goal. Okay. So, one of those, yeah. Not very much is on the way. Lots of rails, though. I do kind of need the rails. I will admit that. If I'm going to be running up and constructing the rails myself, then I do kind of need the rails. Oh, and there they are. And cool. A few more little stragglers. And is that all? On the way 31. On the way 4. Okay, so there's like 2 guys somewhere. That's probably them right there. And the reason I'm waiting for the bots to be finished is so I can turn off personals and start handcrafting more landfill again, as I've been doing for, I don't know, a good chunk of the day, I guess. Come on in, guys. And, okay. How much more? On the way, 9 of you. 1 of you have no fast inserters. Does my fast inserter build work? I guess I should probably have looked at that. Ah, it's iron limited. Okay, because there's no iron anywhere. I guess that makes sense. 7 of those on the way, huh? I'll pick up this one. Cool. And then I'm good. Because apparently I don't have enough to fulfill how much I need. So, I guess there's no point in standing around waiting for them. Okay, we'll shove whatever I can in there, and then start handcrafting again. Like, I do want the construction bots to be able to place the landfill where they need it. I just also have opinions about where we need it, you know? Can I see how much landfill we need still? Not like that, I can't. Can I get an idea like this? It says 200, but a lot of this is already filled in. I bet that's not too far off, though. Maybe like 100? Probably another 100-ish landfill. But that's not coming fast. Yeah, is it worth bothering running over there with 37 landfill? I don't really know about that. On the other hand, is there anything I can do? Or am I kind of just killing time? Because this is waiting to be built. This is waiting to be built. This all is waiting to be built. Because we need landfill to cover this tiny little lake right here. These all need fast inserters. I guess I can try and address the iron issue. Where's all the iron going? That's probably not a terrible thing to look into. So this is occasionally kicking on, but there's just no input. Even though this looks saturated. Yeah, interesting. Okay, so the iron looks saturated. The detector for copper backups is on. Is copper actually backed up, though? It does seem to be. Okay, so maybe part of the problem is a copper backup. That does seem possible because it looks like only half the belt is moving. Yeah, and a good chunk of the time, actually, that copper isn't going anywhere. It's just sitting there. So, I'm willing to bet a good chunk of the problem we're having with iron is not actually an iron problem, but is, in fact, a copper problem. We just have too much copper. I don't really know what to do about that, though. We already have so much buffering on copper. We have so much copper just thrown into chests here and there. Like, I'm really not sure what to do about that. We just need to be consuming more copper. What is the total on here? Okay, I can't see total cost. I guess that makes sense. Like, usually you think copper, you think circuits. but like, I don't even think I spend that much copper on circuits, honestly. Yeah, this is a little copper goes into here, but that's mostly tin. And yeah, solder's also not gonna do it. There's no copper in there. Oh, well, I could eventually make it take copper. I could force it to take copper. That wouldn't be a terrible idea if only I had the means. But yeah, look at the sad little trickle of blue science coming in. That's just painful. Not much else I can do though. Let me go collect more stone. Wherever stone is. You know what? I said I wouldn't. But, let's grab a little stone. Not crushed bobmonium, but a little stone off the belts. Never hurt anyone. And that's still only 5. That's 5 landfill, okay. Oh, picked up some crushed stone. Never thought I would wish I had more crushed stone, to tell you the truth. That's an interesting one. Alright, with 72, let's go see if I can finish this little bridge up here. Train, train, train. There you are. And just get up there. You can do it, guys! Come on! Yeah, okay, that's about what I was expecting. That's as far as we got. Oof. Okay. Yeah, the thing is that once we do actually have the ore sorting base started up, none of this will be a problem. We'll have plenty of stone. We'll have so much more stone than we have right now. We just have to actually get it started. And until we can get it started, we're kind of stuck doing this. I might even resort to just picking up rocks. Yeah, each one of these is nearly one full piece of landfill in and of itself, which doesn't sound like much, but at this point, I'm a little desperate. I also don't really want to go and start work on anything else. There might be one or two other things I could be working on right now, but I do really want to just finish up this one project and call it a night. And even you, I'll pick up... There we go. 8. 8 landfill. Yeah, 1. Yeah, that's not quite gonna do it, I don't think. There's some more rocks over here. I love just punching rocks. Okay. I am being a little silly, of course. I don't really think this is practical or helpful. I am mostly just killing time. I'm just killing time in a way that does technically let me gather a little more stone. Yeah, and that's as far as those efforts get me. I wonder if I put a train on here, can I enter it? Nah. Okay. Would have been nice, because none of these rails are actually connected to anything yet, so I guess I just have to walk all the way around. There should be tracks right here. Yep. So let's go ahead and pop this guy down. Once again, pop some fuel into him. I have plenty of that now. And back into here. There we go. And pick you back up. Okay. I will just throw this coal into the crushers down here. There we go. And one more time, how is this guy doing up here? Yeah, these buffers are empty. They're pretty barren. I should have radars down here, probably. I know there's one right down there. I should probably go ahead and position one similarly over here, just while I'm thinking about it. Not that I can actually see anything. Say, like, can't build in fog. Okay. Fair enough. I was gonna try. Trees are backed up. Because wood is backed up. Okay. I was a little worried when I saw trees backed up, but as long as wood's backed up, then that's fine. I'm surprised to see wood backed up, but I guess that's just because, you know, that's how bad iron is right now. Just a testament to how little we're producing. Everything else okay. Everyone else seems more or less alright, it looks like. Like, lead's backed up, but it's moving okay. Yeah, like, it's okay. How's steel? That's silicon, not steel. Are you steel? You are. So you're not producing because there is no iron. Not exactly a shocker. But once this comes out, you immediately grab it. Yes. Okay. Not a massive amount of silicon coming in either. In fact, no silicon? Oh, it's not getting past the powderizer, that's the problem. It's all being turned into concrete or glass. Because you can accept up to 3 per second, and you only output up to 9 per second, but that's if you actually have ore. And at the moment, you do not. So that would be why some of the iron stuff is suffering, just because we've up until now been padding it with silicon, but right now silicon is going into other things. Yeah, we have a lot of concrete. I might even actually limit this concrete, though concrete is useful. Did I not limit you? I guess I didn't limit you. I did limit you, though. Yeah, okay. So I do have almost 10,000 concrete now, I guess. I'm gonna limit you at 100,000, I think. Let's say 100k. So when you hit 100k, that's going to stop, and then the silicon can go and pad out iron and steel again like it had been. And 100k is quite a buffer, so even if I start concreting things quite a lot, that should last a long time. I come down here to where the stone is one more time. I know there's a split in here for you, and you are prioritized this way. The rest comes down here and gets turned into mineral water, but I also void mineral water, and mineral water is probably up to the point where it is being voided, so is there something I could do about that? Like, let me look up here, because mineral water is being voided up here. So yeah, you're being voided when the main tank is at 135. It is actively running, so however full this is right now, you have 2.2 thousand. That is the void limit. So what if I disable you? Okay, I'm gonna need some logic for this, I think. So let's grab a decider. And I'm gonna need to pull these down. What if I use, actually, wasn't there something in here for exactly this use? I think it's this guy right here. I believe this is gonna allow me to just read from the logistics zone. I could be mistaken, but let's see. I think that's your purpose, yes? Yes, okay. So, read logistic network contents. Very good. So, if stone... regular old stone... how many... So you stack to 200, and there's... how many slots available in you again? Storage, 48. Okay. So, that's... 960. Yeah, so 9.6 thousand. So let's say 9.4. The stones greater than 9.4 thousand. Or let's see. Mineral water. Okay. So connect you up. Gotta remember what I'm doing. So, mineral water. This should be and, I think. So, put you back to less than. If we need stone, or we need mineral water. Yeah, okay. Let's say 2,000. Then output, green check mark. I know you're in here. There you are. And then these guys are only enabled if green check mark is equal to 1. There we go. That way we stop voiding some of this this excess here. So I've mixed my ideas. Okay, hold on. So am I trying to disable these or enable these? Okay. I want to disable you if my stone is not full and we have too much of this liquid. Okay. There we go. I had the idea and I just lost it somewhere along the way as I was working. And so you should not be checkmark, you should be... So if the stone is not full, but you are, stop producing. So then... red X, yes. So red X is less than 1. There you go. Now you should be properly disabled. Yes, okay. Because the mineral is full, but the stone is not, so I don't want to be voiding stone going into you. Okay, very good. There we go. So that should allow more stone to flow into here now. Yeah, because this is going to back up, so that means more should come down this way. And yeah, start filling these up. I think I'm off by a 0 on this, actually. Not that it matters too terribly much. There you are. Because just in rows of you is going to be 2,000. 1, 2, 3. You have almost 5 rows. So that's 48,000. And then times 6. So almost 50,000 times 6 is almost 300,000. So even if I change this to like 200,000, we're still good. Let's say like 250k. And that way we don't void stone that we don't want to be voiding. Yeah, this line is pretty much completely stopped. Now stone is completely coming into here. Unfortunately, it is kind of backing up. And I think this might be a great time to handcraft the very first red belts in this entire base. Who would have ever thought they would be used for crushed stone? Oh, did I not make enough? I guess I didn't. There you go. And yeah, that just gets it past those guys, and so they should be working now. Okay, you just can't output, so that is a problem. Can I handcraft the red inserters to feed you? I certainly can. Okay. Let's go ahead and make a few more. How's that now? Okay, you're still filling up. Let's swap you to be on the inside of the belt. And hope that helps. I think it should. It does look like it. I don't see this... Okay, it does back up a little bit, but not much. I might go ahead and upgrade the rest of this belt. Not that I think that'll make the difference that I'm looking for, but, you know, let's eliminate possibilities here. Now, you are running continuously. Okay. All you could ask for, just to run continuously. Okay, we are starting to back up into here, however, which is a problem. We do have assembling machine 3s. And as hilarious as it is that this is going to be my first use case for them, I mean, this is just what we gotta do, you know? There we go. So now, are you working continuously? It does look like you are. Okay. Good. I wasn't sure that one red inserter was going to be able to keep you fully saturated and running. Oh, you are blinking out. Okay. So, if that's not enough, I can add more. And it does look like that's a good idea. Okay, now you're definitely staying full. Same over here. Okay. Yep, and the backlog's gone. And we're hardly making it to the end of the belt once again. Okay, very good. What is the crafting speed here, by the way? 1.25 as opposed to 0.75. Okay. Just making sure. Whew. Okay. With all of that out of the way, this isn't backing up, is it? No. Okay. It's a pretty tight belt, but it does look like it is working. Well, that one is now backing up occasionally. I'll have to keep an eye on it. You know, anytime you make changes, you gotta keep an eye on it. But either way, this should now be more stone. It's not even... How is it that you can't output? Like, you're kind of backing up, and yet we're not even coming down here onto this belt. That makes no sense to me. How strange. Oh, there's a gray underground. I didn't even notice that. I've been staring at it this whole time. Okay. Now you're much better. Okay. I was wondering why the throughput was so weird through that section. Okay. What? What was I smoking? Why are these backwards? Also, for whatever reason, I don't know. I don't know what could have possibly done that. But sure, why not? Have my one stone. Enjoy. Okay. Where has all that time gotten me? Has that done anything? No. Okay. Let's, resupply. I am determined to finish this little bridge so I can finally send my little coal train across and then call it a night. That is what I want to do, and the only thing I can say is it's time to be stubborn about it. I just gotta push through and see it to the end. Yeah, there's, has the iron situation leveled out any? Doesn't really look like it. We're still... Yeah, we're still pretty limited on iron, it looks like. Not exactly the, not exactly a pretty situation, all things considered. But we don't have the... It's like we don't have the ore, but then we have a full belt of ore coming in. Yeah, I guess consumption is just that much higher than it used to be. I don't know. I'm not sure where it's all going. Especially with like solar panels and all turned off. I'm not sure where all the iron could be going. Like, it's certainly not all going into rail signals. It can't all be going into, like, inserters. I don't know. How odd. Okay, they've very nearly finished resupplying me now. Or at least once this wave comes in. I'll come stand up here to be a little closer to everyone. Okay. Steel gears coming in, that's cool. Bronze plates coming in, that's cool. Steel gears, yep. Need those. Not sure why I had no engines. Oh, I just built trains. That'll certainly do it. Couple grain circuits, yeah. Okay, really just waiting on the engines, and I don't really care about the engines. Gotta tell you the truth. But there they are. No? Two more? From where? From where are two more engines coming from? Because I certainly don't see them. Good enough. Personal's off again, and you all know the drill by now. Let's fill myself with stone, and start making landfill. Yay! Okay, this much landfill should do it. That has got to be enough. Like, if it's not enough, I will honestly be surprised. And just get me there, train. Okay, there we go. I can't tell you how badly I want this to work. Please don't be like too short or something. I would lose my mind. Oh, come on. You can do it. Oh, thank God. Okay, it's finally in. Let's go get the train down. 75 left to spare. And of course, none of this has even been running because it hasn't even had power, because power required the section that needed landfill. Okay. All those are in. All cool. Might as well place however many miners I can, I guess. If I have more miners. 17 more. So, yep, there we go. Okay, so there's the whole field placed. Let's get the train down. Might as well pick up the desert tree right in front of my face. Okay. There we are. Funny enough, you have no fuel, so I guess I will put some coal in you to start with. There you go. And let's just say you're going to start at coal loading. Wait until cargo full. And then you're going to go to coal unloading and wait until cargo empty. There we are. And you're going to be the very first train of many that doesn't... Right now you don't have a dedicated, neither your loading nor unloading side actually supplies you with fuel, so I am going to have to make a dedicated refueling spot, which means you are going to need an interrupt, but I actually can't set the interrupt until I have the station. So I'll have to find somewhere to put that. But for the time being, I'm going to wait until you have this full first row right here, and then I'm going to send you on your way so we can start making coal coke. I've waited much longer than this, so I'm fine waiting this long now. We're nearly there. Nearly there. I feel like it's slowing down, but we're nearly there. Okay, there we go. Move on. We have so much ground to cover for this poor little train, but that's why they're so big. You got this, little guy. You got this. And there we go. Now start unloading. Ah, my blueprint's misconfigured. Or actually, wait, what? Why are you a parameter? Oh no, let's say I did that on purpose. Okay, there we go. Good. Cool. Okay. So, now we have coal coke flowing. Very nice. That's gonna come, supply you, and all this needs right now is the iron ore train. Can I just make another train? I'm those 2 engines short. Those 2 engines that I couldn't just sit and wait for. I'm just gonna have to use my, one of my taxi trains. I'm perfectly fine with that. So, you in. Do I have cargo wagons? No, but I can make some. And then train car, flip you around. Cool. You're going to go to... Right now we're at iron ore unloading, so let's start with that, I guess. Wait until empty cargo. And then you're going to go to iron ore loading and wait until full cargo. You have no fuel, of course. Let me go and just snag some of this coal coke that we're producing now. And half of you can go in here, because if I did this side first, then he would just take off. There you go. Wonder if I even have any iron ore in here. It looks like I have a little. Not much, but a little. And that's because I just don't have more crushed ore in here? No, I definitely do. I don't have the inputs to any of these set up. Maybe? No? I think I got confused when I was laying some of these belts. I'm gonna have to go and fix that. But before I go and do that, I do want my train to come back. He's waiting for full cargo, but he's not gonna get full cargo, but this is good enough. Don't let me forget that I have to fix that though. That's definitely something I will forget to do if I don't go do it, or like right now. Okay, and I do definitely want half of these to be underside inserters. There we go. It lives! It lives! I don't even have the pickup train station finished. I don't care. I finally have trains doing something. Yes! Yes! I've been building this for so long, and I'm so happy to finally have something working. I can't even tell you. Okay. I do have to go fix that one thing, but once that one thing has been fixed, I will call it a night. Oh, I'm so happy. It was grueling to get here, but we finally did do it. And I do have to now finally be careful crossing train tracks. to make sure that there are no trains coming, because there actually could be trains coming, which is the greatest feeling. It's not like I didn't have trains before this, but this is like, these are the trains, you know? This is what I've been building to for, I don't know, it feels like 2 weeks now. I'm not even sure when this mad endeavor started. I haven't made any progress towards like pink science or anything since this started, so I am extremely eager to get back into things. So let me see. So these come down, goes into here, and that goes up, and that goes up, and that goes up. Okay, actually this looks fine. Never mind. I don't know what I was seeing before. I was hallucinating, I guess. I think I was thinking that these, the raw ore, were supposed to be, like, this was the crushed ore that was supposed to be coming up into here, and somehow I'd messed up the belts or something, but I guess that's actually fine. So, that being the case, this will work as long as I start sending ore into it as soon as I get all of these belts finished. That is the one and only thing that I have left to do. I should get roboports here so that the bots can start placing those actually. And of course that one's going to need landfill. Why not? You already have one, you already have one. Okay. You don't though, so I guess I'll go ahead and throw one up there for you. And then those I'm not really worried about. We'll get to those later. But yeah, that's finally done. I'm going to ride a train home so that I'm not out here in the middle of nowhere next time I go to start. But I couldn't be more pleased. Do I have just like wood on me or something? Yes, I do. Okay. Take me home, Mr. Train. Whew. I'm like, I don't know, maybe most people would think it odd if you said Factorio could ever be exhilarating, but I'm like, I got my adrenaline going or something, like I couldn't be happier. So I'm gonna come over here, I'm gonna just stand in the middle of the base so that the bots can resupply me for next time that I pop in, and I'm gonna just call things right there. So thank you everyone who came by to watch, especially if you had tips or tricks or anything else, just like always. And I'll see you in the next one, guys. Till then. Oh, let's not save over the backup, though I guess that's not going to hurt anything. Let's save over the actual one. Alright. Later.